MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
feel. Feel what I feel.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
What a jig around as he managed to evade the silence, but then again he has to get away from Master Ram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu outplay yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan.
Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Penjahat.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Muntong. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
The story of MPL Malaysia Season 11's regular season approaches its penultimate chapter, and as competition draws to a close and the playoffs approach, only one team shall become the true protagonist of this story, with all others falling as their foil. On the English cast today, my name is Staffa, joined by Icy Baby 12 aka Terrence, and we shall be your hosts for today.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very exciting one, especially here for the final days of week number 5, because rumor has it the teams that are going to be playing today is going to be fighting for either their lives or a chance in towards the upper brackets for playoffs, because this is where things get extremely spicy, because rumor has it there is a very, very big possibility that a tiebreaker may happen next week. But in case you're wondering what's happening today, today's schedule, we are starting things off with Madness Esports going up against Homebois, and then after that we have Team HAQ going up against SMG, and closing things off is going to be RSG Slate MY going up against Team Lunatix.
We've got quite a setup of games today, and as we mentioned, this is week 5 of the regular season, which means that the playoffs are fast approaching, and every single point will matter that much more for many of these teams that are still eager to claim higher spots within the playoffs to give themselves more chances to head towards that championship title. But for certain teams as well, things are looking pretty dicey. Let's talk about our first game of the day. It's going to be Homebois versus Madness Esports, the latter of which currently is facing elimination.
Well, when it comes to Madness as well as Homebois, there has been a little bit of rumors here that things didn't exactly go according to plan. We did see Sepa kind of play in yesterday's game against Todak. He did really well. Based on the conditions that were set from Homebois, there has been a lot of talks as well. They're not exactly feeling themselves, especially coming from Sepa.
I feel like I have to beg to differ a little bit. I do actually feel like Homebois still put up a really solid performance yesterday, despite the conditions that they find themselves in. It is not a situation anyone expects to happen. It's not a situation any of these players want to be put under, but what has happened, and I think they deserve praise for the tenacity and perseverance that they have shown so far. And we can continue to elaborate on that tenacity and perseverance among the player community as well by taking part in the All-Star event.
Exactly, the All-Star events right now. The Purify Harmonia is currently available right here, right now, from the 31st of March all the way to the 23rd of April. You can complete tasks to collect tech notes and unlock free rewards like the special skin Rafaela, Seraphic Selfie skin, the Avatar Border Shine Atomic Pop, the Atomic Pop Spawn Effect, and the Graffiti B, the Superstar 3-day trials. And of course, the All-Stars is currently underway, and all you can do is invite your friends and enjoy the generous events with us together, because there is so much to talk about here when it comes to the All-Star match, and I'm extremely excited for it as well, because rumor has it there is a tournament coming up next week as well.
Very interesting so far, but going back to the topic at hand, we already talked about Homebois. Obviously, their mentality is going to be not the same as we expect when the season started, but I still think that they are a team that has to be respected, a team that is a threat to their opponents, and Madness Esports are in a really precarious spot right now. They need every possible point they can get in order to avoid this. But, of course, let's talk a little bit about the players themselves. They're heading up onto the stage.
Now, fighting for their tournament lives as well, Madness Esports, can they secure points? Because if based on the current situation, all is fair in love and in war. In this case, despite the conditions are being set from side of Homebois, I feel like this is the best time for Madness Esports to actually capitalize on this situation and win a potential 2-0, because this is pretty much the only way it gets them out of this sticky situation they are currently in.
It is a pretty harsh way to look at it, but unfortunately, this may actually be the best chance they have. Homebois, they have been basically the boss, this team to beat for a lot of contenders here in MPL MY Season 11, thanks to their aggressive early game tempo and their coordination, especially underneath the shot calling as well as the direction coming out of Warlord and Barbosa here. These players have been a huge boon to the Homebois roster.
Yeah, they have actually made names here coming from Homebois here, one of the regular season giants coming in. I'm extremely excited to see whether or not Homebois are going to be able to come up on top, because based on the cams here as well, they look pretty good. Support was feeling a little bit low in yesterday's game. There has been a lot of talks here whether or not does he have the mental fortitude to do so. And even Daddy himself as well, he did mention as well, why is Support playing? Should he be with his family? But in this case, it feels like there is a lot for him to prove himself. He's doing it for his father.
That is true. Having those emotions pushing from behind him is definitely going to be something to watch out for here. Especially, we already mentioned, Madness Esports, they need every point they can get in order to avoid elimination. Homebois as well want all these points to move up into upper bracket spots. But without further ado, let us pass it over to our host on stage to introduce the stakes and our teams playing today.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini dia perlawanan pertama kita untuk hari ini. Stadium Juara, are you ready for the first match of the day? Dan nampaknya semua orang dah ready. Should we call them up? And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan dari Homebois dan juga Madness Esports.
Madness Esports.
Seperti telur di hujung tanduk, kini mereka di zon bahaya. Tetapi mereka membuat perubahan ke atas line-up utama. Maima selaku mid laner diturunkan ke medan penentuan. Apakah strategi akan dibawa untuk mengatasi Homebois? Dan mampukah mereka meraih kemenangan? Sama-sama kita saksikan.
Homebois.
Perjalanan yang berliku bagi mereka. Misi mencari kemenangan untuk minggu ini. Line-up original menjadi pertaruhan untuk perlawanan ini. Apakah persiapan mereka bagi berhadapan dengan Madness Esports? Dan mampukah mereka untuk kekal fokus hingga ke akhir perlawanan? Mari kita lihatkan kemampuan mereka. Sekarang, masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Madness Esports, Coach Min akan ditemani Pozan. Manakala untuk Homebois, Coach Dale hadir bersama analis Saiful. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yitze dan Hebe. thank you for your hard work. And with that, the players are seated, but I don't think Stadium Juara is ready. Stadium Juara, are you ready for the first game? Tak cukup. Tak cukup. Saya ini tak ada. Sabar. Alright, let's start again. Stadium Juara, are you ready for the first game? I like. Will Madness Esports take this match, or will Homebois rise to the top and take the win? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Well, this is it. The match is about to begin. We talked about Madness Esports fighting for their lives here for the playoffs. Meanwhile, Homebois looking to secure their top 4 spots. There is so much on the line coming in here, and the vibes are feeling good today here in Stadium Juara. And I'm extremely excited to see how this game is gonna go. Stafa, let's talk a little bit more on how Madness Esports is gonna be able to overcome, because surprise, surprise, we do see Maima being put down here to kind of sub Pozan out on the mid lane here.
A familiar face here to the MPL stage, but one we have not seen since the beginning of Season 11. Maima has so far been a player that has played many different lanes and positions throughout the previous seasons. Mid lane is something that he is definitely familiar with, and it's going to be interesting to see how well he will perform in this case, because I do think that mid lane priority is very important for Madness Esports in particular. They like to play a similar style to the Ube strat, but doesn't seem to have quite mastered it the same way teams from other countries have done, which means that oftentimes mid lane is left vulnerable, and perhaps having a player with the experience of Maima will help secure that for them.
Now, before that, let's take a look at the Turtle Mania ranking for now. Chibi currently in the top of the leaderboard with 30 overall kills, alongside with Skies coming in with 30 kills. This is something that I think Homebois is really good at when it comes to objective, right? They've been always dominating early stages of the game. They do prioritize on the Turtle more than the Lord fights a little bit more. In even yesterday's games against Todak, all 3 games, Homebois was kind of in the lead here. So it just shows you how much emphasis that Homebois does in dominating the early stages of the game.
Homebois are, in my opinion, the strongest momentum-based team in MPL Season 11 so far. Their early game aggression is very important, because if they're not in the lead by the mid-game, they tend to have trouble building up that momentum again. Against a team like Madness Esports, this interaction is going to be very interesting, because Madness has a very passive early game in comparison due to Mali's tendency to stay in the gold lane for long periods of time. Have they been able to overcome this weakness in their strat? We will find out whether or not Dale will be able to read their opponents, or whether or not Madness Esports will show that they have more to put on the line as we enter draft for game number 1.
Well, this is going to be interesting as well, because Homebois, they are going to be starting on the blue side. Meanwhile, Madness Esports on the red side. We do see the Joy and the Glue being banned, but I'm genuinely curious, where do they play Maima? It seems like we kind of are predicting it as of now. He is going to be playing on the mid lane, but so far, based on his historical track record, he's played as a jungler, he's played as a gold laner, he's played as a mid laner, and so far his mid laner, he has brought in either the Farsa or the Granger. And so far, we haven't seen too much Granger despite a couple of reworks here and there. So I'm genuinely curious, is Madness Esports deciding to use him and a pocket strategy to potentially bring in a Granger mid lane?
Well, I'm going to doubt that for now. I definitely see where you're coming from, and that Granger was one of Maima's signature picks from many seasons past. But unfortunately, it's just not the meta for this type of hero anymore. His early game pressure is strong, but compared to more typical mages in the mid lane, I'm pretty sure Madness Esports are going to lean towards something safe, especially when they're up against a team like the Homebois right now. Currently, they've concluded their first ban phase, getting rid of Glue. The Diggy going to be banned out, respect over to Mali, as well as 1-1, interestingly, removed from the pool.
Well, this is going to be something... I think the 1-1 is still forced to be reckoned with, right? Like, Zav has been playing really well in that role as well. I want to see whether or not are they going to prioritize on those Fanny pickouts, because Fanny is going to be completely ignored from both sides, but the Farsa being banned from Madness means it gives the options choices for Homebois. Whether do they want to secure the Fredrin for Chibi, or do they want to secure the Valentina? But it seems like that's not going to be the case. It is going to be the Arlott priority instead. But the question here is, this is going to be the talk that we've been talking about as well. We did see a Mincetar game yesterday. It is one of the very few heroes that can actually deal with the dashes coming in from Arlott.
Mincetar is a good shout, but doesn't really seem like the type of hero that Yeah would want to play in particular. He's more aggressive. He doesn't want to be standing back looking for hooks, setting up with the King's Calling. He wants to set up fights. He wants to play heroes like the Lapu Lapu, like the Yuzong. But obviously, they're not going to pick up their EXP laner too early in the draft right now. Starting off safe with the Melissa and Valentina. This may be going in the hands of Maima.
You know, it's interesting enough, considering that Valentina has been in the meta ever since its debut here in the Land of Dawn, and now for it to see actually having a 43% win rate, it's kind of scary considering that it's still very situational based. And speaking of situational, I think now, based on the circumstances, this Valentina looks to be a very, very good pick, considering that Homebois has just drafted a Fredrin as well as a Faramis. Three very, very disgustingly strong opening coming from Homebois.
Oh, well, in return, we're going to be seeing a signature pick coming out of Mali on the side of Madness Esports. Estes gonna be picked up there. The Ube strat returns to the Land of Dawn once again. A really solid way to deal with the team fighting potential that Homebois will be bringing with heroes like the Faramis and the Arlott. This is honestly a really scary opener from the Homebois in particular. We haven't seen Warlord's Faramis in a little while, but when he started off the season with it, it was his signature pick to the point where he went like with only one death in the first like 6 games that Homebois played, so a hero to be feared for sure.
Now, when it comes to the bans here, based on this 3 drafts opening coming from Homebois, I really like that it is just very, very strong engagements as well. Got very, very strong frontliner, but in terms of overall damage, they do need a little bit more time. So it all comes down to towards whether or not what kind of marksmen are they going to be playing here, because based on Madness Esports, they don't have frontliners. They've got high sustainabilities alongside with a potential stolen count altar. But all this really, really excels during towards the mid to later stage again. Most likely it's going to be the first Lord contention, and this is where it's going to be a big problem. Can Madness Esports stop this aggression coming from Homebois? Because based on this 3 opening as well, they can look to invade the jungle very, very heavily, which we do see teams actually deal with Sonic by having 4 heroes dive into the jungle, cancelling him off, especially during the Friday's games against Madness.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they ban out heroes like the Hilda here. They know that Barbosa, so scary on this hero, they cannot deal with early game aggression very well because the roam will typically be stuck in the gold lane. So Madness Esports needs to avoid giving Homebois too much of an advantage. It's actually okay for them to have to face some early game aggression because teams have already demonstrated that as long as they're not too far behind, mid to late game still allows them opportunities to scale up. The most important part is not to outright get destroyed during the first few minutes.
Well, that is going to be a big question as well, because whether or not can they actually sustain their way through, because we are looking for a lot of potential invades coming from Homebois. In this case, you talked about Barbosa. I'm curious to see, is this going to be bringing in a potential Franco? Because it feels like having a Franco isolating players isn't too bad, but the question here is, what is he going to play? Because so far, I feel like there is just so much ways they can actually deal with this Estes, right? And personally, we haven't seen a Edith roam for quite some time, and I feel like Edith really works well against the Umi strategy.
I think as a roam here, not particularly. I actually thought they would go for something a bit more AoE, but I completely forgot that Kaja was let through this entire time. I understand why they would go for it, but I was expecting more of a Kufra or a Lolita here. The Divine Judgment is another big ultimate that could be stolen away, but Homebois may just be going for the Overwhelm strat here. They have Final Slash, they have Cold Altar, they have Divine Judgment. It's going to be hard for Maima to make that decision as Madness finishes off their draft with the Baxia.
Okay, Jungle Baxia coming in from Madness Esports. So far picked only 3 times with 0% win rate. I can see where they're coming from. It does have the sustainabilities. It's got strong wave jungle clears in the early stage of the game. But the question here is, can they sustain it and buy enough time to scale into the later stage of the game? Madness Esports definitely having the win condition of trying to stall the game. Meanwhile, from the side of Homebois, they are looking to pick the fight, to isolate the fights, and then go in for the pickoff to actually snowball the game. But based on the drafts here, you can see there are different win conditions coming from both Madness as well as Homebois, because in the utility and teamfight potential, Madness will dominate it in towards the later stage of the game. Meanwhile, for Homebois, it is going to be trying to snowball early, set the tempo to allow this Frederick to get out of control. I'm looking forward to see how this game is going to go between both these teams.
A game with stakes for both sides as Madness Esports aims to avoid elimination, while Homebois wants to secure their position in the playoffs right now, entering the land of Dawn. Will it be the Ube strat coming out of Madness Esports or the early game aggression of the Homebois?
Oh, this is very smart of Homebois as well. We know that Madness Esports heavily depend on whether or not Sonic gets his farm rather early, and Homebois is taking the advantage to actually pressure them and hopefully get a couple of kill potentials, because if they're able to snowball hard, an additional lead, it's very, very unlikely that Madness Esports is going to be able to do too much about this aggression. And you can see the invades already coming from Warlord as well.
They have to be careful though. Warlord already forced to use Flicker very early on to avoid the 4-man dive coming out of Madness Esports. One thing to note, Homebois, they like to play early, but the draft doesn't quite support it right now. You can see Madness doing a good job facing their aggression.
Well, they're definitely showing a lot of confidence coming from Homebois to threaten Madness Esports. But meanwhile, this is all actually happening, right? You can see that Homebois, they do have a very strong late game potential, and that is pretty much having this carry, which pretty much shreds through every tanky compositions coming from Madness Esports. Even if you have the heals coming from SDS, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will not drop. In this case, Sonic has to play extremely careful on who he dives on, because once he lands onto the wrong target, this carry is going to get free hits all the way through on this box here.
Yep, that's what they have to be careful of. This game is going to reach its peak right now, because it's going to be around that 2 to 3 minute mark when both teams hit their level 4, where we actually start to see some movement being made. Right now, not a lot of aggression Homebois can output with the heroes that they have, while Madness Esports are perfectly content to just wait for the objective.
Yeah, you can see Chibi as well being extremely cheeky. He was looking to set up for a punish, but guess what? Wrapping around here, he does scout out Sonic, and this is going to be a very awkward position.
3 members, the bravest fighter, nice final slash pushes them out, but Chibi still secures the turtle as the Cult Altar saves him at the last moment. Does he have the Appraiser's Wrap? He's setting up for it. He has enough combo points. He's going to drop real low, though, as they're pulled back once again. Yeah. The first victim, Maima, forced the Flicker away to make sure he doesn't follow.
My goodness, what a clutch coming in from Warlord to save the day. Not just one, but hold that thought for now. Here comes Subbat.
He actually dives under the tower, gets the kill on Maima, but sacrifices his own life in return. Barbosa is gonna look for it right now, decides not to, doesn't have Divine Judgment.
Oh, that was an early engagement coming in as well. Well done coming from Homebois, because Warlord definitely saved Chibi's life not once, but twice now, making sure that he survives to live to tell the tale. And because of that play coming in, Madness Esports, they had a good idea of having Maima trying to steal the Divine Judgment to set up for the play. But the problem coming from Madness Esports is, where is the damage going to come from? Because Maima, he's pretty much the only one that can capitalize on those Divine Judgment pulls. Sonic didn't necessarily dive him as well, but now bottom side, they are going to make a attempt.
He's trying to go for it, but he gets pulled back. Divine Judgment once again, Sonic under the tower, but here comes the blessing of the Moon Goddess, topping him back up, forcing the Flicker from Barbosa. 4 members of Madness means that Homebois cannot engage here. Cult Altar stolen by Maima. Warlord flickering in, gets the Shadow Stampede out. Cult Altar has been used by the Homeboy. Maima gonna be forced to use his as well as Chibi tries to chase him down, but the go away will make sure that Homeboys cannot catch up.
Oh my goodness, Maima really saved it for the team coming from Madness Esports. We do see a lot of smart, aggressive maneuvers coming from Madness Esports, but every single time they try to make a play, Homeboys is able to react, coming in from both Warlord as well as Chibi. Things could have went so wrong from side of Madness Esports if Homebois wasn't able to land up those combos, but top side as well, we do see Sapat losing out a little bit in this exchange with this Lapu Lapu. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we do see an aggression coming in.
Yep, they're gonna try and take as much of this gold shield as possible. 4 members of Madness in the bottom lane once again. Warlord a bit late to the party, but he will be able to scout them out right now. SGB will trade the turtle over Madness, not able to get anything in exchange for the neutral.
Yeah, this Ube strategy coming from Madness Esports is securing Zav's farm, but I'm surprised Homebois is able to hold on with only 3 players, considering that they've given a lot of control. But here comes
still
dive.
diving for it. Sonic going in, taking a lot of damage from Muddles. Cold Altar stolen by Maima, allows them to full dive, but the final slash on 2 members pushes them out of position. Mali taken out, double kill, going over to Sapat. Yeah, a bit too late to the party. He's not going to be able to do enough damage here. Force the flicker away as Chibi comes in from the flank, gets the taunt onto the Lapu. Lapu gets him, killing spree for Sapat as Homebois decimates.
Oh, pulling in bit here coming from Sapat and triple kill for him. But nevertheless, with that play coming in, Homebois were able to capitalize on this kind of situations, right? They're so smart in baiting out the Blessing of the Moon Goddess coming from Mali, and once that goes down, they're not afraid to re-engage. They know they've got the disables, they know they've got the sustainabilities, and this is the problem that Madness Esports will be facing. They have the sustains, but where is the damage gonna come from? They need to heavily depend on Saf, depend on Sonic, depend on Maima, and so far, Maima has been doing so much for the team, but eventually his team needs to do something about this to actually get a pick against Homebois.
Speaking of the Homebois, conceal play already, going for that mid-tier 2, destroys it instantly. Not much Madness can do about it. Sonic, he's on top of Warlord, trying to chunk down the Fair Mist, maybe force out the Cold Altar, but no dice there.
Yeah, it is very difficult as well because Homebois, they're doing a fantastic job of just kiting Sonic here. They're trying to beat out Toys for Sonic as much as they can because once that is pretty much popped in, you have only 2 choices. You force a fight or you completely wait it out because once that ultimate has been spent out, there's pretty much loses all main damage output coming in from the box here, and that's going to be a big problem eventually, especially when Homebois has got so much kiting capabilities.
Yeah, already forced to use Bravest Fighter, dropped to no HP. Homebois gonna get another turtle for absolutely free right now. We're seeing a huge weakness of the Ube strategy. Madness Esports, they're roaming around as 4 the entire game, and this is just allowing Homebois to farm the entire map. We are 7 minutes in, already a 5k net worth lead. Chibi just jumping in, stealing away another buff.
Oh, that is the confidence coming in. But Sonic, he still has his purple buff, so it's all good for now. But he needs to start a fight at bottom lane.
The Divine Judgment was used on Maima, forcing out the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. No casualties, but that's an important ultimate. So Chibi instantly goes back in, gets the taunt, but he decides, okay, no need to go too deep for this one. Homebois is going to continue zoning out Madness Esports so that they can get free structures in top and bot lane.
Yeah, it's really difficult on Maima as well. He held on to his ultimate for a very long time. He was deciding whether or not should he steal the Divine Judgment or the Cult Altar in this situation. Finally makes his decision, say that, you know what, I'm just going to go for the Cult Altar. It's the safer bet now. We are playing an Ube strategy, but the problem here is Homebois is just so far ahead in terms of lead. And Chibi, look at the confidence. He is going to try and set up the fight now.
Yeah, he gets the taunt onto Mali. He's... Oh, that was close right there. Praise's Wrath almost takes him out, but here comes the fight instantly. Absolute chaos as Maima is removed from the equation altogether. No Call Altar for Madness Esports, but Warlord is taking way too much damage. He gets picked off instantly as he tries to flicker backwards, but he's picked off as well by a nip. Sonic taking a lot. Chibi, no more Praise's Wrath. He dies to the consistent damage being output by Zaz, and Homebois going to trade 1 for 2.
Oh, this is huge coming from Madness Esports because of the fact that because Homebois decided to take a fight like that without going for an extended fight, this gave Sonic so much value to actually benefit from the Tortoise Person and completely chip away and everyone from the side of Homebois. Yes, Cult Altar is great and all, but if you are standing on lava, it will eventually burn you to death. In this case, Homebois, they have to really rethink this here. Should they actually respect the Ube strategy? Because of that fight, it gives a little bit of hope for Madness Esports, but at the same time, it's still too soon to be set of a lead yet.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit too risky for Homebois to fight into a defensive Madness positioning, especially when they have Melissa. Zavs 0-0-3 so far. Not the best farm, but still ahead of the rest of his team. So they have to respect that, not to mention the anti-healing that Sonic is able to apply. With no ultimate, Chibi cannot force these things, but speaking of forcing, Barbosa flickers backwards, Divine Judgment catches out Zavs instantly as picked up with a double kill to a nip. Mali, Blessing of the Moon Goddess, not gonna save him. Triple kill for the carry. Sonic left alone, 1v5 Maniac, picked up by a nip.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful distraction coming from Homebois as well. They start things off with the Lord, while Madness Esports was focusing on the Lord here contest. They went in for the wraparound. Barbosa was able to isolate them and pick them apart, and that's the biggest weakness of the Ube strategy. If you are not with your team, you're not going to be able to do too much, and the moment it split into his two very, very miniature fights, Homebois was able to just completely win all individual fights. So nicely done coming from Homebois. Now with this Lord lead coming in and an 8k net worth lead, it seems like chances of Madness Esports fighting back is getting slimmer by the chance, but seeing how the itemization is coming from Madness Esports, it's still going to be taking a little bit too much time here, especially when Mali is not a very tanky SDS as of now.
But he sees his 3 people, a 4-man final slash dashing through and through with the healing. Barbosa is looking for Divine Judgment on the Mali, but he gets caught out. Cult Altar to save him. Yeah, flickering forward. Barbosa gonna be picked off straight away as Sonic gonna be diving in. Yeah, gonna be picked off by GB as Madness Esports makes a hasty retreat. Homebois not quite able to catch up.
Oh, you can see the greed and frustration coming from Barbosa as well. He had the right idea. He tried to flicker forward, but because he got terrified from Maima, he couldn't get the Divine Judgment off Mali. But as of now, despite Barbosa being down, Homebois still has perfectly enough weaponry to still siege high ground. In this case, GB looking for the fight as well, but Madness Esports, they will somehow be able to defend for now.
Yep, an easy force from the Homebois right there. They weren't able to get the kill they wanted with the Divine Judgment, but with a nearly 10,000 net worth lead, very easy for GB himself to just zone out the ranks of Madness and allow for his teammates to pick up a free inhibitor tower. Looking at the gold ranking, 4 members of Homebois topping the charts. Madness are in a really dicey spot.
Yeah, Madness Esports, the only thing that's good going into is the draft is this Ube strategy. As long as they come up with spy, it's extremely difficult for Homebois to actually punish this. And it's time and time again, Homebois can't seem to get those kind of finishers unless they're isolated. So it all comes down to whether or not can Barbosa and Warlord set up the situation for Homebois to actually punish them off one by one. And that seems to be the win condition. Meanwhile, Madness Esports, they need to somehow be able to group up as spy regardless of where Barbosa and Warlord is taking those fights.
The base push is going to be the riskiest part of this strategy right now for the Homebois, because even with this lead, Madness are a very strong 5-man team, especially if they can keep Zav safe in the backline. Now that they've been forced into their base, the Lord is very much necessary unless Homebois can find an excellent pick-off. And that's going to be difficult to do right now.
Yeah, with the golden staff coming from Zav, we are going to be expecting this Melissa to be able to chip away at the Cult Altar relatively quickly. But the problem here still remains. Can Madness Esports get those farm? Because eventually, they need to find a way to equalize. And Homebois, they know perfectly well they cannot allow them any sort of space to even get farm. And it all comes down to waiting on this Lord Pit. Now, the Lord going to be coming up in 10 seconds as well. This is where things get a little bit interesting. Madness Esports, they have to make somewhat of a play, get a pick, or either win the 50-50 coin trade.
Honestly, I don't think Madness Esports can afford to contest this at all. Literally, there's nothing they can do. Homebois, they do way too much damage. Madness Esports, a bit too much hesitation. I know that they're going to check the jungle safely so they're not caught out unaware, but yeah, in this situation, all they can do is just bolster their defenses and hope that they can bunker down.
Oh, they're going to go all in on Zaf this time, coming from Madness Esports. Not even going to give the orange buff to Sonic, knowing that probably the only way that Madness Esports is going to be able to win is Zaf is able to completely wipe off Homebois from this entirety of the fight. But based on what we are seeing from Homebois, is splitting up into a 2-1-2 strategy. They want to sync up the lanes. They want to shove all the outer inhibitors. And once that happens, that means Madness Esports still cannot take the fight unless they're grouped as 5.
Well, they are grouped as 5 right now, but the Lord is pushing in. Bottom inhibitor already taken out. Chibi getting the stun onto Sonic as the Divine Judgment on. Yeah, balancing up the Moon Goddess, keeps him alive just in time. But Homebois going in full force. Cult Altar. Lord is on top of the crystal as the Praises Wrap decimates Sonic. Yeah, gonna be following quickly with a mega kill from Sabat, finishing things off with an easy victory for the Homebois.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming in from Homebois, coming in as well. Barbosa with those picked off fights off this. Kaja just picking them up one by one every single time, dissecting the Ube strategy. Beautiful improvements coming from Madness Esports, but it seems like it's still not enough against a veteran, an experienced giant known as Homebois. A lot of motivation coming from them, and it looks really, really strong coming from Homebois.
A great return to form right here, and an understanding from Coach Dale. This is a strategy that I'm pretty sure he's very familiar with. The players, they gotta feel good about that. So let's see what they have to say in their mic check.
Awak ni siapa? Papashi.
Rasa ni boily.
It's paligoy-ligoy.
Boily.
Santai guys, yuk bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ni bottom.
Ya, Nip, balik ke sini, balik ke sini. Nice one, bantai guys. Bantai. Ini Valentin.
Ada dia di mana misai?
Apa yang depan?
Pada.
Pelapu missing guys.
Bantai.
Minit. Pow.
Nice. Cari orang di bawah nggak, Nip? Satu Nip. Bisa ya? Nice one guys. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Alhamdulillah.
I swear we gotta get Rose on the English broadcast to translate what they were talking about, but I'm pretty sure, I think it's Chibi that is singing a Filipino song and Dale is trying to correct him.
Oh!
And it seems like, you know, even in the competition, they're trying to learn different languages, and it's really nice to see Homebois is taking an initiative to not just learn English, but also learn Tagalog.
I mean, communication is a really key point of MLBB. You gotta be able to tell your teammates what's happening, communicate with your coach, and of course, generate a bit more camaraderie here between the players to make sure that they can just pull off really clean executions and great victories like we saw here. And I'm sure having a bit more internet, more speed, and more Gaia certainly contributed to that with Hotlink.
Exactly, and you can enjoy 30 GB plus 20 GB bonus high-speed internet for only 35 ringgit a month, and only with the Hotlink prepaid Pantas. And in case you're wondering, you guys need a brand new phone, guess what? You can enjoy 50 GB with and also a new device from absolutely free now with Hotlink Postpaid 60. So be sure to check out Hotlink News here, because we are here to provide you the best service possible to enjoy your Mobile Legends Bang Bang experience. And so far, Homebois, very, very clean game from start to finish, completely destroying the Ube strategies of Madness Esports.
We have to remember the roots of the Ube strategy, and admittedly, Madness Esports, their derivative of this, is not very well honed, right? It works to a certain extent, but it's very easy to read, and I think especially for someone like Coach Dale, they have an innate familiarity with how to overcome this sort of gameplay style. Unfortunately for Madness Esports, I feel like Homebois is their Achilles heel here, a team with a great sense of early game aggression and coordination, absolutely dumpsters them from the very beginning.
Yeah, you have to give credit towards Barbosa and Warlord, right? Early stage of the game, Madness Esports, they needed to get a couple of picks here. We have to give credit to Mama, was able to set up a lot of tempo for the Madness Esports, but they just didn't have the finishers to actually get the kill. Warlord was able to save them multiple times, and I feel like based on this situation, if Madness Esports was able to stall this game a little bit longer, things would have been in their favor. But even then, they still need to rely heavily on Zavs getting those max items, core items. He's got Corrosion Scythe, he's got the Demon Sword. We were able to see a lot of damage coming in, but unfortunately just couldn't do too much if you think about it.
Now, something that I really like with Warlord's build here is the fact that he went for Necklace of Durance as his first item. He knows that Mali is going to be playing on a hero like Estes. Feramis, Ghostbursters can apply Necklace of Durance to literally everyone at once. Not to mention the recent changes to the item makes it so that Elegant Gem is part of its recipe, and that helps with his mana issues in the mid lane as well. So really smart choice from Warlord.
Yeah, significantly cheaper compared to the Clock of Destiny in terms of the bang for buck in the early stage of the game. So yeah, this just shows that the understanding coming from Homebois is a little bit better. They want to close this game out early. They don't want to drag this later stage of the game. There's no point getting a Clock of Destiny, but you still want the Elegant Gem. Necklace of Durance provides you that capabilities, and to actually shut down Sonic, who's arguably having those sustainabilities. So this is something that I think Homebois was able to adapt really, really well to deal with the heals coming from Mali. And based on the damage taken as well, even though it's 316k, we expect it to be a little bit more coming from Madness Esports considering the amount of heals that are coming in. So great, good shout there coming in from the Necklace Durance on Warlord.
What is ridiculous is the fact that with an Estes on the opposite side, Homebois had higher total heals, right? That is ridiculous. The fact that they have all that lifesteal from Sapan, from Chibi with his Appraiser's Wrath as well, means that Madness Esports had no chance to gain a foothold in this game at all. With Anip also having that 800 GPM, being able to scale up towards matching Warlord's damage is ridiculous. So it's understandable that he is going to be the one getting the MVP for game number 1.
Yeah, nicely done as well. Annie was able to pick off very, very important targets alongside the setups coming from Barbosa, identifying a situation that they need to be able to either kill the Estes or even the Valentina coming from Maima. He was able to isolate it as well. He was getting a very, very good farm. And on the gold lane as well, despite a 3v4 situation, he was able to find opportunities to get kills for his team. So, well done coming from Anip.
Yep, not to mention the fact that he did get a Maniac this game as well. Homebois being able to set that up really well for him, just layering the members of Madness Esports one by one right into his sights. And now having a look at the heat map coming out from Anip here to see his movements towards the 7.5 to the 10.5 minute here in this game. You can see that Homebois already had a great standing towards the map.
Yep, and when it came to this stage of the game here, Homebois, they pretty much dominated all the frontal outer positions, right? And the reason why you can pay attention on Homebois, the heat map as well, he is prioritizing or just completely zoning out the orange and purple buff time and time again, limiting their resources for the side of Madness Esports to actually push out. And this is one of the good strategies to actually do against the Ube strategy because of the fact that they need to group up as 5. But the only way they get some sort of farm coming from Madness Esports is to go in for a split push gank. And the moment if they do scout out this rotation, Anip is going to be in position to either pick off, force a fight with either the person who's doing the split pushing or the ones who's pretty much left behind or straggling on the sides.
I think overall, Anip just got given a really easy game here because the rest of the Homebois were just doing such a good job of controlling the map as well as Madness Esports' movements overall. Unfortunately, as we can see in the highlights here brought to us by Garnier Man, Homebois were dictating the control of this game right from the beginning. Madness Esports had some pretty good moments here. If they got that kill on Chibi, it would have been huge. But afterwards, Homebois started fighting back.
Yeah, this is kind of like a surprising plot twist as well coming from Homebois, right? Like, for Sepa to actually join in the fight alongside with Ye, little did they know that Homebois actually had a lane swap with Chibi going on the XP lane so that Sepa was able to do his thing. Chibi needs a little bit more space and levels actually for the fight, but even eventually it came down to whether or not do they have that early level lead, and that's exactly what they need to snowball against an Uber strategy. And you can see Madness Esports time and time again, they force a fight, but at the same time, if they're not grouped up as 5, it's extremely hard to win those fights at all costs.
Yeah, we can see here the Maniac set up for Anip very easily for the side of Homebois as well. Literally nothing that Madness could do to defend their teammates, and towards the end game, Blessing of the Moon Goddess just didn't do anything but delay the demise for Madness here. As Homebois, a 13,000 net worth lead with the crystal breaking is an insurmountable difference. Yes, Madness Esports, they went into this game prepared to be a little bit behind in terms of net worth, but this is too much. You cannot come back from that.
Oh, it's just a little bit unfortunate. Sometimes luck is a little bit factor. Sometimes it's a little bit of skill as well. But what I do know is that the All-Star bonus event, the All-Star Last Anchor, is currently available right now. And you can select the limited skins you want and redeem it for absolutely free. Yes.
Wow.
Free skins for you guys, and make sure to get it right here right now, because on the 31st all the way to the 30th of April you can complete event tasks to collect wish skin fragments and redeem one of the skins below: the Gato Kacha Arhat King, the Natalia Deadly Mamba skin, the Esmeralda Poison Vine, the Marty's Death Rock, the Terisla Hammer Giant, the Alpha Crimson Warrior, and the Harif Fashion Expert. All the skins is available for you guys in the All-Star events.
Sounds like quite an exciting event that you guys definitely do not want to miss out on, so make sure you guys check that out. But speaking of, we're going to be going into Game 2 very soon, so before we start off another foray into the Land of Dawn, let's talk about what happened previously. As we can see from the drafts here, these are very typical lineups from both teams, and it speaks to the fact that Homebois just really understand exactly what they need to do to render Madness Esports helpless.
You know, once upon a time, if before Fredrin was out, before Faramis was out, Estes would have been a very, very big, huge factor to actually win the game. Because in terms of AoE damage, there are not a lot of heroes that can actually burst the entire composition coming from Madness Esports enough to actually chip away. But even then, with the Faramis, with the Fredrin, a lot of CCs coming in, Madness Esports, they were still able to hold on. And the only thing that kind of won them the fight is pretty much that Homebois had the early domination. And this is something that I think Madness Esports, they need to figure out how they actually come up on top.
Yeah, this lineup unfortunately didn't quite work for them. Madness Esports a bit too interdependent on each other's presence, sending 4 members down to the gold lane and then not achieving anything with it. When you play a 4-and-1 composition, the EXP laner becomes that much more important. Yeah, needed to win his lane out against Sapat. And unfortunately, the Arlet proved to be so much of a problem for that Sapat was even able to move across the entire map and join the team fights on the bottom side without losing any structures at all. So the macro play instantly in favor of the Homebois. Madness Esports, they got a lot to work to do, so hopefully their coach gonna be able to come up with something as we now prepare to enter the draft for game number 2 against, it's gonna be the Madness Esports up against Homebois.
Now, when it comes to the drafts here, seeing that Madness Esports will be taking the blue side this time, Mally needs to channel his inner energy to figure out how do they want to play this. Does he still want to stick with the Estes? Because so far, the Estes pickup has not been worked out ever since, but they will respect the Faramis this time with Warlord clutching in for the team. It seems like Madness Esports, they realized that they could have won that early engagement from game 1, but because of how Warlord was playing that Faramis, they will be respecting and abandoning it now.
Yeah, we already highlighted the Faramis during the draft for game 1. This is a hero to be feared, and in the hands of Warlord, it is something to be respected. We already saw that, and it's such a good hero to deal with the Ube strat as well. Cult Altar provides safety, and Ghostbusters loves it when the enemies just group up all together. So it's understandable that Madness Esports don't want to have to deal with it, but it's also interesting that Warsaw, as well as previously the Eve, were respected so much by Madness Esports. They're going to be banning out the glue, finish things off. Homebois continuing to respect onto Mali's Diggy, but otherwise, everything looks pretty normal.
Well, speaking of this as well, seems like there are a lot of heroes completely ignored. In this case, there is still the Fanny, there is still the Fredrin, there's still the Arlot, there's still the Mortis as well, completely in the pool. Madness Esports first pick here. Do they want to steal the Arlot away from Sapat, because he was doing really well in that game, because every single time Sapat comes into the fight, Madness Esports is just getting dived head on over and over again. The final slash setup is extremely annoying to deal with, but Madness Esports seems like they will do so.
Yeah, looks like Homebois is quite comfortable giving this away, which means they definitely have a plan. The Fredrin, pretty obvious choice now that Arlet has been taken by Madness Esports, but the Valentina gonna be taken away here. Warlord gonna be stealing away that final slash for his own benefit.
Wow, well, to be honest, I haven't seen an interaction like a stolen final slash. Like,
we've seen so much of
like,
that, though.
I know it's a really good interaction, but what can you set it up into? Because so far, the most coolest one I've ever seen was Team HAQ actually setting the final slash, sweeping it's kind of like a sweeping broom animation where you sweep the enemies into a Lolita Numenon Blast. That would be pretty cool.
Well, speaking of Numenon Blast, it's actually going to be on the side of Madness Esports as well as the real-world manipulation. So instantly, massive team fight combinations. If they're able to catch on multiple members of the Homebois, that is so much crowd control.
I really like this broom strategy coming from Madness Esports. It's like the broom and ladle, you got to sweep the floor. You know, you sweep your enemies into a Numenon Blast, you sweep them into a real manipulation. It is going to be extremely hard to get out of. And based on this, I feel like getting a Diggy isn't too bad coming from Homebois to actually disengage from the potential brooms. But nope, seems like considering that Diggy was first banned from Homebois, well, it is going to be tough. You know, are we going to see Purifies coming in from Homebois?
Yeah, unfortunately, Time Journey just not an option anymore. So yeah, this is quite scary for the Homebois. I like the Melissa pick. a hero that can just stand in the back line may be difficult to dive on with the go away as well. But Valentina has a pretty tough job here. Warlord, 3 huge ultimates to choose from when they want to take these team fights. And it's going to do a lot to deter Homebois from getting too close and gaining their momentum. This broom strat, as you mentioned, with the dustpans coming in in the form of real-world manipulation. Gonna be interesting. Can Madness Esports clean up Homebois' act?
Well, that is going to be a tough one if you think about it. But as of now, what I do know is that Homebois, they are going to be leaning towards the comfort picks as well. Serpat still has a very, very big hero potential. Lapu Lapu still going to be in the pool. Glue going to be banned off for sure. But I feel like Serpat, he can potentially bring in the Benedetta or the Paquito, which is something that can completely disrupt the backlines. Yujong isn't too bad about Serpat as well to actually try and disrupt the backlines, especially against an Arlott. Arlott doesn't necessarily do well against a Yujong, but yeah, it's gone. Nope, it's fine.
Now that you point out the Paquito, I actually kind of like it in this situation. Having a low cooldown ult like the knockout strike to disable the backline may be pretty good. And now that we're seeing the Franco being picked up, not as last pick for Barbosa, I feel like the Paquito option may be what Homebois is looking for.
I see where they're going, right? Like, I see, like, Homebois is a little bit afraid that Madness Esports might be going for a potential Fanny. They need some sort of lockdown, but the Franco is also okay to actually limit the options of potentially the Arla coming in and diving out of control. So the bite does give them a little bit more of a safety net from Homebois, but still, it feels like it is still a little bit too early. They are going to try and open up Serpat's heroes a little bit later, but Madness Esports, they're bringing in the Baxia once again, but not with the Estes. Which, unfortunately to say, they are going to steal the carry away to deal with the Fredrin.
Interesting here. Now, I'm not a big fan of the Baxia. Once again, there's a reason this hero has a 0% win rate. It's not so good, but combined together with the big teamfight potential of the side of Madness Esports, perhaps having the Tortoises Presence just to slow down Homebois even further may set out for Zavs on a hero that perhaps is a little more close range compared to his comfort picks. We'll find out as we see. Not gonna be the Paquito, Lapu Lapu, the safe choice from the Homebois to round up their draft.
I was expecting maybe the Paquito or maybe even the Benedetta, but the Lapu Lapu will work really, really well. Gives you a lot of zoning control, but at the same time, can any one of them actually pick off the carry? Because the biggest threat coming from Homebois is going to be this carry Zav coming into his later stage of game. But as long as they find a way to actually punish this carry, they will be able to close out this game relatively early. Meanwhile, from the side of Madness Esports, based on the drafts as well, they've got a very, very solid draft on earning the early game as well as the late game, just because of how this carry is going to be able to peel through all these tanky compositions. So the win conditions are pretty much very clear, and the predictions wise is heavily favored on towards Madness Esports. But the problem is, it all comes down to execution. So I'm looking forward to see how this goes between both these teams.
As we open the doors to the Land of Dawn once more, will the Homeboys secure an upper bracket position by clearing out a clean sweep against their rivals today? Or will Madness Esports show us that there's still more under the hood to claim their spot in the Season 11 playoffs? Let us find out.
Well, there is going to be a lot of emphasis on the synergy coming from Madness Esports. Can they get the broomsticks ready in time? Because if they don't hit those ultimate timings in time, Homebois is going to be walking them over, because as of yet, Sonic gonna get slowed down a little bit, but it is a Baxia we're talking about. So the Franco hooks of disrupting the jungles may not be, well, as effective as we kind of expect it to be.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird movement from Barbosa there. Logically, yes, he wants to disrupt Sonic a little bit, but against Abaxia, there's really nothing he can do at level 1, and because he wasn't present in the mid lane, Warlord is on 50% HP. So Homeboy is actually losing a little bit of early lane presence with that movement.
Yeah, and seeing the itemizations, the emblems themselves here, we do see a little bit of
Uh-oh.
ability, but hold that thought for now.
TB,
TB!
no appraiser's wrap. He's dropping to 10%. Yeah. Maima gonna be the fun to get first blood for Madness Esports.
Yeah, that is really important for Madness Esports. They tried to actually give the kill towards Zaps here. Unfortunately, they just couldn't, and they are gonna try and secure it for sure. So this is actually huge for Madness Esports. Predictor did say as well, they've got a strong early pressure, they've got very strong late game potential as well. And if they are able to scale this into his middle stage game, Homebois, they are going to be in a lot of trouble because eventually they need to get the pick.
And look at all that CC, the real world manipulation into the stun from Mali. No presence from the rest of the Homebois at all. Madness out momentuming the early game aggression right now.
Yeah, this is good. This is really good. This is exactly what the Madness needs. But Chibi is going to be a little bit trouble. The baseless buff completely
yeah! The beautiful side steps here. He finally gets picked off, but his job is already done. Chibi not going to be around to take away the turtle. Homebois trying to reset it, but it's going to be Sonic who secures it in the end as Barbosa, nice sidestepping, flickers away from Numenon Blast. Madness Esports firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, this is huge. This is extremely huge for Madness Esports. This is the momentum that they needed from game number 1. And as the game goes by as well, Homebois, they are going to eventually realize that, hey, the biggest threat here is going to be trying to annoy Chibi time and time again. And so far, Chibi is doing a fantastic job getting some sort of farm. But the problem is, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble because bottom side,
Barbosa, he's just dead. There's nothing he can do. 4v2 on him. He wants to survive this. Go away. Not going to protect him as Maima controlling the entire battlefield with the real world manipulation.
Oh, the aggression coming from Madness Esports is just unfathomable, Bobo, because as of now, they are going to reattempt this dive.
Wow, 4 members still down here, and Warlord was not expecting that. RWM not going to save him as Zaz takes down the entire bottom turret. Just a tiny bit of HP left instantly. 3k net worth lead for Madness Esports.
Well, this is not going well for Homebois because Madness Esports, they found their momentum and rhythm because every single time the real world manipulation is available up on Maima, you can see that Madness Esports is looking to pick a fight right from the get-go. And now, as soon as I say this, he just got his real manipulation and he is gonna look to punish on it once again.
Madness Esports finally take down the tier 1 bottom. Barbosa, he might have walked a bit too far too soon. The rest of his team, they're just gonna abandon him. They cannot take this fight. Maima with a killing spree.
So very smart of Madness Esports.
Oh!
Warlord!
Oh
my God!
Pushed out with the final slash as just comes and says, I'm gonna take that if you don't mind.
Well, in this case, he just got swept under the rug because that's exactly what's going on, Homebois. They're completely unable to do anything in all this engagement. This is the first time we have kind of seen the Homebois losing out so much in the early stage game, but can they find a way to make a comeback? Because as of now, Madness Esports, they're power leveling Zap as much as they can. Meanwhile, Anip is pretty much 2 levels behind on this Melissa. Homebois, they have no choice but to concede this. They have to make space for Anip to actually go in for a couple farm, and it seems like they are in return gonna try and zone them out instead.
Barbosa walking up. They're gonna get caught out. Sonic is here, zoning out Warlord. Flickers, 2 of them from Homebois already used the disengage from Madness. The taunt coming out from Chibi. Hook going to miss entirely, predicting the dash, but miscommunications as Anim now caught in the real world manipulation, down to 40% HP. Numenon Blast flickers forward. Oh! Numenon Blast from Madness Esports. Anim and Warlord taken out. Iron Hook pulls Sonic into the tower. They will get some revenge here, but the Madness have already taken out the top tier 1. Homebois being outplayed.
Sheesh, man, leave 4-man Numenon Blast. Perfect angle, perfect setup. What a play as well as they continue to punish Anip time and time again. And this is huge because every single time Anip dies, he is going to lose his level trade against Zav. And Zav now, 5 minutes in the game, he got his golden staff on his carry. That means this carry is going to be hitting so hard against Homebois. It is going to be a big problem for Homebois to actually zone and push out the lanes.
This is actually really bad news for the Homebois right now. This is a team that really depends on their early game leads in order to completely dominate mid and late game. And Now that they're 4,000 gold behind Madness Esports, this broom and dustpan strategy working out excellently right now. The crowd control just preventing Homebois from executing any of their game plans.
Yeah, Homebois just struggling to actually get scraps here. It seems like they are going to secure the tier 1 up top. Meanwhile, bottom lane, you see Madness Esports already pressuring here. They're sending in Serpa to actually stall the aggression, but there's only so much he can do. He will be able to buy a little bit more time, but unfortunately, the tier 2 will still gonna fall here. Mid lane, Chibi also gonna be aggressive as well. The conceal play comes in.
Ooh, they want to catch the Fredrin so badly. They're not gonna be able to pick up on him. Iron Hook going to miss once again. 5 members of Madness Esports. Real one manipulation comes out. Numenor blast on 1 member. Yeah, from the right side. Instantly executing Warlord, but he's taking a lot of damage. Anib has scaled up. That's gonna be a kill for Suppa. Jumps in with the Bravest Warrior. Gets the 2-man Landshaker as Madness Esports. They're struggling to retreat. Mali gonna be getting caught out. Double kill for the Lapu Lapu. Sonic, the next target, right into the Embracer's Wrath thanks to the Bloody Hut as Barbosa gonna be picked off with a mega kill from Maima. Chibi, he jumped too far. The double kill in return for Eve on the side of Madness Esports.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming from Madness Esports as well. Maima and Zav was able to isolate the fight. Homebois, they were able to punish Madness Esports in all these engagements from the aggression, but as soon as the game, the fight dragged out a little bit too long, this is where he shines the most, right? The Ice Queen 1 of Maima is slowing them down to enough time to allow Zav to get in a couple of resets, and once Homeboys use up all their skills, they're pretty much left out in the open for free pickings, and that's exactly what Homeboys kind of overheated a little bit here, just because Ane was able to do so much damage when Madness Esports was clumping up S5.
The important part there is that Homeboys still have a chance to claw this back right now. Having Melissa means that if they can funnel Madness into a defensive positioning, they actually have really strong consistency in their DPS. But Maima is a big problem. This Eve, 5-0-7 so far, being able to actually show his stuff. And speaking of, Sapat, he may be out of position here. Bravest Fighter will get him out.
Yeah, Maima is doing really well so far, and he's got 33,000 damage on that Eve. He's just getting free targets after free targets, and every single time he has his real manipulation, you can see he's making the calls. Hey, Madness Esports, we need to take a fight. And now Homeboys, they realize this, they are respecting this, but at the same time, they're just completely dodging the fight, knowing that the only way Homeboys makes a comeback is they dodge fights, find farm for Anim, and eventually they will be able to do all right against Madness Esports.
What Homeboys is doing right now, though, is that they're playing the map. They're going for the macro. They know they can't win out Madness Esports in a straight-up fight, so they're giving away structures and trying to split up their forces to go for trades across the map. It's all they can really do for now to keep themselves in the game. Sonic engaging onto Barbosa. Chibi wants to save him, gets the taunt out, but the Madness comes in. Victor and final slash from Yeah, pushes Chibi out of position. He's still in the real one manipulation, cannot get his ult out. Zavs with the killing spree.
Yeah, this is risky coming from Homeboys. They need to take this kind of risk, but at the same time, Madness Esports is just not giving it to them. But with massive ultimates drop down on Maima, Homeboys looking to re-engage. Unfortunately, Madness Esports realize that the Lord priority is going to be even more important. It's just not worth it to force a fight right now.
This Franco pick on the side of Homeboys, Barbosa, he hasn't been able to get pickoffs this entire game. It seems like Mali, he's very familiar with this hero. He knows where Barbosa is going to be looking, and right now, that is keeping Madness Esports out of the clutches of the Homeboys and allowing them to dictate the engagements. The first Lord going to be dropping over to them. Not much Homeboys can do about it.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. 5k lead coming from Madness Esports. They will have the momentum, but whether or not can they close out the game, it all solely depends on Maima. Can he set it up for the team? Because based on the items that I've seen right now, he's got the Ice Cream 1, he's got the Glowing 1. These are all massive, huge items as a utilitarian that actually deal with Homeboys' composition. Whereas Homeboys, they need a little bit more. Because as of yet, he's only got the DHS as well as the Corrosion side, which arguably is not enough, especially whenever he drops his puppets comes in. Mali is always going to be there, dropping those Bulwark Shields to block a majority of his damage. So this is an awkward situation Homeboys is in. Do they pick a fight to actually fight around Mali, or do they go in for the one-shot? Because as of now, Madness Esports has got so much angles that they can actually deal with Homeboys' ideal comeback situation.
I think unless Homeboys can find a beautiful pickoff, perhaps with the Iron Hook, they're better off in the counter-engage position. Madness Esports just has too many big ultimates. If they can force cooldowns out, that is the window for the Homebois. But right now, oh, they get the Iron Hook. Bloody hot on the Mali. Will they be able to pick him off? Instantly, Numan Blast, final slash, real manipulation. Homebois are getting dismantled in their own base. The monster kill, the mega kill. Madness Esports 5-man strong. Barbosa, the only survivor as the crystal is exposed. And Madness Esports will disrupt the flow of the Homebois and take a game for themselves.
Nicely done coming in from Madness Esports. The broom strategy worked completely, sweeping them to their deaths. In this case, Madness Esports, they're able to clutch it out against Homebois. And Homebois, it seems like it is going to be back to the drawing board. A little bit of an overestimation in the drafts. And hopefully they are able to fix things off before game number 3. But with that being said, nicely done from Madness Esports.
These boys, Madness Esports, just consistently being the surprise factor over and over again. A team that everyone thinks they have figured out and yet are able to repeatedly take games against more capable competitors. Homebois, they've definitely been humbled in game number 2, and it shows. You cannot allow too many valuable heroes through the draft. This was a miscalculation. Madness Esports, they gotta feel good there. Let's see how they felt in the mic check.
Spectacle tu bukan gol tu Apa ni? Sotong.
Sotong?
Tu tentacle.
Weh, aku rasa panas sungguh lah.
Ini betul. Game 2 ni aku panas.
Mati ni.
Gimana datang?
Woi. Aku boleh kocak terus ni, Malaysia ni.
Aku bukan turtle dik. Kita menang turtle ni.
Nak tak kau tau.
Garang now.
Batai Jimmy, batai tak ada gigit. Rangkau tak ada gigit.
Nice.
Hati-hati tau, diorang boleh masuk daripada belakang tau.
Beraninya nanti. Apa dah? Nanti.
Boleh ya.
Well. Seems like they're feeling a little bit better as well. But with Maima coming in from Madness Esports, the shot calling coming from Madness Esports has been on point. It seems like there's a lot of improvement by having Maima joining the team. And we've talked about communication, we talked about teamwork, but it seems like Madness Esports needed Maima for this win.
I think the draft honestly played a huge role in that game. We already talked about it. Broom and Dustpan, we wondered, are they going to be able to clean up Homebois' act? They didn't just do that, they swept them off their feet entirely. Too many strong ultimates, too much CC. The team fight control from Madness Esports was unbeatable in that situation. And Homebois, there was not much they could do there. So perhaps it's time to take a break and join the All-Star Festival that is happening from 5th to 20th April.
Yep, and you can complete daily tasks to get yourself the All-Star promo diamonds and log in on the 20th of April. You can also claim a free login gift that might yield up to 1,111 All-Star promo diamonds. It's 1111 All-Star promo diamonds, and the All-Star promo diamonds can be used in the All-Star Mega Sale event starting on the 20th of April as well. So don't forget to collect them with those daily tasks. So be sure to log into Mobile Legends every single day, open the task, complete it, and you get yourself a chance for those juicy diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, diamonds are pretty juicy. I don't think you can expect to juice them and then have some for yourself. I don't think that would be healthy for you.
Well,
but you can use them to trade for some cool stuff.
True.
And speaking of cool stuff, let's have a look at the cool stuff that was purchased by both teams right here. I don't think there's anything too strange in terms of the item builds coming out from both sides. I do see that Yeah went for a slightly more aggressive style, going at Hunter Strike and Thunderbelt here. And it is pretty understandable. He was winning his lane, he was doing great, and those final slash setups, sweeping them into the big ultimates coming out from Madness Esports, created so many good setups.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Thunder Belt in general in this kind of item build. It gives you a little bit of mana regen, but based on the composition coming from Madness Esports, they're looking for a CC control and slow effect resistance composition, where you have the Ice Cream 1 slows coming from the Eve, you've got the slows coming from the Thunder Belt, which kind of limits all these options. This is like all major big weakness flags for a Fredrin, and you can see time and time again, every single time Chibi tries to set out a play, he can't necessarily get out. So this is where Madness Esports was able to get the jump on them and punish them for this aggression. So based on this composition, based on this draft, Madness Esports got every single angle possible covered in order to deal with Homebois completely.
I'm just surprised we don't see more of this type of Madness Esports. This is still technically a derivative of the Ube strategy. It's not always about those enchanter supports, the healers. Lolita going for those setups, and Maima obviously 7-0 and 10 on this man. This is his first game back in the season. Already the rich guy as the mid laner. The amount of DPS coming out from the Eve just generated so many problems for the Homebois.
Yeah, Maima has been a staple name in the MLBB scene for a long time. Every single time, whenever a team needs a sub, they will call Maima for help, and he was able to deliver somewhat of a result and performance. But the question here remains, can he take Madness Esports all the way? Because right now, with this game being tied here, Game 3 is going to be extremely important for Madness Esports if they want to survive playoffs.
What feels kind of bad for both these teams here is that the chance of getting the clean 3 points is just gone. And they want to just be able to pick up whatever scraps they can get. But of course, MVP, I think we all know who it's going to be. It's going to be Maima, 94% match kill participation, and a perfect KDA. This is the gameplay we were expecting to see once we saw this face join the Madness Esports roster.
Beautiful stuff coming from Maima here. Playing the Eve, 2 games in a row, he's been really on point. His integration as a jungler into his mid lane here has been performing wonders here with his gameplay, and I'm looking forward to see can he continue to do so in game number 3. But in case you missed how game 2 looked like, this is gonna be the recap coming in from the heat map coming in from Maima on how he positions himself as the Eve. Because if you see in the first 3 to 6 minutes of the game, his heavy emphasis has been making sure that Zaf has been able to get a lot of his farm, and he's been prioritizing and setting up plays to actually punish either securing the gold laner or pressuring Chibi in the jungle.
We know that when Maima is playing on a hero like Eve, especially against Valentina, he's already going to have mid lane priority. This time, we saw Mali go for that mid lane start instead of instantly focusing on the gold lane. And because Barbosa was busy trying to distract Sonic, albeit unsuccessfully, instantly, Madness Esports wins mid lane prior. What does Maima do with this? Instantly roam bot lane, roam top lane, win out the tier 1s, funnel it all into Zavs. Madness Esports, this was a beautiful recipe here that resulted in an excellent final dish. And we saw that as we can relive these excellent moments in the highlights.
Yeah, and in the highlights as well, we did see a little bit of how much aggression Madness Esports is doing, right? Like the moment that Chibi does not have this level advantage and Sonic was able to get a jump on him, they immediately get an advantage. Hey, we are going to punish the Fredrin, and if we get a kill on Chibi, that's great. If we get a second one, that's great, because there's no way Chibi can provide assist on Anip. And every single time Maima has his role position, you can see heavy emphasis from Madness Esports to go down the goal lane and make sure that Anip, it gets completely punished here. The go away doesn't necessarily help you against a real world nation who pretty much drops everything on your face. And this is something that I think Homebois failed to realize. And by the time they realize it, it was already too late because of how far ahead Maima is into this game. He's got the magic shop, he's got 5 kills in the process, and 11 of his games, he's got 3 core items, which completely overrules whatever Homebois was trying to itemize against.
Just looking at these team fights from Madness Esports, these were beautiful symphonies right there. Pieces of art. These are team fights that you imagine, that you can see in your mind when you imagine MLBB. Unfortunately, giving away so many of these heroes to Madness proved to be Homebois' undoing here. They have a lineup that requires them to throw bodies, to delay, to sacrifice in order to set up damage. But when there's so much CC and DPS potential coming out of Madness in the first place, they have no chance to pull that off, not to mention how much of an early lead they gained. We saw an instant reversal of game number 1. So now, All chips are on the table.
Well, it seems like today seems to be a little bit of a blue side coming from both sides. Yeah, both pretty much winning on game number 1. But before that, we have a very, very special moment here as we throw it onto the stage with Rose, where we have a special segment for you guys up on stage with Rose. Rose, take it away.
Hello, I'm back on stage. So, Adin tanya, I nak buat apa? Of course lah, nak main game. Duh, that's why I'm here. Okay guys, so macam biasa, kalau the match is at a 1-1 point, kita akan buat satu segment on stage. Nama tu Cam On Me. Tapi semalam kita buat ulti battle. Betul tak? Betul. Kali ni, I nak buat combo challenge pula. Okay, macam example. Franco. Dia hook, dia flick, dia ulti, macam tu. Tak combo sahaja. Come on dapat skin kot. Okay, so let us invite our first 2 participants. Floor manager sudah pilih orang. So kita ada 2 orang. Okay, hello. Oh, 2 orang kawan. So okay lah. Boleh lah kan request pelik-pelik nanti. Hello. Satu sini. Hello. What's your name?
Farid.
Okay. What's your name?
Razi.
Okay. You main role apa?
Jungler.
Main role apa?
Mid lane.
Okay, so kita bagi hero based on dorang punya role, boleh? Jap. Kalau mid lane, combo apa yang nice Harith, nice. Harith combo. Okay. Untuk jungler? Link. Janganlah Link. Link tu nama floor manager kita. Bukan. Lancelot, Pakito ke Hellcat? Pilih satu. Hellcat. Combo Hellcat Okay, combo Hellcat. So combo Hellcat, combo Harith. Apa nak start dulu? Ke nak buat by one kat atas stage ni? Okay, I move to the back. In 3, siapa nak start dulu? Ke nak buat sekali? Sekali boleh je. Woi, spotting je. Okay combo Hellcat, combo Harith. 1, 2, 3, go. Combo Hellcat tu macam kufra je. Cakap dulu. Tutup mata, cakap 4 kali. Okay. Sekali lagi Hellcat Janganlah tutup lampu. Hellcat. Betul. Okay, Harith, Hellcat. Sekali lagi 1, 2, 3, go. Attack dia. Dia opponent. Saya host. Okay. On the floor lah. Okay. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Boleh lah. Okay. Harith pula. Takkan mid lane tak tahu Harith combo apa. Panic. Slide dah. Lain macam slide abang tu. Sekali lagi. Mana boleh? Tadi tu dia dah buat on the floor tu. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Go. Apa? Boleh lah. Okay lah. Boleh lah. Alright, thank you. You can claim your skin from our floor manager nanti. Alright, our last 2 contenders. Can we please have them up? Oh, on the right side pula. Okay. Hello. Mana satu lagi? Oh, okay. Okay. Yang ni, I ada idea. Hello, what's your name?
Azizi.
What's your name?
Safi.
Okay. So, hari ni datang sokong team? Datang sokong team apa?
Homebois.
Okay, dia pemalu. So, since dia pemalu, I nak dia buat combo kufra. Dia pula, I nak dia buat combo badang. Okay? Boleh ya? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Go. Combo bang, bukan ulti je, combo. Daripada masuk tu, jadi bola lompat-lompat, masuk ulti. Betul. Okay, sekali lagi combo 1, 2, 3. Lepas tak? Lepas? Lepas, okay. Rasa ni bias ni, cakap lepas sebab yang depan ni. Alright, thank you. Nanti boleh claim gift dari floor manager kita. Alright guys, so Stadium Juara, are you ready for the third game? Even louder, Stadium Juara, are you ready for the third game? And with that, mari kita mulakan game ketiga kita untuk match pertama. Casters, take it away.
The series returns to a best of 1 in our first match today as Madness Esports shows that they are not a team to be trifled with, and Homebois may have faced a little bit of punishment for disrespecting their potential right now. We're gonna go into game number 3 very, very soon, where both these sides are gonna be eager to claw up any of these points they can get. Remember, Week 5 playoffs are coming up. And, well, things are looking pretty spicy.
You know, speaking of spicy here, I'm curious to see what kind of combos that the players are going to be bringing to the table. Yep. Because the fans here, they're extremely creative, you know, with their combos here. My biggest, most favorite one is got to be the guy crawling like a Helker. Imagine trying to roleplay a very slippery black demon version of a cockroach crawling on the screen with stingers. That's kind of scary if you think about it.
Yeah, that's definitely not something you would want to see under your bed at night. So it's good that we get to see it recreated up on stage just to reduce a little bit of that fear. But going into game number 3, I'm sure Homebois will have a bit of a fear right now because we did see a devastating combo on the side of Madness Esports with a final slash into the Numanon Blast and real-world manipulation. Honestly, if we just saw that up on stage, they would just have to bring out a broom, you know? We just call the janitor over.
It's literally one of the coolest strategy you can think of with the final slash. Like, I think I briefly saw it in the early stage of the regular season where Team HAQ tried to do it. It looked good. It looks nice, but they couldn't win the fight. But that game from game number 2 was so clean from Madness Esports to a point that there was absolutely nothing Homebois could have done. It felt like a situation where it felt like an Atlas Wombo combo Fatal Links into a complete disaster. But in this case, with no Purifies, with no Digi from the side of Homebois, it was extremely hard to do so, especially when Homebois first phase banned the Digi, knowing that this is a comfort pick coming from Mali. And for Mali to set up a 4-man Numanon Blast in the early stage game, everyone from side Homebois just couldn't do a lot in that situation. So I guess when it came down to this draft, it feels like there's a lot that Homebois needed to fix in game number 2, especially when they forced the Franco, hoping that it will be enough to slow down Boxer's rotations.
I do have to wonder whether or not Homebois, their draft just underestimated Madness Esports, or they just forgot and were completely caught off guard by the heroes that were drafted up. Perhaps they were expecting for something like the Estes to come out again, but now they know that it's best to expect the unexpected here, and that's going to be the spirit that we're going into game number 3 with right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys stay in your seats because this is going to be a game to determine which of these two teams gets that final important point to move up in the Season 11 regular season rankings.
Wow, well, coming to the drafts, once again, Homebois, they are going to ban off the Diki once again. But so far, 2 games in a row, if you were to base off this series' stats so far, Arlott has had a 100% win rate of this series. So it seems like they might be leaning on a little bit more towards Arlott for support once again for Homebois and just let the Fredrin through. But so far, carry has been a very, very good answer towards the Fredrin. Likewise can be said for the Yeet. So this is something that I think Homebois needs to rethink their strategy because with the Faramis ban coming from Madness Esports, it forced Warlord in a situation where they were forced to actually play the Valentina themselves. But now with the Faramis ban here, Homebois, just denying their own personal drafts, expecting that Madness Esports might be using it to take it away from them. So I like the adaptations coming in, but Madness Esports, they respond with the Yeet as well. It seems like they want to pick the Fredrin up on Sonic this game for Madness Esports, knowing that Homebois might be taking the Arlot.
This is kind of interesting so far. Like, I expected Homebois to focus more towards the Eve rather than the Farsa in this game, but I wasn't expecting them to ban out the Fair Mist themselves. So, knowing that Madness will have second pick means that they don't want to give that away this time. So, the Arlet makes a lot of sense, but Madness Esports gonna be making a smart choice right now, removing the Arlet instantly and leaving it up to the Homebois now. What do they prioritize? Do they want the Fredrin? Do they want Valentina? Do they want the Glue, which has previously been banned for both games, now open?
Yep, and at the same time, I think Farsa isn't too bad here coming from Homebois if they want to decide it on from Warlord, knowing that Warlord does have the tendency to lean on specific mages. But I'm curious to see whether or not are they going to go for it, because as of now, it seems it isn't too bad to actually set up as a tempo to actually go for it, but at the same time, Kanita completely ignored from both sides. And oh, okay, we haven't talked about this for a long time. Glue, flexible picks here for Rome, flexible picks for XP lane. They are gonna pick it up for themselves.
Haven't seen Glue in a while. The hero has been very regularly banned out, and Subat plays a pretty mean Glue. Will definitely win out his lane, but I'm more worried about how it will contribute during big team fights, which Madness Esports is still proceeding with that style of play, locking in the Lolita and the Farsa to start off their draft.
Yeah, now it's a good time as well, because considering that now Homebois have 2 picks here, they can look to secure both the carry as well as the Fredrin, try to limit and kind of allow Chibi to utilize his position to actually dominate his way through. But if they were to go for this composition, they will lose out on the Valentina instead. But no, they're not going for the carry. They're not going for the Valentina. Oh, sorry, they're not going for the...
What are you missing here? The Melissa?
Yeah, it's kind of weird considering that they would actually go for it as well. Frederick completely ignored.
That is true.
They are going to potentially ban off the carry later on. So Madness Esports, they have to make a very, very important call now. Do they go for the Frederick right here and just ban off? But I don't know. Like, why would they actually pick the Claude into this? This is.
I think what Homebois is looking at right now is probably the Martis for the jungle position. They might be letting the Fredrin go to Madness Esports, which they are gonna instantly lock in so that they will give Chibi more damage potential as well as a hero that has anti-CC built into the Mortal Coil. That's just my assumption right now, because Madness Esports, their opening draft looking pretty scary. Not sure if Homebois has enough early game pressure.
Like, I get that from the side of Homebois, these are 3 S-tier picks, right? Like, Claude is great, he's got a little bit flexible, you have a little bit of wombo combo, but with Faramis being banned here, you don't necessarily need those wombo combos to actually clear off those temp HPs or etc. But I guess, you know, Claude is enough to deal with the Fredrin, but especially with the Lolita coming in, I'm a little bit concerned. But I guess maybe from Homeboy's perspective, it is going to be because that, hey, when the shields are up, carry can't do too much. But with the Claude, you can battle image back past the shield and then pop a Blazing Duet. But with the Frederick in mind, it also can be used as a integration to actually cancel off the Blazing Duet when he goes for those kind of dashes. So that's why I was a little bit surprised that they actually drafted this coming from Homeboys. But with that being said, now the biggest issue here is, like you said as well, the Marta is going to be potentially grabbed from Homeboys. Madness may look to ban it off, but they are respecting the Kaja first in case of any kind of isolation.
The Leslie ban is kind of strange coming out from the Homeboys right now. I guess they want to avoid Madness from having too powerful of a backline. And just as we mentioned, Madness Esports not gonna give the Martis over to GB. They already have 1 S-tier jungler, not gonna give the other one away to maintain superiority over the jungle area.
I guess, you know, based on what Homeboys is trying to do as well, I talked about mobility, I talk about backlines, right? There's this one hero that really suits Homeboys right now, and that's pretty much the tank slot up on GB. Just because of how mobile they can get. I feel like with this Mortis being bad, that's pretty much the only option that they can go for, which is pretty much having the Valentina, having the Cloud, and the tank slot just dive the back lines, having Glue kind of lure them into a very, very weird, awkward position, and then burst down the Forza. So I guess that's the idea that
What
I was
about
looking for.
What about Chibi Fanny?
Oh yeah, Fanny's actually pretty good as well. Oh, that is
possible, right?
Very, very scary. Homebois,
they've drafted pretty greedy right now. Valentina and Claude are very late game. They need early pressure. If it's a non-Martis, it may be the Fanny here, and they're leaving it to last to try and prevent Madness Esports from having sufficient crowd control.
I think the Fanny here isn't too bad, considering that Melissa wasn't picked from side of Madness Esports, and there's no go away. I think this is the perfect time for them to actually go for it if they want to choose it right here, right now. But Kufra is also available coming from Homebois, which is something that they can actually disrupt the mobilities coming from Frederick. He does provide some sort of a resistance against the Claude. But the Grok is going to be the way to go coming from Homebois, and it is going to be Tag Slot. Yes.
Not Fanny. All right.
I love it. I love it.
Homeboy sticking to their guns, tanks a lot, pretty solid overall. The Grok Roam, I'm pretty sure. It can still be flexed with Glue, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Grok Roam. I'm a little worried about that. I feel like he's not going to have quite enough pressure against a Lolita Farsa combination. So a lot of pressure onto Chibi to perform during the early few minutes. As Madness Esports not going to be looking for their final pick, looking for that EXP lane. Lots of great options still open. Lapu Lapu, Yuzong. It's basically a free game.
Yeah, but based on this as well, there is going to be the Cho coming in
Cho
from Madness Esports. I'm a little bit curious here. It might be an XP. Yeah, it is going to be an XP lane Cho coming in from him. But based on what I'm seeing here, based on their history, track record from Game 1 and Game number 2, Madness Esports, Maima has been playing really, really well. But with this draft being set in mind, Homebois has very, very heavy emphasis on punishing this Farsa as much as they can and then hope to snowball from there. And with this composition, it is very, very possible to do so. Meanwhile, from Madness Esports, they do have a composition where they want to isolate the fight to allow this Beatrix to pop off and set up for those one-shot kills. So there is going to be a difference in approach when it comes to this playstyles, but based on the stats so far, Madness will be winning on teamfight's utility, late game, and as well as pick-off potential, while Homebois will be able to win in terms of the push strategy. So I'm looking forward to see how they equalize this match in game number 3 and who comes up on top.
Execution and momentum have been the key words so far in this series between the Homebois and Madness Esports, with a lineup looking quite interesting and easier to execute against the Homebois, which will require a lot of momentum and mid-game control. We'll find out which of these two teams will gain that all-important point to move up further in the rankings.
Yep, and as of yet, Homebois, they do have this composition where they are very focused on towards Maima. So Maima is going to be the biggest threat for Madness Esports, but little did they know, they eventually need to find a way to deal with Sonic on this Fredrin, because as of now, they may have somewhat of a damage, but they do not have enough burst potential to completely shut down Sonic once the mid-game to late game is going to be coming in. Because as of yet, Sonic left completely unchecked. Homebois also not looking for those kind of very, very aggressive invades we kind of expect from them coming from Game 1 and Game 2.
In terms of momentum, it's actually Madness Esports that needs to control the tempo here. They have the way stronger early game composition, so they should be looking to gain a lead right now. But Homebois still maintaining. They just want to delay this game because their late game scaling super strong right here. In terms of the EXP lane as well, something interesting. This is Damage Cho. Was wondering if it was going to be Tank, but it is Damage Cho.
Yeah, they do need those one-shot capabilities, and in this case, having a Damage Cho can potentially catch Anip off guard. Fortunately for Anip, he did go for the Purify instead of the Inspire or Flicker, or even the Vengeance here coming from Anip. So he is going to play a little bit more safety, but here comes Homebois.
Yep, here they come. It's going to be GB and Barbosa coming in, looking for the jump in as GB doing a lot of damage to Zavs. Warlord somehow being first blood in the mid lane. Zavs following right afterwards, a 1-for-1 trade.
What? Maima was able to get the 1v1 down mid? How is that even possible? But at the same time, Subbot, he's looking for the aggression here in Turtle Pit.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do much here. He's just providing vision for as long as possible before Sonic secures the turtle. Gonna try and engage. Appraiser's Wrath, not going to do enough to finish him off as Chibi He did not steal that away. Maima secures the purple buff for himself.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff as well. Maima once again a stable force as a mid laner coming from Madness Esports here, doing so much for the team and denying all this entry points from Homebois. And I like how Homebois was able to find an opportunity to try and get a trade. And this is something that Maima is very, very experienced of after playing in MPL for so many times. They know that teams will tentatively find trades and pickoffs, and because of that integration and stealing from buff, it is going to put him in a very, very awkward spot. But now, Homebois.
Barbosa well charged onto yeah. Feel like he could have used that on Maima. Maybe secure the kill, but right now, gonna delay this. Not gonna look for too much aggression. Sonic gets the taunt onto Warlord, but it doesn't look like either side is going for kills right now.
Yep, they tried to force a fight against Maima to try and bait out the Purify. Unfortunately, the Purify was still available on Maima, so that is going to be a problem for him. And Sonic, it's going to be A-okay. There's nothing Homebois can really do against this Fredrin yet. And this is a problem that I'm talking about as well. They have solutions for this Pharsa. If they're not utilizing this against Maima, eventually Sonic is going to get so out of control to a point that Maima is going to have this strong barrier in front of them, and he's going to drop artillery's armor on Homebois.
Personally though, I think if Homebois can stay somewhat even in terms of net worth towards the mid game, they actually win out late because of Claude, because of Valentina. So Madness Esports do still have a timer on their heads. They gotta play around the mid-game timing because that is where they're going to be strongest.
Well, this is all comes down to picks and parcel, because eventually Homebois, they will need to try to get some sort of kill potential. But Madness, they do scout this out. Mali, he's all by himself though.
Ooh, this could be dangerous. He's able to back off for now. Barbosa not looking for the engage despite being behind him. They want to set up for the turtle. Yeah. Gonna be cutting wave up top. Sonic engaging. Numenon Blast gonna be charged up. Gets the stun onto the Fredrin. Here comes the blazing duet. Feather Dare Strike a bit too far back as Sonic is instantly taken out. Sonic somehow still gets the turtle despite dying in that exchange. But here comes Subat flickering forward. Double kill picked up by Warlord.
Oh my goodness, this is huge from Homebois as well. We talked about problems for how they deal with Sonic, but when it's a 5v4, it's gonna be absolutely worth it for them. But while this is actually happening here, as soon as Yeye showed himself up top, shoving the lane, Homebois immediately collapsed on Madness Esports. And this is actually a good equalizer coming from both sides, if you think about it, because Homebois, they desperately need more objectives, while Madness Esports is just denying them time and time again with those resources.
Yeah, but look at the net worth difference. It is even right now. Homebois are achieving their win condition right now as long as they can continue controlling this situation. And Madness ideally needs to make something happen here. They have Maima, they have yeah, set things up. They're looking for it now. They're gonna get the way of the dragon onto Sapat, into the feathered airstrike, but this is a glue split, and he's just absolutely fine.
I feel bad for Maima. He tried to go for the auto lock here. Auto lock on the first artillery was on the minutes because he did not have vision in towards the bush. But nevertheless here, they are still going to make it a 10 down bottom again.
Yep, yeah. This is the problem with damage. So
oh,
his
no.
flicker didn't go over the wall, and that means Sapat is able to punish the enemy EXP laner. They do lose the tier 1 though.
Well, that's the problem about damage show, right? You are so squishy. Once you go in for the all-in push, if you do not get those important caches, this show is gonna die out. And Homebois, they're doing a fantastic job at here, but here comes the push!
Flicker while charged into the blazing duet, into the Numenon Blast! Zav flickers out, but will he be able to survive? He gets the Nibiru's Passion out and trades Barbosa for his life, while Chibi in bottom side dealing with Sonic. They've already lost Sapat as well. This Fredrin chasing down the tanks a lot. Will Chibi be able to escape? Just barely, but guess what? Turtle is up. Madness have full control.
Super fancy plays as well, but at the same time, Sapat was actually picked off on the sides as well. That's not exactly what Homebois needed in this situation, because Madness Esports, they are losing out a lot on those Zap, but eventually, Sonic is in a stage where it's just so hard to kill with. Maima's got 2 0-0, and Homebois, they're trying to funnel all these resources to Anip in order to actually get some sort of footing, and it is a problem from both sides now. Whereas Homebois, they're looking for opportunity to kill Pharsa, they can't find it. That's a big problem, +1. Madness Esports, they're doing a fantastic job of doing that, and all they gotta do is buy time for Sonic to come online and then set up for Maima.
But Sonic Like, I feel like if they just keep trying to rely on bringing him online, Homebois is gonna out momentum. Wild Tide comes in, cancels the better airstrike, placing to it, takes out MyMa instantly. Sonic forced the dash back into his base. The tier 2 now being threatened. Yeah. He's gonna look for the way of the dragon. Perfectly timed iframes from GB doesn't allow him to get it, and yeah is picked off.
Beautiful stuff again, and Homebois once again punish Madness Esports for their overzealousness. And what I'm talking about is that why they chose to fight in this specific moment was the fact that Madness Esports showed 2 players down, one in mid and one all the way into tier 2 down bottom, where Zap was chipping away to tier 2. And as soon as that happens, they saw a perfect green light. MyMa is right in front of me. Barbosa is going to go in for the jump. And that's exactly how Homebois was able to get this fight. But even then, Madness Esports somehow still manages to trade 50-50s across the map.
But this is actually in Homebois' control now. Again, remember, once mid-game comes around, Homebois just needs to be somewhat even in net worth. And they're actually ahead thanks to all the funneling. Unnamed now 600 gold ahead of Zavs. And this could be a bit of an issue. Yeah, especially not getting to do anything this game at the bottom of the net worth charts, just above the roamers. The damage show needs the snowball, and that's not happening.
Well, it is going to be very tough here, considering that now...
Oh, they get a catch! It's going to be Subbot kicked back into the team. That's what they need to do with the Way of the Dragon. Homebois now looking to contest Lord. They already taken down the tier 2 top. Sonic with a 2-man taunt. Mali going for the stun. Yeah, still in the back line as they jump in. Phantom Execution looking for Warlord. Numenum Blast onto 2 members. Sonic and yeah caught out, but they're able to dash away as Mali jumps in with his own Numenon to stun out Warlord. Final charge, gonna catch out the Wally as Sonic is picked off with a mega kill. Going to the hands of Anip with GB chasing down yeah to the ends of the earth.
Oh, nicely done coming from Madness Esports as well. A little bit disconnected this moment Anip popped off. Blazing Duet came in. They looked disconnected, and because of that disconnection, they're losing members. MyMa now trying to save the fight.
Anip gonna get shut down by MyMa with a drive-by there as Homebois. Nothing they can do to save their goal lane. They're gonna go for the tier 1 in exchange.
Oh, that is huge. This is huge for Madness Esports. Meanwhile, Homebois, they got a little bit overconfident. They got a very nice pick, but they really disrespected how MyMa is getting all these kills. And based on these items right now, he's got a Cloud of Destiny and the Lightning Trunking, while Anip is nowhere close to any sort of MR at all. And that's going to be a problem eventually for Homebois, because once MyMa drops his ultimate, someone is going to die. Meanwhile, Sonic is going to get isolated here.
Yeah, Sabat with the split play pulling him back. Barbosa not going to get kicked away. Wild Charge denies it. He gets away with the Dragon onto Chibi. Numenon Blast onto Sabat in the backline. Barbosa zoning them out, but Sonic has already been taken out. Killing spree for GB. Double kill for GB. Madness Esports forced to make a hasty retreat as the Lord is being escorted by the ranks of the Homebois. They want to push down the top inhibitor. Madness Esports, can they defend? Better Deathstrike. Nibiru's Passion cancelled out instantly by the Guardian's Barrier. MyMa trying his best. Numenon Blast gonna patch him out, but Purify makes sure that he's able to walk away for now as GB forced to escape. Yeah, jumping in. Wave the Dragon. Wrong target, wrong direction. Homebois, no casualties.
Oh boy, Homebois, they really choked them out at a very nice spot as well. Early to the prior fight, they were very patient in taking advantage of this Lord advantage that they're given, right? As long as Madness Esports doesn't make drastic changes, Homebois, all they gotta do is just wait patiently and the Lord will do the job. And they were able to bait out all these rotations, and eventually Sonic was chipped away because of how out of position he was. And because of that, Madness Esports, they just completely dropped the ball, and Homebois was able to chip them bit by bit. And because of this, they are given even more space now, because now you talked about this late game territory. It seems like it is going to happen here, because Madness, they're going to try and jump onto Barbosa. Unfortunately, does not have enough damage to do so.
Yep, that's a few cooldowns already used with no results there for Madness Esports, making it that much more difficult to try and find any engage at all. Mali, he could be a bit far out here, but Homebois aren't going to engage on the enemy tank. If they can get a pick off in the next few moments, that would be great. But otherwise, their goal for the next few seconds is going to be setting up for that Lord.
Yep. And now, when it comes to this, the win condition coming from Homebois, you can see that they do have those items, right? But from the side of Madness Esports, it feels like this damage choke coming from Ye is starting to fall off. He hasn't been able to get those important kicks here to actually get the kill. And as of now, who's the right target he should be able to get the kill here? Because as of now, Warlord and Anip is just completely out of his grasp here. And if Ye can't find those picks on those two targets, it's going to be extremely difficult for this damage Cho to actually set up a play for his team.
And that's why it's so risky to play Cho as a damage EXP lane. Homebois, they're just not going to have any contest at all. They get the Lord for free. You can see Ye trying to go for the split push, but he's not going to be able to achieve anything. Already forced to go back and set up the Luna's Lord pushing up top.
Yep, 0, 3, and 2 up on Ye. Homebois perfectly known very well not to fight a 1v1 against a Cho. There's just no point doing so because of the fact that it just gives the advantage to him. But when you do not give it to him, Cho with high and dry pretty much loses all value in terms of the 1v1 matchup, and Homebois is just very smart at setting the tempo. And with Barbosa coming in, Madness Esports needs to be a little bit more careful of those guarded barrier, because Barbosa was able to cancel not just the Feather Dash Strike, but also the Nibiru's Passion when needed when he dropped those guarded barrier.
This could be the final push right now. Will this be Madness's swan song? The Lord gonna be taunted away by Sonic. Sabat actually taking a lot of damage, but Feather Dash Strike is cancelled by the Guardian's Barrier. Homebois dancing around the entrance to Madness's base right now. The Lord has been taken out, but so have all the inhibitors from the side of Madness. Chibi being very annoying, dashing around, clearing up all the waves. Homebois wants to end it with this push, but Madness, they're still clearing up the waves really well. Sonic gonna be dropped real low, but Homebois not able to finish things off just yet.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Like, I like how Homebois is very disciplined in this play as well, just because of how Madness Esports still has the potential to actually go in for the shot. And this is the late game that Madness Esports needs, right? They've got the damage, Sonic is a little bit more tankier here, but the problem here is, you talked about late game skating potential. If, and only if Ye was the tank Cho, maybe it would have been a stalemate, but because Ye is a damage Cho, Homebois needs to be very careful that if Ye comes in towards the face of Anip or Warlord, they are going to get potentially one-shot by this combo.
Yeah, specifically this damage Cho is to target Anip or Chibi. Those are the heroes that he was drafted to try and deal with. Unfortunately, Chibi's iframe timing has just been perfect. He knows exactly when that Way of the Dragon is coming out. And all Anip has to do is wait until Ye is taken out before he goes in, because the Cho is just so squishy.
Yeah, it is going to be a problem for them, but for now, Homebois, they're just going to choke them in a chokehold into the base. Not going to make this place. The final Lord push is going to be very, very important, but based on that previous Lord push advantage, negative 2,576 EXP was earned. That means Madness Esports was able to get the level lead that they need to scale into the later stage of the game. And this is a problem because eventually Sonic with level 50 means he is even more difficult to kill now compared to before. And now Maima as well as Ye. Divine Glaive as well as the Blade of Despair being purchased means they do have the tools to threaten everyone from the side of Homebois.
The question is whether or not they can actually push out of their base. Homebois will be able to end this game with a single Lord because Madness, their base is just empty and they need to contest this right now, but Homebois have full control over the Lord pit.
Yep, with the Hunter Strike coming in means that Zaf will have capabilities here. But look at this, Madness Esports, they're trying to set a choke point for Homebois to overextend, but with 2 bars left, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, the Lord gonna be dropping very quickly. Lots of cooldowns used on Sabat, and he's just fine. Bennett's Rage, Feather Dash Strike, they're all gone, and Madness just get nothing from it.
Yeah, really smart coming from Homebois as well. Like, time is pretty much on the essence of Madness Esports, just because of the fact that all the lanes were pretty much shoved in on every single side. And with that being said, means that as long as Homebois plays it either patiently or rush, it will force Madness Esports to make rash decisions. And when that actually happens, they will be able to pick them off. But with now, everyone is alive here. And pay attention to where Mali is as well.
Yep, they're pushing in. Mali, he's looking for the counter engage, but Sabat flickers in straight away, goes for Maima, wants to pick him off. Bennett's Rage onto the Lord. Lumina Blast charge from the backline. Will he get a stun? He gets 2. Better airstrike, but the Lord is on top of the crystal. Homebois are looking to end this straight away. Yeah, with the Way of the Dragon knocked gonna stop anything as Homebois will finish things off and claim victory against Madness Esports.
Oh, that was such a game coming from Homebois. Things could have looked south here, but they played it smart, they played it disciplined, and they were able to come out on top in game number 3. Well done towards the Homebois by Madness Esports. They did their best, but they were able to take a game, so this means they still have those opportunity to keep their tournament lives here in MPL to make it to potentially playoffs. But for Homebois, it's looking pretty good.
Madness Esports certainly proving themselves as competitors right here. Respect up on that stage. Homebois gonna be very happy with these 2 points, potentially pushing them into the upper brackets. We'll have a look at the standings after this to confirm. But the competition just continues to heat up every single week. An excellent game right there. Homebois just showing to be the better competitors right here in our first match of the day. Even more ML baby to come. But for now, we can definitely revel in the victory and admire the perseverance and tenacity of the Homebois for showing us what they've got on the MPL stage.
Yes, and now Flame Boys is very, very happy about this as well, considering how things went down in yesterday's game. Homebois still crawling to defend their title for the top 4 in this position, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to say up on stage very, very shortly here, as I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that Homebois have to say as we throw it over onto the stage with Rose to interview them.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Okay, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita, and Homebois ends their lose streak with a 2-1 in the bag. Okay, so congratulations to Homebois. Okay, so Chibi, kita tahu that Homebois suffered a 3-match lose streak. Macam mana Homebois regain balik momentum tu? Macam mana Homebois recover balik? On.
Hello, test. Kita orang learn from mistake lah. Tu je bercakap. Learn from mistake, kan? Learn from mistake. Kita orang belajar daripada kesilapan kita orang training lebih lagi dan kita orang buat yang terbaik juga.
I see. Alright, I nak tanya Anip something. Game pertama, Anip dapat Maniac, siap dapat MVP lagi. Sabar. Lepas tu, game kedua, Anip rasa, in your perspective as a player kan, apa kesilapan Homebois tadi masa game kedua?
Kesilapan kita orang tak defend dekat last high ground. Kita orang defend dekat luar plot. Lepas tu kita orang terus kalah, terus end. Kalau tak, kita orang boleh menang lagi lah.
Dekat tangan tu, ada apa tu?
Ada...
Untuk ingat kan?
Ada kata-kata macam a few words. Baca dia letak apa?
Objective, position, farm.
So you remind yourself in-game, kena focus on objective, farming and positioning. I see, that's very good. Okay. Thank you. Coach Dale. Coach. So, just now the players said that they learned from their mistakes after losing. As a coach, how do you think you helped Homebois into gaining back their momentum, and is Homebois ready for playoffs? Sabi ko, as a coach, paano mo natulungan ng Homebois na ma-regain back yung momentum nila at saka yung mentality, and ready na ba kayo for playoffs?
Una sa lahat, inayos ko muna yung mentality ng mga players kasi despite sa nangyari sa Homebois, especially sa father ni Sepat at saka si Saipul, kailangan ko silang i-guide as their coach. So role ko talaga na tulungan sila. And then regarding sa in-game, kailangan ko din silang i-point out regarding sa habitual mistakes nila, and then pwede mo. Sige yun.
Is Homebois ready for playoffs?
I think Homebois are ready for playoffs because Homebois target is not just for regular season, is for playoffs.
I see. Okay, so saya translate dulu. Yang first part tu, Coach Dale cakap that as a coach, lepas apa yang jadi, dia memang make sure that the players are mentally ready before playing in MPL again. So, dia bagi pep talk dekat dorang, cheered them up, and then did what he could to make sure that the players are mentally ready and ready in game as well. Okay guys, so do you guys think siapa MVP of the match kita kali ni? Anip. Alright guys, count with me tau. 3, 2, 1, Chibi! Chibi punya retri hari ni on point juga On point, retri hari ni.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, so Chibi. Yeah, sure. Okay, so dia cakap nanti pass mic kat dia. Okay, so Chibi, MVP of the match, lepas a lose streak, how are you feeling?
Alhamdulillah, feeling baik lah. Feeling good. Yeah, like that.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Okay, so hari ni Cik B nak cakap apa untuk semua orang yang datang, Homebois?
Okay, kalau untuk semua datang kat sini, thank you sebab support. Untuk Flame Boys, thank you sebab masih support kita orang, setia kita orang walaupun kita orang low streak. So, setia dengan kita orang. So, terima kasih banyak-banyak. So, kepada fans Madness, thank you sudi datang. Kepada online, thank you sudi support. Okay, kepada Daddy, love you Daddy. Okay, bye-bye.
Comel.
Thank you.
Belum. Okay.
Una sa lahat, nangingi ako na sorry sa Flame Boys and then staff ng Homeboys sa downfall namin, and then nagpapasalamat ako dahil nandiyan pa rin sila at patuloy kami sinusuportahan. And then kasunod nun, sorry din sa family, friends, and sa mga fans ni Sepat and Saipul na pinilit ko silang paglaruin despite sa nangyari sa father nila. And then as a coach, responsibility ko yun at ititake ko yung consequence. So masasabi ko sa mga fans sa Malaysia, i-toxic nila ako, wag lang yung player. Kung may problema sila sa player, ako harapan nila.
Hello. Okay. So Coach Dale cakap, first of all, dia nak minta maaf dekat semua orang, dekat Homebois dan juga the management of Homebois for the downfall of Homebois lately dengan 3 lose streak. Dia juga nak minta maaf dekat family and friends of Sepat dan Saiful because he made them play semalam walaupun he tahu that they might not be mentally ready. And he is telling to everyone that kalau you guys are not happy with the performance of Homebois, jangan bash player dia. He is the coach and he will take the front. He will take all the bullets you guys will throw to Homebois. That's what Coach Dale is saying to everybody. So guys, please be to everybody. Thank you. Okay guys, so inilah masa dia untuk invite a special fan up on stage. Can we have Ajwad? Mana comel ada budak. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Dia dah suruh pegang lagi.
Nak cakap ni by the way, kami di Flame Boys dengan Homeboys nak dedikasikan kemenangan ni untuk keluarga arwah Saiful dengan Sepat. Lepas tu salam takziah, semoga arwah di kalangan orang yang beriman. Saya tak nak cakap apa-apa kat player, tapi saya nak cakap kat Flame Boys. Saya nak cakap yang lalang-lalang tu suruh keluarkan Anep semalam tu, korang kena tahu ni King Anep tau. Kau tengok, korang taunting dia semalam, maniac dia keluar hari ni. Kalau tak nak bagi dia perform, jangan taunting dia lah, tu je lah.
Alright, thank you Ajwad. So I'm going to move here untuk bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. If you guys nak saksikan game-game yang macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu fan untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Thank you Ajwad and thank you Homebois. Congratulations. Thank you. Whoa, the audience is fired up and the audience is super ready. Okay guys, so what do you think of the first match of the day? Nice tak? Lepas ni ada lagi tau. And with that, mari kita dengar mic check game ketiga match pertama for the side of Homebois. Mic check, let us hear you.
Dua-duanya.
Enjoy the game, guys. We can do this, huh?
Okay.
Go. Semangat ya, semangat ya.
Ya.
Ya. Let's go ya.
Farsha level 4 cok. Farsha level 4 ya.
Nice.
Nice, apa? Farsha dah ulti.
Balik ya, Bi. Siapa dapat, Bi?
Dia dapat.
Santai, enggak apa-apa, Bi.
Gas.
Santai, Fredin, guys.
Mati.
Nice. Awas show. Santai, Ban. Bantai dong, Ban. Nice.
Ada Farsha ya, Bang.
Ada Farsha.
Ayo, kita bisa nggak?
Aku pasang aja.
Ban. Jauh, jauh. Tower.
Gua open map bentar. Lagi bosan, Cok.
Where are you, oh my Mali?
Ya.
Bi.
Sudah fikir.
Tower.
Jodi gua. Nice.
Wah,
Well, this is a predicament here coming from Homebois, but well done coming in from them for actually bouncing back from that losing here. And Dale has been taking responsibility for all the mistakes that they have done so far. Of course, a shout out to support as well as Irfan for, my condolences for their losses. But at the same time, things are looking really okay for Homebois, but at the same time, it is still going to be a long grind for them if they want to try to secure the top 4 for playoffs. But they are definitely ready based on what coaches Dale's interview earlier.
Yeah, and regardless, I think we all have nothing but respect for the players on the side of the Homebois, for Coach Dale as well. The emotional strength, their tenacity and perseverance to continue pushing forward no matter what circumstances may hit them both in and outside of the game is something that we should all respect and aspire to be. And I'm really glad that they were able to get a victory today. It could have been a clean 2-0, I think. Just a little bit of underestimation in game number 2, and Madness Esports showing us that they really are contenders this season as well, especially with the addition of Maima. Goes to show, there's a reason why we always call this the most competitive season of MPL MY, and there's still so much more to come.
Exactly, and with Maima's integration in that final match as well, you can see in the comms as well, they're very aware of Maima's position. The moment Maima has his 4, he's not afraid to utilize his feather effect to zone them out. And things could have went either ways as well, because in that final moment, if they did not go for the crystal push, there was a very strong possibility Madness Esports could have made a comeback. But the question here is Madness Esports going to be able to do that later on into the later stage of the game? Because Homebois, they're looking pretty strong, they're looking pretty fire, and during the playoffs, can they take it all the way? That's going to be a completely different question to be thrown in the later weeks to come.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see how the standings are looking as of right now, because this match definitely didn't go the way we were expecting. Homebois put up a great fight, Madness put up a great fight. Madness, they really needed a clean sweep in order to guarantee themselves a chance out of elimination, and now they may have to face a tiebreaker or even just straight up relegation altogether. Whereas Homebois probably going to be looking quite comfortable right now at the top of the charts after a victory, with the Homebois finally ending their lose streak with this win over Madness while giving themselves a good spot in the upper bracket.
Well, it's very true, because as of now, the fight for the top 4 is very competitive, especially when Toda SMG as well as Homebois has been doing really well. Toda obviously take the win against Homebois yesterday means that the chances of them making it to the top 2 is very unlikely, but at the same time still not out of possibilities yet, considering all of the consistency issues coming from all the teams itself. So anything can happen into especially this week and the next week itself. But of course, before we get into the standings here, let's take a look at the item built so far on how Game 3 went from both sides. And we talked about MR coming from Maima. Anip was able to build his Athena shield alongside with a magic blade to deal with the burst coming from the far side.
But speaking of magic blade, you can see that it's actually on both sides as well, with Zaz picking up his own towards that late game to make sure that he would be able to stay alive. Unfortunately, not quite enough in the end. Madness Esports had a composition in this game that really needed them to take control early, get aggressive, get pickoffs, go for the snowball on Maima, and yeah. But that didn't quite work out. Homebois doing an excellent job of just delaying, holding the fort, not necessarily looking for fights, because they know that their late game scaling will kick in.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough frontliners to actually zone out members coming from Homebois, whereas Homebois, they were able to take like multiple fights because of the fact that Chibi is going to be diving the bag. You've got Barbosa as well as Serpat playing on multiple fronts, whereas Madness Esports, they needed to do more. In this case, he wasn't able to do so, and based on his damage output as well on this damage show, he's only done 22,000 and only soaked up 45,000 damage taken as compared to Serpat, who's done lesser by a slight fraction, but was able to take up so much more damage in all this majority of fights.
What's tricky about Cho as a hero is that unless you are in the top mechanical players of Cho, it's actually a hero that's fairly telegraphed. That's why Chibi knows exactly when he needs to pop the Torrent Rose to avoid being taken out by the way of the Dragon. And because he's so squishy, he's just not able to output DPS. But when we're talking about DPS, Maima actually still at the top there. That's why Homebois gave so much respect to him, with Madness Esports actually having a higher damage dealt in total in the end. But the victory still going over the Homebois because they had a really smart idea of controlling and delaying that early game to make sure that even if they're not winning fights, they're not losing them either.
Yeah, game one here was pretty much a complete storm as well, considering that Arla was just there alongside with Fredrin, right? You are getting a lot of this value picks here. The Faramis was one of the big clear win conditions coming from Homebois. It's pretty much one-sided, but game number 3 is where things got a little bit more 50-50 between both Homebois as well. Man, it's because of how Maima has been positioning himself with this Forza. The biggest problem for me was that how did Homebois deal with this Fredrin? And based on how the draft came in, they were just either ignoring the Fredrin and try and punish Maima from the back lines and isolate the fights. And that's exactly what they did in majority of it all. And I really like that with this Grok being played for Barbosa, it was able to do exactly what it was intended to do.
Well, speaking of doing what exactly is intended, the MVP of the match this time, GB, was able to execute on the game plan perfectly in both of these games, playing Fredrin in game number 1 and then the Tanks-a-Lot in game number 3, being able to secure objectives as well as provide for utility and front lines that the rest of his team can play around. GB has been a consistent player ever since his debut here into the MPL MY. Excited to see where his growth will continue.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit harder for the teams, but well done coming in from Chibi because he played a very, very solid game on his Lancelot as well as his Fredrin from game number 1 and even game number 2 as well. I wouldn't say that he didn't do too well, but it was a difficult one to do. He did all he could in that situation. But in case you missed out on how game 3 went, this is going to be the highlights coming in on how it all went down because you can see Homebois, they're just heavily emphasis on just shutting down Zav, a very similar approach on how Madness Esports did in game number 2. They were trying to mirror the exact same composition, and the moment they were able to get the upper hand every single time in all these fights, just because of the fact that they were able to identify that, hey, Yeah is not on this fight. We can't choose this 4v5.
You can see Madness Esports were definitely trying something different in this game in that they weren't just all grouping up as 4 towards the laning phase. They were actually splitting up, trying to retain map control. But Homebois took a lot of advantage with this, right? Being able to split up their forces, go for pickups because they do have a solid amount of CC. Even GB actually going for a slightly greedier build, having that War Axe and Endless Battle, not full tank, meant that he could go for pickups by himself. And he was confident enough that he wouldn't get caught out by Madness Esports, where even this final play by Mali just didn't result in anything because Homebois already had the lead.
Yep, GG, well played to them. But with that being said, let's take a look at the standings here. As Homebois, they take the 2-point series. They are in the top 3 with 15 points. That means Ready Esports will fall down into the 4th position, but that haven't been included. That with Madness Esports now currently tied with Team HAQ. This is going to be a very, very awkward position to be in for Team HAQ as well as Madness Esports because there is a very, very high possibility a tiebreaker may happen. But at the same time, Team HAQ needs to guarantee his match later on as well.
And it's going to be a tricky one right now. Considering they're tied with Madness, they need to get as many points as possible from their match, which is going to be coming right up next. but their opponents are gonna be none other than the unstoppable force of Team SMG, currently the only undefeated team so far in MPL Season 11.
Well, that is gonna be a very, very scary match for him as well, because in case you're wondering again, like he just mentioned, coming up next is gonna be between Team HAQ and SMG. A very, very legendary moment, because this might be a rematch from Season 10's lower bracket finals, the one that denied SMG in towards the potential representative for M4. That was pretty much Team HAQ, and this time it's gonna be other way around. SMG might be in a position to deny Team HAQ to make it to playoffs altogether.
I think you are referring to RSG Esports here.
Oh wait, yeah,
but
you're right.
I get why you're confused, because there's so
They're
many
both
RSG
orange,
Esports
yeah.
players in Team SMG. This is the defending champion of Season 10 versus the champions of Season 8, as well as a reunion between the members of Orange Esports. Team SMG, honestly, they don't really need any points. They're guaranteed upper bracket, while Team HAQ desperately needs whatever they can get to move on into the playoffs. Not a situation the defending champions want to find themselves in.
Well, we've got a lot of plot twists coming in, and I'm excited to see whether or not Team HAQ will they be able to overcome this big of an obstacle, or will SMG just completely dumpster everyone here during the regular seasons?
Well, we're gonna be very excited to find out. That's gonna be match 2 of the day. Before that, we're gonna go on a short break, make sure that everything is set up, as well as the players going to be ready. So if you guys need to go grab anything, maybe go to the bathroom, this is the perfect chance. We're gonna see you guys in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, Team HAQ versus SMG.
Feel what I feel.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
What a jig around as he managed to evade the silence. But then again, he has to get away from Master Ram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu outplay yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan.
Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Pecahan.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup. Dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas, menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan. Tapi, MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill! I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star,
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, nanti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Under the heavy gunfire of the most competitive season, Team SMG have remained steadfast. But now that they've been pushed into a corner, will Team HAQ prove to be able to bear their fangs against the undefeated S-tier lineup? We'll find out right here on the English desk. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. My name is Stafa, alongside with Icy Baby 12, aka Terrence, for our second match of the day.
Well, this is going to be a very, very important match here for Team HAQ. The original lineup was able to succeed in producing results with their main roster from the previous season and also the M4 roster. But the question here is it too late? Because they only have 2 matches left, and that is currently going to be facing off against SMG right here, right now, and also later on for Red Giants. This is where things get a little bit spicy, because Team HAQ needs to win 4 points in those 2 series to get out of relegation. Oh boy.
That's not a spot you want to be in, especially as the defending champions of MPL MY as well. As we saw in the standings from the previous match, Team HAQ are currently tied up with Madness Esports, literally on the cusp of elimination. And if they want to avoid that, they just got to get clean sweeps all the way through. But the obstacle that is going to be in their path right now is none other than the undefeated Team SMG. And this is going to be a little bit of a reunion as well, as many of these members, Valens, Stormy, and Subway, currently part of SMG, as well as Minman, Gary, and Lola, part of Team HAQ, were previously all one lineup under Orange Esports.
Well, that's the thing here. Orange Esports not currently in this season, unfortunately, based on a previous track record as well. They were one of the makers of veteran MPL players who's currently competing in almost every single team they've scattered across. And currently, they're gathered here today to have a little bit of a small reunion. This is going to be a very, very interesting all-out brawl. But I'm curious to see how all things are going. But guess what? This is the MVP rankings. And currently, 3 SMG players are in the top 10 list.
Of course, we are only seeing the top 5 as of right now, but it's still going to be 2 SMG players. Smooth, dumpstering, dominating the MVP rankings ever since the first couple of weeks, where he got MVP of the week 2 weeks in a row. Jome in second place, currently doing an excellent job, as well as Stormy, the mage prodigy, who has been bringing a totally different style to the mid lane.
Well, that's the thing, right? Izanami and Warlord, they're doing their best to actually do an MVP match. I feel like Warlord did a lot for the side of Homebois, but based on the track record here, Smooth is going to be one of the players that we have to be watching out for as well. Not many players actually debuted Bandit Deadline, and he was able to do it so convincingly to the point that he was able to outplay Todak in multiple instances. So that I'm really excited to see him play again as well. But all in all, that is pretty much, SMG's goal. They want to get the MVP. They want to be the top in every single thing. Currently, they are undefeated. But against Team HAQ, it feels like there's just so much at stake for Team HAQ in terms of weight compared to SMG, who's currently in the situation where I'm guaranteed playoffs, I'm guaranteed top 2. So regardless of what happens here, they will be skipping play-ins.
One thing we know is that Team HAQ is a team that does perform pretty well under pressure. They have represented us many times here, especially going to M4 and putting up an amazing game against what eventually became the world champions in the form of Echo. So now that they're backed into a spot like this, maybe they'll be able to bear their fangs. And having knowledge and familiarity with some of the players on the opposite side, they've played with Valence, they've played with Stormy, they've played with Subway before. They're familiar with them. There's a chance that they could make use of that knowledge. But the same can be said for the other side as well.
Now, there is going to be a change in terms of playstyles as well. Will they be able to adapt on the spot? That is going to be something that they have to actually overcome as well, considering how SMG, nobody has pretty much figured out on how to take the full series against them. It all comes down to execution. Valence has been playing really, really well here, especially his integration coming in from RSG Esports and then now into his SMG. Him playing as a roamer has been a staple moment from us as well, especially when his first debut coming to the MPL, he started things off as a roamer, did really, really well, but eventually kind of outshine everybody in the gold lane department. So I like that SMG took a backseat and say, you know what, you're known for your roaming potential. Let's try you out. And he's been making wonders.
Valence is absolutely the playmaker. He is the shot caller. He has been the leader with which Team SMG has been able to claw their way to the top in a very smooth journey so far here in Season 11. On the opposite side, Team HAQ, there definitely seems to be some in-game shot calling issues. I do think that in-game leadership is one of the main problems that they haven't quite been able to settle, and that's why they've been having so much difficulty moving up into Week 5 of the regular season. So when you're up against Valence, that's going to be a difficult thing. Hopefully they can find that strategy, they can find that leadership, because if not, they're just going to end up falling entirely into their opponent's control. But it's a pretty big match. It's a reunion after all, so we have a match teaser for you guys. Feast your eyes on this.
Kami berada di penghujung MPL Malaysia minggu ke-5, di mana ada tim yang terus berusaha untuk push upper bracket. Ada juga tim yang cuba sedaya upaya untuk mengelak relegation. Juara bertahan kita, Team HAQ, sekarang berada di keadaan yang amat terdesak. Mereka berada di ambang penyingkiran. Jadi, setiap kemenangan adalah sangat penting untuk mereka kekal di MPL Malaysia. Gameplay dan komunikasi mereka nampak tidak konsisten serta draft dan strategi yang tidak mencapai potensi mereka. Lebih-lebih lagi, dalam perlawanan yang akan datang, mereka perlu berdepan final boss regular season MPL Malaysia. Team SMG yang selalu menang game kini mendominasi regular season dengan gameplay yang kemas, in-game komunikasi yang berkesan, draft yang stabil, skill individu yang padu, undefeated. Adakah mereka akan menamatkan musim ini tanpa kalah untuk mengikat rekod undefeated Todak pada musim ke-6? Bolehkah Team HAQ berhenti tim final boss ini yang diketuai oleh raksasa? Jom kita saksikan. Ini gaya kita. #revolusi.
And that is the match teaser untuk game kedua kita untuk hari ini. Hello semua, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan saya tahu semua orang dah tak sabar nak start match kedua untuk hari ini. But before that, we would like to invite a special guest up on stage. Can we please have YB Adam Adli up on stage, the Deputy Minister of KBS.
Oh. Hello, Rose.
Hello, IB.
Okay.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
Oh.
How are you guys?
I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Okay, so YB, I have a few questions for you.
I wasn't brief of this.
Surprise!
Okay.
Okay, so what does YB think of the esports scene in Malaysia so far?
Well, it's vibrant, independent, and it's good to see that it involves a lot of young people. It is an ecosystem by itself. So it's something that must be celebrated in this country.
Oh yeah, I think we really should celebrate esports in Malaysia. Betul ke tak? Betul. Alright, so YB, now that you're in MPL Malaysia, what do you think about MPL Malaysia?
Oh, I believe this is whole new level for local league organizing.
Wow. And last words, what do you want to say to everybody who is watching from their house and watching from Stadium Juara?
Enjoy and may the best team win.
All right, thank you, YB. Thank you. Enjoy the match. Thank you. Okay, guys. So, our league is fun. It involves a lot of young people. Are you guys ready for the second match of the day? Okay, and with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, SMG dan Team HAQ.
Team HAQ.
Restoring their strength, Team HAQ menunjukkan tanda-tanda untuk mereka kembali bangkit. Berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan pada perlawanan mereka yang lepas. Their survival instinct truly kicked in. Berdepan dengan gegasi Liga Team SMG, mampukah mereka untuk meneruskan momentum yang berjaya dipulihkan? Mampukah mereka untuk terus survive di dalam regular season ini?
Team SMG.
Pasukan yang mempunyai banyak gelaran pada musim kali ini. S-Tier Team, Super Team, tim selalu menang game. Mereka masih memegang rekod tanpa kalah dari awal permulaan season. Tetapi kali ini mereka tampil sedikit berbeza. Super Sub Noah dan Zaim Senpoy diturunkan bermain. Apakah gaya permainannya akan dibawa oleh tim SMG kali ini? Kita serahkan kepada mereka for them to show it off. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Team HAQ, Coach Pabs tampil bersorangan. Manakala untuk Team SMG, Coach Haru akan ditemani oleh Lum sebagai analis. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Hebe. Thank you for your hard work. And with that, match 2 is about to start. But, Stadium Juara, who do you think is gonna win this game? Belum lagi. Is SMG going to continue their win streak? Or will Team HAQ continue theirs? So guys, are you guys ready? Stadium Juara, are you ready for the second match? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Well, thank you so much, Rose, for that introduction, and thank you, YB, for a very, very thoughtful one as well, because the youth are rising here for the Malaysian esports scene, and what a way to start things off here with this match being said. Team HAQ and SMG both fighting for their titles, who will be able to maintain their win streak, as Team HAQ fighting for their lives for playoffs, whereas SMG, well, they're bringing their super subs.
That is quite interesting. We talked about this before we saw the players walk up on stage. Valen, Subway, Stormy, they have experience with RSG Esports, so perhaps they can read each other's strategies a little bit. So, well, I'm a little curious here. Maybe this is the idea from Team SMG. Don't allow them to meet up. Don't give them any opportunity to read what we're doing. Or maybe it's just a chance for Zyme Senpai and Noir to flex their muscles a little bit. It's been a long time since they've been up on stage.
Now, based on the ranking for the Lord Terminator here, Subway is currently ranked 2 with 22 kills. And this is an achievement that is pretty good, considering that SMG, they have been securing a lot of objectives. They've been playing a lot of early control as well. Very, very similar to how Homebois has in terms of overall playstyle. But what I'm a little bit curious as well, here's a little bit of fun fact. It's so rare to see Subway not playing with Stormy whenever he's playing.
They've basically been a pair, and like if you add on Valence to that, they've been an inseparable trio for a couple of seasons now. Very interesting to see how they will perform. Especially when you point out, what we can see on screen, younger generation right up there, interested to see how the MLBB scene will continue to grow here. But talking about the players, Valence and Stormy are very special in the sense that they are so aggressive. Even when Valence was on gold lane, Stormy's on mid lane, they're all the way in front, setting things up, which is why Valence going to roam seemed very comfortable for him. In comparison, Noir and Zyme Senpai are probably more balanced overall players, so I wonder how this is going to affect the interactions of Team SMG as we enter into the drafting phase for game number 1.
Well, everything can change at this stage of the game, but with the drafts coming in, Team HAQ will be on the blue side and SMG on the red side. And we do see standard bans coming in from both sides, but with the Yves being banned, that means Zyme Senpai will be forced to play something that he's really comfortable with. We haven't seen him play mage for a very, very long time. But to give you guys a little bit of recollection back in the past as well, he does play a lot of Farsa as well as, I believe, Kagura, as well as Kadita once in the Blue Moon.
I'll also mention back in the days when Selena was oftentimes a top pick, Zyme Senpai, one of the most accurate with that Abyssal Arrow. No longer that much of an option, so it's going to be interesting to see what he brings to the table. As well as Noir, we have to remember, he's very new to the MPL stage, only debuted last season, and hasn't gotten a chance to play very much compared to others. So up against Team HAQ, this may be an opportunity for them to leverage a bit of inexperience.
Yeah, I want to see how things go down for Noir as well. We haven't seen him too much for a very, very long time. But I'm curious to see what kind of the bans are going to be coming in, because as of now, standard bans coming from SMG. We haven't seen the Kadita ban yet. So I'm curious to see whether or not Team HAQ, are they going to potentially bring in the Kadita? But so far, Ling is something that they are very, very comfortable with, especially with Gary. So I feel like SMG, are they gonna go for a composition specifically to deal with this Ling?
The thing is, Ling is just not much of a threat anymore. The hero has been picked so many times, but it's still a 0% win rate 5 weeks into Season 11. I'm pretty sure Team HAQ aren't going to go for that unless they absolutely have to. The big heroes to question are going to be heroes like the Valentina and the Fredrin, which are pretty prioritized by both sides. As Team HAQ finishes off banning out the Joy, it's interesting they would get rid of Martis instead of the Fredrin, since Subway is definitely much more comfortable with the latter.
Yep, and at the same time as well, we've got fans cheering on for Sasa. Seems to be a ladies' man here coming from
Definitely.
SMG. Definitely a ladies' man. But at the same time, I'm surprised, you know. I've had a little bit of a conversation with Kelvin here from SMG. He did say that SMG is looking to get a 2-0 all the way through. And there has been rumors that Valence and Sasa has been bonding really, really well.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially after the run they've been having this season. Like, if you don't bond after all that, I don't know what will. But SMG finishing off their first phase. A little bit of love for Adin in the crowd as well from the BM side. The Kadita will actually be banned out by Team SMG instead. So Team HAQ, do they want Valentina? Do they want Fredrin? Or are they going to prioritize Claude like we've seen them do many times?
Okay, I think Claude is going to be safety. Arlott is pretty much something that they have to go for. Kadita ban coming from SMG, they are respecting this. But I feel like Arlott is something that they should double down right now. Unless they want to make sure that Gary plays his Fredrin a little bit more. But seems like Fredrin is going to be the go-to here, considering that Thief has been banned off. They are going to try and double down for Gary to play it first.
Ooh, risky right there, but it's understandable. Eliminating the Fredrin away from Subway might be the ideal, and this may be why they banned out the Martis in the first place, just to get rid of all the S-tier jungle picks as fast as possible. This means that Arlott is open for Smooth to play. Team HAQ have to be prepared for this. The Valentina would oftentimes be prioritized by Team SMG, but that is when Stormy is playing. So with Zion Senpai in the mid lane position, the draft becomes a little bit more difficult to predict for us.
That may be the case here, because it seems like based on SMG's opening, they should have the Arlott in their favor, but they're not going for it. Okay, they are going to go for it for sure. Valentina, Arlott, 2 S-tier heroes. Gonna be in their favor. This is something that I think Team HAQ, they need to figure out how to overcome, right? Because Faramis is in the pool, means that if they go for the Faramis for themselves, that means the Valentina is gonna get a free count altar. They need a way to deal with this Arlott. We haven't seen the Mincetar for a while. This is the talk that we have been talking here for this coming week. Not many teams are willing to take their gamble to play it off yet, especially towards this stake here. But based on the circumstances from Team HAQ, it's all in or nothing, man.
Right now, I think Team HAQ need to prioritize Lola's hero as soon as possible. Not sure if it's going to be the Masha again, or if they'll lean towards Lapu or Yuzong. But looks like they're going to go for the success rate. The Masha going to be locked in before Team SMG can ban it in the second phase, as well as the safe Melissa pick going to the hands of Panda.
Well, speaking of tanky heroes, the triple tank composition has been very, very popular. Team HAQ still doubling down, giving him an ultra tank strategy. That means SMG might be forced to play a carry for Sasa, but at the same time, Masha is great at just zoning out marksmen overall in general. So Sasa is going to be a little bit of a problem as well. We've seen how Team HAQ kind of deals with this. So if Sasa was to play the Cloud again, they are going to send Lola to stake him out time and time again. That's pretty much the situation how Team HAQ dealt with it against Jome when Jome was playing on his Cloud.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see what their solution is right now. Team SMG gonna go for the Claude. Probably one of the safer options they can have right now with an easy escape from the Thunderclap. But it will require some executional difficulty from Sasa, as well as the rest of Team SMG, to make sure that their formation isn't too heavily disrupted by Lola.
Oh, this is a scary one. I guess this is SMG's way of testing the waters here, because Team HAQ really put Jome in a very awkward spot when he was playing the Claude there. So I guess this is just, you know, maybe a little bit of testing waters coming from SMG. Maybe a little bit of a learning experience for them. But now, with the DG being banned, there is a possibility that we are going to be expecting Zion Senpai to bringing in the Atlas coming in. Either him or Noir is going to be playing here from side SMG. So Team HAQ, they have to be a little bit more careful on this, because this is the exact same bait we kind of saw before with Team HAQ falling in the traps early on, where the draft didn't exactly hit the wonders when they had the Atlas for themselves. So with this Digi ban in the pool, they could look to pick it up themselves from SMG.
The Atlas is a very obvious choice, which is why Team HAQ will ban it out. But I don't think that's what Team SMG were actually going for. When we think back to the time when Noir was still playing on the main SMG lineup, one of his favorite heroes was the Lolita. And I think heroes like that is what SMG wants. The Grok, the Lolita, the Kufra to set up for the backline and try and force out the Melissa ult is probably their intention as we head into the second phase. We'll see whether or not Team HAQ decides to remove these heroes, as Hilda will be banned out by SMG. Not gonna give the Hilda Masha combo again.
Yeah, this is smart. These are all comfort heroes coming from Team HAQ. SMG has a very, very solid read as well. They're not making it easy for Team HAQ, in terms of the drafts here, but overall, considering that they've got two very, very annoyingly tanky heroes, Team SMG, they are lacking in terms of overall damage, right? Arlott, annoying, yes, but not necessarily the strongest damage dealer. Claude, early game, non-existent damage. Valentina, well, Valentina can do somewhat of damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough to chip away at both the Frederick and Masha at the same time in terms of overall rotation. So this is something that I think SMG needs to figure it out, right? I was expecting maybe carry, but they're not going for it. So this is kind of a surprise that SMG is playing into this.
It is my mission to banish
but
all
they will draft the Landstar, so
Yeah.
this is going to be the tank slot coming in from Subway.
Yeah, I figured it was going to be the Lancelot once that Akai was banned out. In fact, I'm pretty sure Team SMG weren't intending to go for the Akai in the first place. The tank slot makes a lot of sense here. Subway can go for the War Axe to just add a little bit more damage overall to the team composition. And it's not a hero that's easily caught out in 1v1 duels against the Fredrin. Probably the best choice that they have remaining, which is gonna leave the roam all the way until the end. Still thinking that something like Lolita or Kufra is most likely, but Team HAQ, how are they gonna finish up their draft today?
Yeah, I think Lolita is pretty good. Is a great way to actually deal with the Melissa. But it still has a big problem of whether or not can they out-sustain the tanky compositions that Team HAQ is bringing to the table. So they either go for a Enchanter style support coming from SMG or a very, very strong front laner. In this case, with the Kufra as well as the Farsa picked here, that means there is a lot of mobility denial coming in from Team HAQ's composition. The only one that can actually go through the bouncing ball is pretty much the Arlott. The rest of it is pretty much in the contention to be stopped at the distracts here. So I like the drafts coming in from Team HAQ a lot, whereas SMG, final tanking of a tank here. I guess Lolita is pretty much the only thing left that provides some sort of a defensive maneuver as well as some sort of zoning capabilities, but still, it's tough.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Lolita. If they want to be a little risky, Grok is an option. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Going for the safer option here. Ruby, not often picked up, but Team SMG does like this hero. Provides a lot of utility overall, but Team HAQ looking to be really tanky right here. Team SMG's reaction timing, their teamfight control gonna need to be on point because Team HAQ can just run them down.
Yep, Team HAQ, they do have a very beefy composition here, excelling into the mid to later stage of the game. But whereas from the side of Team SMG, they have a composition that is very mobile and good at split pushing and setting up for team fights. So based on the prediction here, we do see it is pretty 50-50 from both sides. Both have very clear win conditions on how they want to set the tempo, but it all comes down to whether or not do they hit their conditions. In this case, SMG, they're looking to punish the back lines, and Team HAQ, they're looking for a front to front back team fight. So I'm looking forward to see how it goes in this match.
Dictating the tempo and the flow of the game, gonna be an important key point for both these sides, as Team SMG eager to maintain their win streak and Team HAQ eager to prove themselves back in the competition. Unfortunately, looks like that momentum gonna be halted for just a little bit as we're hitting a small technical issue in-game pause. We gotta make sure to resolve all of the problems before these two sides go head-to-head.
Wow, let's talk a little bit more on how they can actually execute this game, because it feels like based on the drafts here, SMGs, they're intentionally going for a mobile draft to try and force a reaction from Team HAQ, and this is the problem that Team HAQ a lot of teams has faced, especially in the old weeks here when they try to face off against Team HAQ. They've got very, very technical compositions. They don't have enough peel to peel them away. And it's so hard to peel, especially when Lola is always going to be in your face for the marksman. So this is something that I think Team SMG is trying to dodge completely. And if they're able to force this beefy tanks to be out of position, they're hoping to capitalize this with the punish, with the Lancelot to actually get a couple kills for Subway. So I guess that's pretty much the win condition and idea that SMG is going for. But for Team HAQ, if they take the bait, it's over for them.
Yeah, Team HAQ overall will win out in durability and access the damage early on. And if they can create enough space for Panda, it's very difficult for Team SMG to team fight into them towards that late game. Even if they get pushed into the base, Melissa, Farsa, probably the best base defense you can look for. Team SMG have a lot of mobility, like you mentioned, a lot of resources that allow them to dash around to outplay their opponents. But that's the key word here, outplay. They need to be able to outplay in the first place. Dodge abilities, make sure they secure objectives without directly investing into the team fight. Because if Team HAQ get too much of a lead, there's not a lot SMG can do.
Yeah, there is really not much as well. Here's some stats for you as well. Subway has been known for his tanky heroes since his debut into its MPL. And for him to actually play a tank slot, even though it's pretty much not his comfort hero, in terms of overall hero pools on his playstyle so far, but once you give him a tank hero, this is where something that, I think maybe it's not that hard. You can actually learn and adapt to this hero if played accordingly.
What Team SMG has relied on very heavily to win out their games is just this element of surprise. Looks like we got the go-ahead from our marshals up on stage. Once again, thank you to them in order to make sure that we maintain competitive integrity. We're gonna return into the land of Dawn right now. Team HAQ on the blue side, Team SMG on the red side. Not too much has happened just yet.
Yep, this is gonna be the game to watch as well. SMG, we do see a little bit of protection here to make sure that Subway gets his farm. Team HAQ looking for an early invade, but I don't think they can actually do too much about the situation. But we do see Min sneakily trying to steal the jungle away from the landslot. But the problem here is, will they be able to do so, Subway?
Now, he's not going to take too much damage here. Panda's already backed off at this early stage. Unless Panda's ready to use Inspire, they're not going to be threatening this tanks a lot. And that's important right now. Team SMG, I'm personally very curious about their aggression this game, because without Valens and Stormy, how are they going to look?
Yeah, this is very cheeky coming from Team HAQ, if you think about it here. They tried to snipe away the top jungle there, but fortunately for them, on the bottom side, Gary was able to invade this. But now here comes a forced fight coming from both sides, but I don't think they can do too much against Team HAQ, if you think about it.
Yeah, interesting movements for Osasa. He might be in a lot of trouble here. He's gonna get out with the Battle Mirror image, but I feel like he took a bit more damage than he needed to. Gonna force the recall, and that's gonna allow Min to roam over. Turtle coming up very soon.
Yeah, I think the turtle contest is going to be very important for Team HAQ if they want to dictate the tempo, right? SMG, they've lost a little bit of resource here, especially for Subway on the bottom side of the jungle because of how the invades came in. Gary was able to steal it off Subway, so that gives him a creep advantage as well as an XP advantage for level 5 engagements.
Ooh, thunderclap onto Subway. Doesn't do too much damage as of yet. Predator airstrike on both sides. The final slash cancels it out. Subway gets the turtle, but the Cupra ultimate pushes them all. First blood secured by Lola as they pick up the double kill onto Smooth as well as Subway. Lola eventually traded up, but Team HAQ securing that.
Oh, that was so close from Smooth. You hate to see that as well. They almost got the kill on Gary. And because of that play, despite having the turtle buff, SMG, they were able to try and do a lot of damage, but unfortunately, even with the turtle buff, they just couldn't get the kill. They needed Subway to be in that fight, and Team HAQ just completely denied his mobility. So well done coming from mid to be on top of Subway in that engagement.
You can see up top though, Sasa actually ahead of Panda, and with Zion Senpoi getting a very early kill. That's a good lead for SMG. Sasa looks like he's gonna be okay for now. Min actually not using his Tyrant's Rage there.
At the same time, Smooth, he is going for those dashes here to try and harass Lola in the bottom side, but meanwhile, this is actually happening here. They need him to actually settle for the fight. And you can see SMG, they're always shoving the lanes just because of the fact that they want to take a fight which is a 5v5, whereas Team HAQ, they're not looking to head on towards a 5v5 fight. All they gotta do is just buy time, and eventually their tanks will be able to do the damage required to snowball Team SMG. And you can start to see a lot of desperation plans are being made towards the gold lane because of the fact that SMG wants to make sure that Sasa gets his farm.
Well, speaking of Gary, he's gonna walk up, scouts out Noir as well as Subway. No engagement so far. Team SMG, when you're talking about Snowball, a lot of it is gonna be on Sasa and Zion Senpoi, and the latter right now, he got a really early Clock of Destiny. Like, he actually completed it like 20 seconds ago, and that's pretty huge here because the Valentina scales really well into late game.
Yep. And now we do see a baited further airstrike as well to kind of zone out towards Team SMG. While SMG, because of that cooldown, they have an opportunity to contest the turtle. Meanwhile, the rest of Team HAQ, they're not prepared yet, but it seems like Team SMG, they don't really want to fight this. They are just looking to fight it.
Oh, they get the Imo Bandit pulls it in. Oh, the huge Tyrant's Rage right into Muddles. That is so much damage. Man kills out Noir, and Subway still securing the turtle, but in exchange for his own life, as Team HAQ trade the objective for 2 kills once again.
Oh, that feels like a Fuse bad moment there because... that is a very greedy play. Tried to flicker over the wall.
But here's the Feathered Airstrike. Smooth jumping in. Final slash. He wants to go for Panda. He's actually healing a lot off of this thanks to the Unbending Will. He'll survive, but so will he be able to defend this further?
Yeah, but at the same time, SMG, I'm not exactly sure why they were going for the kind of play as well. If you think about it, they sent up Sasa to farm on the bottom lane, hoping that the matchup against Masha would be a little bit better compared to his matchup against the Melissa. So SMG, they're barely holding on. They've lost 3 kills, but they are able to somewhat equalize the economy on the other side, especially for Sasa, who needs it the most for his team, as he's going to be one of the core winning factors for SMG in order to overcome their odds against Team HAQ.
Note that when a team has heroes like Claude and Valentina, as long as they can maintain an equal level of net worth towards the mid game, they're actually going to be more solid than their opponents, and that's exactly what Team SMG are doing right now. Of course, still have to be careful. Both these teams have pretty even drafts overall, so they cannot afford to drop their guard.
Yeah. And as of now, we do see a little Thunder Belt purchase up on Smooth. He is going to be able to slow down the Masha a little bit in the later stage of the game. But for now, there's nothing much he can do. Like, look at this. Lola, he just doesn't really care. He's got his Kubes bar, gets final slash out, and like, yeah, what can he do?
Smooth is being so annoying in this matchup. Normally, it's very difficult to do too much to a Masha, but Lola just consistently getting poked out. Noah with the I'm Offended onto Panda into the Blazing Duet with Science Boy right behind. They get the catch onto Min. Tyrant's Rage not going to do anything in this situation. 1v4 as Subway fights back, gets the revenge kill.
A very, very nice punish there. A good catch coming from Noir. And knowing that Team HAQ, he pretty much reviewed themselves with Mon and Lola on the top and the middle lane. There was pretty much nothing they could have done. And now with the turtle being contested as well, it might risk being stolen here.
Oh, Gary, he's alone right now. 2v3. There's going to be Simon Senpoi coming in. These two are really tanky. Gary, a Brazos Ram, dodged down entirely by SMG as Subway chases down and zones away Man in order to secure an easy kill on the enemy jungle.
Very nice timing as well. SMG knows that Team HAQ has the tendency, especially for Gary, to prioritize on the turtle a little bit more compared to usual, and they were able to get a pick off on the sides, cutting off the rotations. And this is exactly what SMG is going to do to you, right? They find a little bit of a crack in your defense. They are going to go for the punish, but top side, no way.
That's unfortunate.
Subway, what were you doing?
Seemed like he was trying to get a push onto the tower, but got caught out by the bouncing ball, so he couldn't dash away. That's an important pickoff for Team HAQ. Maybe they can get the top tier 1 with this 2v3 situation. Simon Senpoi coming up to match up the numbers. Noir, I'm offended onto 2 members. Simon Senpoi doing a lot of damage, but Noir taking a lot of DPS himself. Smooth looking for the setup, but I think these two teams gonna be dancing around here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit slower here. SMG, they have to buy a little bit more time, but for how long? Because eventually they need to force a fight against Team HAQ, but it's so difficult. If you see that on the lanes as well, they're always making sure they're getting some sort of farm.
Flickering forward, not able to get the catch, but they're caught out under the Feathered Airstrike. Smooth able to dash away just in time. Lola coming in, looking for the Arlet. Gets stunned under the tower, but Smooth eventually taken out. Noir gonna be the next target. Subway gonna be caught out by himself. Phantom Execution won't escape as Gary cuts him off, and Lola chases down Noir. Double kill in exchange for his own life. While all that is happening, Sasa just breaking down the tier 1 mid.
Oh, this is desperation from Team HAQ, but well done to SMG to stop the bleeding. Because of that play, Noir was able to trade off a lot of aggression, take away Lola on this annoying BP tank composition, buying time for Sasa to get a farm across the map, and that's exactly the game plan coming from SMG. Meanwhile, Team HAQ, they are having the clock ticking against them because of the fact that, hey, I want to force a fight. I want to kill them. But every single time I force a fight, Team SMG is making it so difficult for them to actually get kills.
Yeah, right now, Man is going to be the massive threat on the side of Team HAQ. That feathered airstrike took out nearly half of Sasa's HP. So even though he's farming pretty well, he can be picked off in an instant if he's not careful. Team HAQ gonna continue playing around this tempo.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because Team HAQ, they do have a little bit upper hand for Lola. Sasa is showing himself a little bit more in this fight, but the question here is, are they able to gauge Sasa's damage now? Are they able to sustain it here? Because as of now, Gary,
Subway,
he is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Subway is in a really scary spot. Min gonna catch him out in the bush. Torn Rose, Phantom Execution gonna be blocked away as the rest of SMG comes from the right side, completely cutting off Team HAQ's escape. They've taken out Panda, they've taken out Man. Gary now tanking a lot right now as Min gonna be the next target. He's able to bouncing ball his way out, but Team HAQ forced to move a full retreat as Team SMG pilfers the Lord from under their noses.
Oh boy, it was all just a bait. It was all just a distraction. Sasa cleaning the back lines, and things would have went way south here if Zyme Senpai was able to land his Tyrant's Rage Flicker, and he stole it on, but he did not pop his Flicker in time. So that was going to be an airball coming from Zyme Senpai. But if he landed that, Team HAQ might have lost even more than just 2 players.
Min charging up. Ooh, really nice timing from Sasa. Perfectly timed with the Battle Mirror image to get out of range. Team SMG, they're just going to focus on doing as much structural damage as possible with this first Lord.
Yeah, and now with Team HAQ now currently struggling a little bit more. They need to respect Sasa a little bit more. As we can see, based on the gold ranking, Sasa was able to win that fight for the team with 8.6k gold in the pocket. He is really, really far ahead here. And with the Lord crashing in, Team HAQ, they have to play this very defensively now.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to give up all of their external towers here. Team SMG, really nice movements right now. Very deliberate, very calculated. Team HAQ, they will stop this Lord, but they've given up a lot of advantage with this, and Team SMG is still piling on the pressure.
Now, 11 minutes into the game, Sasa was able to get his Winds of Nature. That means Team HAQ is going to struggle even more to kill him off, because pretty much the only one that can actually burst him down while the Winds of Nature is coming in is pretty much coming from Man, and the rest of them are all physical damage. Kufra now has a very, very difficult task here. Min, does he go onto a Subway or does he go onto Sasa? Because as of yet, Sasa has not made any signs of pushing out of position to allow Team HAQ to find those opportunities yet.
Yeah, and a big problem with Team HAQ right now is that Lola, who is supposed to be in charge of controlling waves and pushing out the rest of the map, usually likes to play more of a teamfight support role, meaning that Team HAQ are always going to be together, and SMG are just using this by having Sasa and Smooth continue to push out waves.
Huh. This is interesting. Double Thunder Bells coming in from both Subway as well as Smooth. So they are going to try and use that on-hit, in fact, to slow down the members coming in from Team HAQ so they can set up a fight. And that's pretty much the downside of a Fredrin, right? No mobility. Well, Fredrin is not going to be able to chain CCs all the way through. So I guess that's the idea that SMG is going for. But we haven't seen an Ice Queen 1 purchase yet on Zyme Senpai.
Now, one thing we did mention, Subway, he can go for some damage with War Axe, and he actually just completed that, so he's actually going for a bit more DPS to make sure that Team SMG continues scaling. They were able to get Tier 1 down bottom, Team HAQ pushing forward, but SMG gonna deter their efforts of moving any further. They want control over the Lord Pit.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit scary now. 13 minutes in the game, Sasa almost max level as contrast to Panda. He's doing a fantastic job trying to keep up here. So I guess from Team HAQ's perspective, they are looking to try and drag this out as long as they can. But here comes the force fight potentially. Subway just bush checking, I guess. But Team HAQ needs to punish SMG somehow.
Team SMG is just gonna do the exact same thing again. I'm not sure if that's going to work. They're using Subway as distraction and then cutting off Team HAQ's escape by hiding in the complete opposite bush. Subway taunting the Lord right now. I'm pretty sure Team HAQ aren't gonna fall for that in the second time in a row, but SMG are fine with this. They have waves shoving.
Yeah, they're looking for the concealed plays up on Noir, so I guess that's gonna be the case. They've checked out all the bushes, but it seems like Team HAQ, they realize that, hey, SMG is not on the top side, so they have to be expecting this. They set up mid to cut off the rotations down bottom, but eventually they have to make a play. And SMG, they're just saying, you know what, we've got all the time in the world. This is not worth it.
SMG just taunting them right now. They're letting the wave shove in. The moment Team HAQ splits up to defend, like the moment they see people going to defend these waves, I'm pretty sure we actually are going to see some movement. Smooth, doing some damage to Lola. Here they come instantly the moment they go. Lola gonna be dropped to 2 health bars, gonna be able to pop that sprint, get away. Smooth, not able to catch up to him. Does he get stunned? He gets caught out. Tyrant's Rage. Meanwhile, Noir gonna miss the I'm offended flicker, and that means Smooth is caught out all by his lonesome. Team HAQ, they'll get a trade out, but look at the amount of HP they're losing on their inhibitors. Will the top one fall to this final cannon minion? No! Just in time to defend it. But Team SMG, they get the Lord for free because of this.
Very, very smart here coming from SMG. They know they cannot force a 5v5. They get a 1v1. But as soon as they do this as well, Team HAQ has dropped almost everything for this play. And with the lanes coming up top, they're able to sneakily snipe this here. Great decision making is coming from SMG to capitalize it as well.
Placing duet, jumping in. Purify already used to get away from Min, who is now caught out as Noir jumps forward, tries to get the catch. Not able to do so. Gary doing a great job of zoning out the rest of SMG. Embraces Rap, Min jumping in. Tyrant's Rage pushes Noir out of position. And they're going to feed that kill over the Panda. Team SMG not able to get the return kill from now, but Senpoi is providing vision. Subway jumping forward, Phantom Execution. Lola dropping real low. No more health bars. Killing spree from Sasa as Team HAQ is chased back to their base. Oh, Senpoi forced the flicker away. Almost caught out with the feathered airstrike.
Beautiful, beautiful executions here coming in from SMG. Smooth, able to find an opportunity to set up for Sasa, and Sasa just popping off in all this blazing west. Team HAQ, they need to find a way to stop Sasa, but it's hard. It is very, very hard given the positions that Sasa has been taking so far. It is going to be a very, very difficult thing to do. While Team HAQ, they have to rely on Panda just potentially one-shotting them all, but at this stage, it seems like Team SMG, they're just dodging all the way through.
This is oppressive gameplay from Team SMG right now. Honestly, a bit of a callback to their Season 8 days where every movement is calculated. There's still some aggression, but AI SMG making a comeback? We'll see. Right now, top and bottom inhibitors already taken out from the side of Team HAQ. Only one tower standing. Next Lord up in 75 seconds, but is this enough of a window for defending champions to do anything?
They have to find a way to go for a split push, that's for sure. That is something that Team HAQ needs to do. But based on how mobile Team SMG is, every single time Team HAQ wants to force a fight, SMG is just dodging every bullet they have to actually front as well. And this is frustrating towards Team HAQ because they don't have the mobility to do what SMG is doing as well. And SMG, they're just playing so smart. They don't need to take risks, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Team SMG is just executing perfect objective gameplay here. They're controlling waves, going for structures, they're willing to sacrifice members if it's necessary. Team HAQ have been doing a good job of punishing mistakes like overextensions, but every time they get a kill, SMG gets a tower, and one of those is a lot more permanent than the other.
This is weird movements coming from SMG. They're not zoning Team HAQ out, they're not grouping up, they're not choking them for farm, they're giving them some sort of farm here, while they're just setting up an ambush to potentially flank from the side. This is the third time that Team SMG has done this, and Team HAQ, they've got to realize this is by now, that they are always flanking from the sides, and they need to find a way to make sure that Sasa gets taken out first. And so far, it looks like it's very difficult to do so because they don't have the information, nor the economy, nor the level and position to do so, especially when they have lost 2 inhibitors on the top and bottom lane.
Well, this play worked for them previously. They're gonna have Subway start on the Lord again. You can see top lane, bot lane, the waves are pushing for SMG. So Man already in position to deal with it. SMG gonna be positioned a bit closer this time. Gary spots out Smooth. Conceal play again, Noir, Senpoi. But they're gonna see it this time, so Team HAQ not gonna get caught unaware. Team SMG, their ambush not going to succeed. Team HAQ have a chance to re-engage. Lola gonna be pulled back, taking a fair amount of damage, but 2 health bars, he's fine.
Yep, at the same time, it is gonna be a stalemate coming from both sides because eventually Team HAQ, they have to do something about it. Subway is just standing on the Lord, waiting for Team HAQ to make a reaction, but it seems like Team SMG, they're just waiting for the lanes to be shoved on the top and the bottom, and once that's happened, this is where the collapse will begin. So Team HAQ forced in a very tough spot once again. This is something that they need to overcome. But the biggest question is, have they found Sasa?
Ooh, Thunderclap onto Sasa straight away. He's taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have immortality, mind you. He has to be careful. Gary jumping forward, looking for the taunt. Team SMG actually forced to retreat as Sasa is healing up by taking out the orange buff. The rest of Team HAQ has arrived as well. We could be seeing a full 5v5. They have to be careful though. Bottom wave pushing heavily for Team SMG. Lola gonna be forced to recall to deal with it. Panda jumping forward. Tyrant's Rage misses onto his move. Blazing Duet coming out. Delete with the back line. Panda execution as well. Lord still dropping low. Panda able to get away with the Wind of Nature as Man gonna be the next target's move. Getting the stun. Noir delaying. Zion Semboy with the killing spree. Picks up the Farsa. Multiple immortalities have been popped. And Panda has been taken out of the competition. Zion Semboy with the double kill onto Gary. As Team SMG are taunting Lola in his face, left alone 1v5. Min, the only survivor, as Team SMG will now proceed to push into the Team HAQ base. Can Min defend? Jumps forward, 3-man knockout, final slash pushes him out, and the Kufra is gone, along with Team HAQ. Chances at victory. Team SMG victorious in game number 1.
Very, very clean game coming from SMG. The discipline coming in from them is just phenomenal. As Sasa was able to bait things out with a Blazing Duet time and time and time again. And every single time he drops it off, Team HAQ was forced to back out. And this is a big, big problem for them because they are risk being relegated out of the tournament itself. Meanwhile, SMG looking forward to go in for the undefeated streak here. But before that, let's jump into some mic check with them.
Assalamualaikum.
All good ah?
Macam apa you pas ni? Kalau mana cakap, tanya IB dekat atas
Ini sokong mana hari ni?
Saya keluar jalan game. Santai aja. Okay.
Yes. Boleh.
Gary. Nice.
Aku lu. Tak apa.
Ada Zaimin. Boleh. Dapat. Tengok. Nice semua.
Nice jam tu lah, bo.
Aku demi.
Glamour Lola, careful. Respect. Tak nampak Zaim, tak nampak. Ambil atas lepas tu freeze je lah.
Boleh. Lu orang tapat jangan atas. Dapat. Taya.
Masya tak hidup tu. Bubar dah.
Kau tak ada purify.
Tengok lot 2 bar lot 2 bar tau. Menang.
Well, I'm very strong late game. That's what Sasa said. And guess what? He was very, very strong late game because he was able to find multiple opportunities with those Blazing Duets. And every single time we've done so, Team HAQ was forced to completely back out. We talked about how tanky they can be, but we never really talked about how strong Sasa can be because that was a very, very good win condition that SMG was able to overcome.
Up the Raksasa himself returns, and Team SMG, honestly, this felt like a glimpse back into the past, Season 8 when they were champions. AI gameplay wasn't perfect. They definitely made some mistakes here and there, but it's continuing to be so oppressive against their opponents that they're just forced into their base. Team SMG doing nothing. They were really gaming like pros.
Yep, and of course, you can game like a pro with an ROG phone. The ROG, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. You can get your Savage with the fastest and most responsive display out there, and you climb through your ranks as fast as possible with the biggest battery of 6,000 mAh here to get you through your gaming experience. So of course, a brand new ROG phone means that you can be gaming non-stop and longer performance as well. Better performance as well.
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. So anyone who's looking to grind up their ranks, the season reset happened not that long ago. So I'm pretty sure lots of people eager to climb their way back to the top. I'm pretty sure ROG phone going to be your best partner to reach that mythical glory once again. But as we were mentioning in this game, some really effective calculated movements from Team SMG. We're seeing 2 different forms here. absolute aggression and domination with Valence and Stormy, and then calculated oppression with Noor and Zion Sempoi.
Yeah, it's scary to see that SMG, despite they've swapped 2 players, it seems like they've found the secret sauce on how and when they actually tackle this situation. We do see a little bit of mistakes coming from Zion Sempoi, but there's only so much he can do, because eventually it came down to Sasa just carrying the entirety of the game. We haven't seen high kill volumes, non-stop Jam-Pack action, but we do see a lot of attempts coming from Team HAQ to actually force a fight. And SMG is just very smart at just dodging all these fights altogether because of the fact that they have more mobility compared to Team HAQ.
Honestly, just look at the item veils right here. Sasa, no boots. He's so farmed to the point that he can go for 6 items, only the Wind of Nature to keep himself alive because he knows that the rest of his team is capable of buying him that space. Zion Sempoi as well. No defensive itemization on the Valentina, just full DPS. So going 4, 0, and 9 in this case. The rest of the team just being supporting acts to allow Team SMG to achieve their maximum potential.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the overall stats as well. The overall damage taken coming in from Team HAQ has 463,221 because of the fact that you've got Lola, right? 3 health bars, 160k damage so far all by himself. But all in all, the damage dealt so far from SMG is actually coming in from Zion Sempoi instead of Sasa, which is interesting because most of the fights, I was expecting Sasa to do a little bit more because of Blazing Duet, but he pretty much only came online towards the middle to late stage of the game, where Zion Sempoi has been dishing out a lot of Terrify to buy time for his team.
It's very clear with this lineup that the goal for Team SMG is for Zion Sempoi to be the main carry. Sasa obviously scales up really well, but he's just there to chunk down the members of Team HAQ and perhaps even draw fire to himself so that he can back off with BMI when necessary and allow Zion Sempoi to take complete control. Team HAQ, triple tank lineup, needs to win early. They didn't manage to do so, and because of that, Zion Sempoi on his first return to the land of Dawn. 100% kill participation. What a way to make a comeback.
Yeah, he definitely played really, really well on his Valentina. He was able to get crucial spell steals. He was just constantly pressuring everyone from the side of Team HAQ. And every single time he comes in, he was able to get a potential Tyrant's Rage to actually counter a gauge if when push comes to shove. And every single time he does it, he will drop his Paralyze as well. He was able to terrorize them, and it's just nice. It's nice to see him back in a very, very comfortable role coming from Zion Sempoi.
Zion Sempoi already taking a bit of a backseat to allow the new generation of Team SMG to spread their wings. But boy, when he makes a return, he's gonna make a splash right here. We already mentioned during the game how quickly he got his first Clock of Destiny. That was thanks to the fact that he had the magic shop. He got a really early first kill as well, just accelerating the Valentina scaling.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the heat map as well. 6 in towards 9 minutes in the game here is pretty much all over the place, setting up for a couple of gangs here. It's kind of scary. He's just running around everywhere of the map to actually play this aggressively, but it seems like most of this aggression has been very, very well thought out for because of the fact that Zion Sempoi is able to invade into the enemy jungle to get information against Team HAQ before actually setting up a fight, and every single time he's able to do so, he's been playing very, very patiently, which is interesting considering that they've been always hugging in towards the bottom right side of the jungle, which is pretty much off angle of the turtle pit, just because they want to go for this very, very quick surprise concealed play to actually set up for the team fights.
It really catches people off guard because when you're setting up for the turtle fight or the lord fight, you expect people to be hiding in the nearest bushes surrounding the pit. Team SMG, they hide one bush away, the entire river apart from where Team HAQ expects them to be. So they cannot scout it out. They make sure that the waves are pushed out before they go for the Lord fight, and all they have to do is wait for the perfect opportunity.
Yep, and when it came down to opportunity as well, the first engagement, we did see SMG kind of struggle in terms of overall damage department because of how tanky Team HAQ was in early stage game, and this pretty much set Team SMG on alarm, right? All they had to do was play safety. They were just forcing fights here. Team HAQ was able to win a lot and on, and the moment they lost too much, on the other side of the map, they always send Sasa to equalize the game for them, and that's so very important for SMG, because if they do not equalize this, that means Team HAQ is going to snowball all the way into this game. And every single time this happens as well, they always try to force an issue where they're able to get a couple of trades in and there to make space for Sasa to be farming on the other side of the map.
Just look at the way Team SMG approaches these fights. They see Team HAQ go in, they instantly go for the ambush. Perfect coordination, really nice shot calling as well. Not too sure if it's Nuar or Zion Senpai calling out the plays right here, but either way, the coordination is on point. Team SMG, despite the fact that they were losing out on map control towards the earlier stages, instantly started shifting their priorities. No longer going for winning fights, just delaying, losing as few structures as possible while feeding as much farm into Sasa and Zion Senpai as they can.
Well, sentiasa menang game. SMG always winning their games as of yet. So far, one game away from closing the 2-0, denying Team HAQ a potential possibility of making it into its playoff. That is a very, very scary position to be in, especially when Team HAQ needs to take this series against SMG.
It's honestly an unbelievable situation when you consider that Team HAQ are our defending champions. If they lose the next game, there is a very strong possibility they don't even make it into the playoffs, and that is unprecedented. Team SMG, maybe some people were thinking with not bringing Valence and Stormy into the lineup that this could give more opportunities to Team HAQ, but we're not seeing that. This is Team SMG still playing as normal.
Yeah, it feels like there's just not much changes here. They're a little bit slower in terms of their overall aggression, but they do have a very, very interesting strategies to actually go in for the attack. At Team HAQ, they're just, not able to read all this as well, because most of these fights coming from Team HAQ, they're expecting the usual front-to-front Lord or Turtle fights, and every single time SMG starts a fight, it isn't as simple as it seems. It all comes out towards an angle where they want to force a fight at a specific angle to allow Sasa to go in towards a blazing duet to dive the back lines, and this is something that I think Team HAQ did not realize, that Man and Panda time and time again is always exposed from off angles.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially when you consider that Team HAQ is a triple tank lineup, right? You'd expect that there's someone there to delay the Claude, to protect the backline, and yet there isn't. I'm really worried about Team HAQ right now. I feel like they're still relying a bit too heavily on the old meta that won them Season 10. And that's just not working anymore. Where's the unique picks? Where's this never say never, this whatever they want to do, they're gonna do it energy that they used to have? It just feels like the weight of the world is crashing down on them with the title of champion, and they're not able to pull themselves back up.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one here. Hopefully, it will be a little bit of a different approach coming from Team HAQ, but the bans are on its way in a moment's notice here as we jump in towards the draft. As you can see, Team HAQ and SMG. I'm looking forward to see how it goes down, but it seems like SMG is going to be choosing on, I believe he's going to be on the blue side this time. Yes, it is going to be on the blue side. Meanwhile, Team HAQ is going to be on the red side.
All right. We got to see some adaptations. Got to see more respect from the side of Team HAQ. They let a few too many heroes through last time. We'll see how they deal with it now, as the Joy and Valentina this time have been banned out by Team HAQ. SMG continuing to ban out Gary's Fanny, as well as respect over to the Kadita, finishing things off by banning 1-1.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, Kadita is something that only SMG kind of bans almost every single game in the bans here. It's weird to see that not many players has been utilizing the Kadita a lot, but at the same time, I guess Team HAQ, they just don't really want to deal with Man playing it potentially, or maybe even flex it into his role position, which Min does from time to time again bring to the table. But now, first pick, let's see what they're going to go. Are they going to go for the glue or not?
Probably
nope,
Fred.
They will take the Fredrin for Subway 1 this time.
It's pretty obvious for Team SMG. If they're on the blue side, their first pick is always going to be Arlet or Fredrin. There's almost no in-between in this situation. Since Arlet is gone, Fredrin, obvious answer, Subway's most comfortable hero overall. Team HAQ they have to be aware of this. What is going to be the plan?
Yep, considering the game 1 Yves was pretty much banned, I feel like this time Team HAQ can look to actually take the Yves right from the get-go, considering that Valentina has been banned off. Let Team Senpai play his Farsa, and let him do his own thing. It's okay. It's something that I think they can actually play around with. But with the Yves, they have to go for potentially a marksman. Stealing the Claude away from Sasa seems to be a good strategy considering how well Sasa has been playing. But no, they ignore the Yves. They are going to go for the glue and the Claude instead.
Claude makes sense here. It's one of Panda's pocket picks, as well as securing glue to make sure that Lola can continue contributing to fights even after winning out the EXP lane. Now, a big question onto SMG. What are they going to play against the glue? Are they going to pick up Smooth's hero early on? Because we already know he doesn't have to. There's so many good options. Benedetta, Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, the Faramis, which is such a great count. Oh my goodness, this is so scary already.
Oh boy.
Faramis, such a good counter to glue. And the Smooth Benedetta makes its return.
You know, Faramis was pretty much open in game number 1, right? Team HAQ didn't exactly respected it here, picked it as well. But with now having the Faramis up on Team Senpai, whenever the split comes in, it is going to take a lot of damage coming from the spells coming from Faramis. So this is something that I think SMG can capitalize on as well. The counter just gives them so much of a second life here. We've seen a lot of Fredrid saves coming from the counter themselves. Team HAQ, on the other hand, they've got a big problem. They've got the Cloud, great, sure. What about mages? Barca, playing it safe, okay. I was expecting the Eve pick up for them, but no. They ignore it. They don't want to play Eve at all.
I think Eve is a bit difficult now that there's a Faramis and a Benedetta. Kind of hard to lock them into the real-world manipulation, so a bit more damage may be welcome on the side of Team HAQ, since Glue and Claude aren't going to have a lot of consistent DPS towards the early stages of the game. Now, one thing to note here, the Min Atlas is actually not that bad a choice against Cult Altar. It could be a good way to set up for the Blazing Duet as well, but this signature hero has not been picked up by Team HAQ this entire time. So
it's
that's
tough.
a curious choice.
It's tough considering that SMG does ban the Diki a lot, right? So this is something that both sides love to play the Atlas themselves. But at the same time, because it is the second phase for Red side, they can look to pick the Atlas later on and just completely let them off guard. Because for now, final bans, should they ban the Digi coming from Team HAQ? But SMG on the other hand, if they go for the steal later on, they will have to worry about this Atlas pickup later on. Or do they just respect this and say, you know what, we are going to ban the Hilda. This is a Team HAQ special. We just don't really want to deal with it. We are going to make sure that Subway is able to get his farm, but it seems like they're still hovering here as they think, do they want to ban those Hilda pickup?
Hilda is only really a threat when SMG is playing weaker early game jungles, and Fredrin should be able to deal with it fairly well, especially with Faramis around. So I think Team SMG might be okay with letting it through if necessary. And since they don't have to worry about the Masha Hilda combination, I think they'll be okay as Team HAQ ban out the Brody. So they don't want to give SMG 2 early game heroes.
I'm surprised that they actually banned the Brody. I know they're targeting onto Sasa's heroes, but I'm pretty sure that Sasa still has a decent hero pool as well. They might be able to force a Harif gold lane coming from SMG. So maybe that's the idea that Team HAQ is looking forward to. Considering that, I don't know, like, I feel like, it's tough. But they do ban off the Atlas here. Good shout for you as well. SMG just doesn't want to deal with this. So that means Team HAQ, they might be forced to play the Hilda.
I think if Atlas is gone, they can just go Lolita in this case.
Yeah, Lolita is pretty good as well.
Min quite happy with the Numenon Blast. Kufra still open as well, but I would prefer Lolita in this position particularly. The jungle hero still not picked up, but Gary, this could be a chance for him to fall back to something like the Derov. A pretty good matchup into the Fredrin, but not so ideal against the Fair. Oh, the Kaja, right. It has not been banned out this whole time.
Yeah, I think this Kaja pickup is great. It's a great Divine Judgment setup in towards the Fenrir Airstrike. It's something that Team HAQ can actually utilize as well. They've got triple mages coming from Team HAQ, whereas SMG, you know, they have to worry about being isolated here. We've seen an earlier stage of the game, earlier today in the earlier series, Madness going up against Team Homebois. Homebois was able to isolate the fight because of the fact that this Kaja is able to set up for a couple of kills. In this case, having the Kaja and the Framis could be bad news for SMG. So I see where Team HAQ is going for as well. They don't really want it to actually be having those kind of double isolation strategies. But in this case, Cho works the same.
It is the Noir Cho. This was also a hero that he quite enjoyed playing in the tank position. That's going to be interesting to watch because Cho can be at risk of the Divine Judgment, but if Noir is able to outplay Min, that provides a lot of playmaking opportunities for his team. Gonna be a tall order though, as Sasa playing on the carry means that he will be particularly vulnerable to all the backline DPS coming out of Team HAQ.
Now, they are hovering on towards the Hellcurt, or maybe even the Hansel as well. Come on, please.
He did mention
that. You gotta
that.
bring it. You got no. Come on.
Is it still gonna be the Martis in the end? Hold on.
Let's go.
Wait, hold on. Who is going jungle? What's the jungle hero here?
Kaja jungle?
Kaja?
Minsitar jungle?
Kaja jungle.
Wait.
Minsitar roam.
Wait, it is a Kaja jungle.
That's interesting.
Huh? Okay, I get the Minsitar. It's great to deal with smooth and all, but alright, they've got an isolation technique, they've got the team fight composition, but do they have the farm in time to actually challenge this here? Because what I'm seeing from Team HAQ, they really want to double down on lockdowns to shut down SMG in these wombo combos. Whereas Team SMG, their win condition is pretty much to out-sustain those wombo combos and come out online. But based on this prediction so far, it all comes down to SMG trying to go for the split push potential, whereas Team HAQ is looking for the isolation pickoff capabilities.
Right now, we're gonna re-enter the Land of Dawn once again. Team SMG looking to maintain their undefeated win streak here in MPL MY Season 11, while our defending champions eager to prove themselves and retain their position moving on into the playoffs. This will be a battle recorded in the history books.
Okay. I want to see how this goes here. Jungle Kaja. We haven't seen too much about it, but the pokes coming in from Min is going to be very, very annoying as well, because the spears do have these passive abilities where if you hit a specific target 5 times, you are going to get a stun off hit on this wall. The King's Calling does have these abilities available for those control CC. So SMG, if they get caught up in it too long, things are not going to look good for them as well. But with that being said as well, we do see a lot of harassments coming in. Min forced to back out right from the get-go.
Oh, wow. Noir just being really annoying right now. Min, he will actually win this trade, though, towards level 4. Once that King's Calling is available, it really messes with a hero like Cho, especially. That's probably what Team HAQ were going for and why they ended up pushing the Kaja into the jungle position. Gary, I've never seen him play on this hero before, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he performs overall.
Yep, and at the same time, coming in from this fight here, it seems like bottom lane is going to be a wet noodle fight all the way through. I was expecting this move is going to be forcing rotations here, but considering that because the turtle is on the bottom side, he's not looking to cut the creep waves at all to play a little bit more defensively in order to be able to react to this engagement. And speaking of reactions, he's close to his 4 as well.
Yep, Lola gonna be chased off, forced to recall at this point, which is dangerous since the turtle just came up. Noir gonna hit his level 4 before Min. That's an important part. The King's Calling not gonna be available for the turtle fight. Team SMG, they want to make use of this window. Gary coming forward. Will he Divine Judgment onto Noir? Noir with a beautiful Way of the Dragon right into the Electro Final Blow! Colotar as well! Noir with the first blood! Smooth chasing down Min, but he's not gonna force it under the tower subway. He'll get this turtle for free.
Oh boy, nothing they can do about that situation. They just had the level advantage and Team HAQ just completely dissects them in that situation, and SMG, they just couldn't do anything about this. Sorry, Team HAQ just couldn't do anything about this as SMG is just so good at finding opportunities. You give him a level advantage, they will utilize this and they will just straight up put down the gas and they just ram you through.
Honestly, that's just crazy. That is the best Cho play.
Oh my
God, he does it again! Man, gonna get kicked out of position once again in the mid lane. Noir dictating the tempo.
Well, this is pretty much the Noir limelight right now because there's not just one, two very, very TikTok moments coming in from Team SMG, whereas Team HAQ, it's back to drawing board. They need to play around this Kaja pickoff, and with Gary not having the flicker, how is he gonna get a Divine Judgment if you think about it?
Yeah, that is a big problem for Kaja. Subway, he's just gonna jump straight in. He doesn't mind. He's gonna get caught out. Divine Judgment right now. King's calling as well. Gonna be disabling Fredrin entirely. Abraser's Ram healing him back up. Not able to get a kill, but here comes Move. Gets the kill out to Gary. He's stunned under the tower though. So Man picks up the Benedetta for himself.
Oh boy, what a fight. What a fight. Even when Subway was giving in towards Gary's face, Team HAQ tried their best to finish Ma, but eventually Team SMG was able to out-sustain all that wombo combo. And this is a problem, ladies and gentlemen, for Team HAQ. Where will they get those finishing damage off? Because Man has tried his best. And now with so much of a tanky composition, they need to get those pickoffs. And it's tough. It's really, really tough.
It really is difficult. The Min Sitar, in this case, is supposed to be controlling Noir specifically. The hero was picked to disable Cho's mobility. But Noir is just outplaying entirely. Already 102. This is exactly how a roam Cho should be setting the pace for his team.
Yep, and now Zyme Senpai is already face-checking all these rushes as well. Team HAQ has no choice but to concede turtle control.
Wow! Lola gets kicked once again. Wave the dragon right into them. Noir gets pulled back with Spear of Glory while Sasa is destroying the tier 1 up top. Lola, he wants to pull Subway back, but he misses it out. And now he's just staying. Lola, you gotta get out of here, man. I think he knows that he's not getting out. Wants to do as much damage as he can before Smooth comes in and cleans up the mess. As Gary, Divine Judgment pulling Noir under the tower, Cult Altar to keep him safe. Nothing Team HAQ is doing is working.
Oh, this is tough. This is so frustrating. SMG's just got so much solutions to this. And while this is all happening, they picked the fight. And Sasa was able to get a fight as well, but another kick comes in.
Yep, in the wrong direction, but it might be enough as Gary caught out. King's calling from Min just in time to keep his jungle alive. Noir is in danger. He will dash out as Panda able to escape from Sasa as well, but Team HAQ are definitely playing on the back foot.
Oh, this is nice. This is a good defense. This is really, really good for now for Team HAQ. They were able to hold on for now, but the problem here is SMG, they've gotten so much value in all these exchanges. Right? They've got a very nice kick. Yes, so what? But even if I don't get a kill, Sasa is always trading across the maps. It's either going to be Sasa or it is either going to be Smooth who's doing that rob. And because of that, Team HAQ will always be one step behind in all these engagements because they are playing into the momentum that SMG is dictating right now.
Team SMG already 4,000 nearly net worth ahead of Team HAQ, only 6 minutes in. This is going to be a hard difference to make up. Panda, he's farming well, but still notably behind Sasa at this stage, and they gotta do something quickly.
Yeah, it seems like Gary, he's gonna try and make an attempt. He's gonna get caught out this time.
Subway with the taunt, gonna stop Gary. He was looking for the Divine Judgment onto Zyme Senpai, but unlucky, the Fredrin was there. SMG looking for a play down bottom, but now will all rotate up to the turtle pit.
This is a big problem for Team HAQ. Gary needs to get those clutch Divine Judgments, but he can't seem to get this fight, get in the fight at all without those flickers. So that's a big problem with Kaja jungle, right? You can have some sort of zoning capabilities, but Team SMG, they can't kite you around, but they are going to chip away, and Lola
Move just barely dashes out of the spear. Gary secures the turtle. Electro final blow used. Lola jumping on top of Subway, but he's going to die to the consistent damage of Sasa. They trade the turtle for 1 kill. Meanwhile, Panda going to be playing that macro play, taking a page out of Sasa's book. picks off the bottom tier 2 SMG, just giving it away.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. They're trying to funnel those resources onto his Panda. 7 minutes in the game. They want to make sure that Panda gets those level 5 very, very quickly. But even though he's traded tier 2 down bottom, guess what? Smooth is also there to trade a tier 2 up top. So it's not the end of the world for SMG because Sasa was able to redeem himself while trading the creeps and resources down in the bottom lane. So there is a lot of trading going on across the macro league. And Team HAQ, even though they're going for desperate attempts, SMG was able to respond accordingly.
Right now, the net worth lead has been stabilized a little bit. Oh no, with the kick once again! Onto Lola! My goodness, someone stop him!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now with Gary being caught out of his wall, there's only so much he can do, but no, we are going to make an attempt.
Onto Subway, pulls him into King's Calling. Cold Altar is here to keep him alive, but will he be able to stay? As Subway is picked up, not able to raise his rep. Here comes Smooth though, killing spree onto Panda. Team HAQ, Min, not able to pull anyone back into the tower.
Smooth just playing out of his mind as of now, but here comes the from
Noir! The Purify on one keeps him alive just barely. Noir, he is trying to create a TikTok compilation right now.
Oh, Noir. Oh, you're an absolute monster. Look at him. This is taunting Team HAQ at this stage of the game. But before that, let's take a look at damage ranking as well. Zion Senpoi's got 28,000. He's just dishing out a lot of consistent damage alongside with Smooth. 22k on this Benedetta. And his mobility is just, you know, cross-map plays all the way through. But the question here from inside Team HAQ, this mid-star hooks from mid has not been connecting at all. And it is a problem for Team HAQ.
Yeah, it's harder to hit than you think. It's not really that... Like, the feeling compared to something like Iron Hook gets some getting used to, and it does feel like SMG are able to read the positioning of Min right now. Perhaps a little bit of that old familiar influence. Now gonna be working on the Lord. Doesn't look like Team HAQ gonna try and contest this at all.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very, very difficult spot to be in, considering that Team HAQ, they are 5k behind. Currently, the only win condition that Team HAQ can do is pretty much they need to set a very, very nice Divine Judgment catch on towards either Zion Senpoi or Smooth, because Subway seems to be unkillable at this stage of the game.
They will go for the mid-tier 1 though. Panda actually doing a lot of structural damage, so Team SMG is just gonna give that away. His Wind of Nature has now been picked up by Sasa. This may indicate that they're more comfortable with aggressive movement.
Okay, now with this being said as well, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. We do see a Malefic Roar on Smooth, so we are going to see a potential rat strategy. But interesting enough, this is a damage Benedetta.
Wow.
Okay.
Literally no defensive itemization other than the pants. Oh, Smooth, he's in danger right now. Eye for an eye, dodges the spear, but not the Divine Judgment. Into the King's Calling. Min gets the shutdown, while Noir with a kick onto Lola once again. Glue removed from the face of the map. Subway chasing Man down, uses the Retribution to make sure the Lord collides with the tower. Gary no longer... Oh! The Spear of Glory flicker, but the Cold Altar keeps Subway alive. Team SMG, they got what they were looking for. They're gonna back this up.
Well, a little bit of a limelight coming in, but with that kill on Smooth, that does give them a little bit of hope for Panda to get some sort of farm. But as of now, the bigger question here is, can they get to that stage? We saw how important Sasa of SMG was prioritizing those farms for Sasa in game number 1. In this case, the moment Panda has those max slot items, this Blazing Duet is gonna start to work, and that's a very, very important skill that they need to play around with for Team HAQ, especially when the game goes longer to actually deal with Subway later on.
And I'm pretty sure that is the intent from Team HAQ right now, mirroring the style they saw in game number 1. Panda has actually been left alone to farm for quite a lot of this game, but Sasa still outpacing him in terms of farm speed, and Man, while he does do a lot of damage, not quite matching up the Zion Senpoi as well. So although Team HAQ has a lot of late game utility, they really need to catch Team SMG off guard.
Yeah, this is something they have to do, but for now, with how Noir is currently playing by setting up those kind of unorthodox angles to set off for those Way of the Dragons, it seems very, very difficult to do so because as of yet, he's making the attempt again. Look at this.
Noir, he's looking for someone, anyone, Gary preferably. But he sees 3 members scouting out for SMG. They're going for the collapse. They get the kick onto Min. Not the best target. Cold Altar comes out. The 2-man Spirit of Glory. Predator airstrike coming out. Team SMG taking a lot of damage, but Sasa picks off Gary in the meantime. Wind of Nature comes out. He's going to be targeting Panda now as Immortality has been popped on Noir. Will he be able to dash away? Yes, he does. Asman is just delaying against Subway. Panda call out. Killing spree Desire Boy. Smooth goes in. Picks off Man. Electro final blow with the Petrify. Double kill for Desire Boy. Double kill for Smooth. Team HAQ has been wiped off the face of the map. There's no chance they could return before Team SMG walks down the base, escorts the minion wave. Team SMG have denied our defending champions a chance to gain points and have left their fate up to the decision of their fellow competitors here in Season 11.
It's over. It might be over. SMG, very, very convincing game. GG, well played to Team HAQ, but SMG played a very, very convincing game as Noir was able to completely shut them down. But you can see the disappointment coming in from Team HAQ. There's nothing much they could have done considering how well SMG was playing in that game.
Honestly, I want a little bit of what Team SMG has been having this season because this has been their best performance so far. Currently, they are on track to recreate the record set by Todak in Season 6. An undefeated regular season, only 1 match away. Meanwhile, Team HAQ, we could be witnessing the end of their journey here. Their scores now can be left up to fate in the final few games of Week 6. For now, Team SMG living up to the hype, maintaining their undefeated win streak. Our local S-tier lineup. I'm interested to see what they have to say. So Rose, we're leaving it to you.
And another 2-0 untuk tim selalu menang game. SMG selalu menang game, kan?
Nice.
MPL people, big brain. Okay, tapi I rasa big brain kita tak boleh kalahkan big brain Coach Haru. Betul tak?
No lah.
Caca malu. So Coach, today you turunkan your super sub. Why?
Because untuk persediaan ke playoff, kita nak readykan semua player untuk at least rasa main atas stage lah. So that during playoff, no stage fright or whatever.
Oh, I see. So, what do you think of their performance today?
First game, quite rocky a bit. Warm up, they say. And second game, they did well. So I'm proud of them.
Oh, so nice. So now that you have officially, I think this is the most official we can get, officially secured the upper brackets, right?
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to in the playoffs?
Looking forward?
Yes.
MSC lah, nothing else.
Wow, the eye is on the prize. Kejap, Stormy dekat audience kan hari ni? Stormy? Belakang? Stormy, can Stormy come up? I want to ask Stormy something. About the first game tadi. I nak tanya Stormy pasal first game tadi. Stormy, Mage Prodigy. Huh? He doesn't want to come up ke? Oh, Stormy tak nak keluar.
He's shy.
Stormy shy? Very sus. Okay. Okay, kita nak tanya superstar berang. Hi.
Hello.
Dia punya malu tu. How does it feel main atas stage MPL menang 2-0 lagi?
Pertama sekali sangat bersyukur dan terima kasih dekat tim juga. And rindu stage lah.
Wow. So, will we be seeing more of you on the stage?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay guys, so I rasa playoff. You guys should stay tuned for Team SMG's lineup. Betul? And with that, the MVP of the match is ready. Count with me. Okay? 3, 2, 1. It's Zayn Samboy. Oh, wow. So guys, I think that means Stormy's in trouble. Stormy's in trouble. Stormy's in trouble lah tu. Zaim Senpai perform dua-dua game. First game MVP, game of the MVP of the match. You nak cakap apa dekat Stormy?
Tak ada apa kot, cuma fokus next game.
Oh, dia macam Stormy. Keep your eye focused. I'm coming for your role. Okay, I actually like that. All right, guys. So, thank you. We would like to invite a fan on stage. His name is Jack. Jack and Bros on stage. Why is there so many Jack in MPL? Itu saja tu kedama. Hello. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Nervous?
Yeah.
Don't be nervous. Okay, Coach Haru more nervous than you. All right, so Jack, what do you want to say to Team SMG, or do you want to ask them a question?
I would like to congratulate you guys for this game. All right, it's an amazing 2-0 for you all, and I wish you all the best throughout this MPL journey. And I wish you guys to bring back this season 11 trophy to a friend for your season 8.
All right. Do you guys have anything to say to that, Coach?
Thank you so much for you and for everyone here at home who has supported us since week 1. We thank you so much, and please keep supporting us until playoff and bringing the trophy back. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stay for a photo session with them. Closer, boys. Closer. Alright, dan kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang lit macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Thank you, Jack. Thank you to Team SMG, and congratulations once again. Congrats, boys. Okay, guys, are you guys happy? Are you guys ready for the next match? And with that, since you guys are ready for the next match, mari kita dengar mic check dari pasukan Team SMG for the last game.
Boleh masak?
Masak telur long.
Tak, kita masak beef.
Masak you sedap sikit.
Min, kita makan min.
No, kalau boleh kau set up dulu lah. Langsung je.
Aku ada Noah. Santai.
Ni.
Nice.
Kau boleh tahan.
Nice.
Macam tu lah Noah. Dah tarik.
Aku tak ada ulti tau.
Aku tahan. Santai bro.
Aku kill Lola, weh.
Sumpah bang. Nak pasal tak?
Dah. Okay. Balik.
Tapi Ria.
Buka je lah.
Siapa je. Santai.
Kita dah send.
Jom. Nak kill tak?
Tak.
Respect.
Team SMG really proving why they are the only undefeated team so far here in MPL MY Season 11, being able to adapt to the situation, their shot calling on point, even bringing up 2 of their super subs did not deter their performance at all and brought about a brand new sensation born from the interactions between them and the main players. I guess Stormy does have to watch out a little bit. Zaim Senpai, good to see him back.
Well, he does miss his stage, and guess what? They were able to cook a egg for their opponents here because the little kosong, 0, get it? Yeah. Never mind, if you don't get it, it's
I
okay.
get it.
It's a pretty bad direct translation. But at the same time, based on the highlights as well, with SMG hammering down with the super subs, Noir as well as Zaim Senpai, they have been doing really well, which is kind of surprising considering that a lot of teams tend to struggle with the subs in terms of adaptations here. But it seems like SMG, they have this formula and formation down to a point that everybody needs to understand that SOP in order to win those games. And so far, SMG has been able to do that every single game that they have played here on the MPL regular season. This feels like a memory lane down trip to a Season 8 when they won the championship.
It just feels insane. Like you mentioned, teams have difficulty adjusting when they bring their subs up onto the stage, especially in the case of SMG. They've been playing with their main lineup the entire season, going undefeated. You expect there's going to be some difficulty adapting. Zaim Senpai, he hasn't played for so long. Noir, he's still fairly new to the MPL stage. But it doesn't feel this way at all. Like, what are they doing back there? Bring them up on stage more often.
Well, I guess like maybe, they're not feeling themselves, I guess. But at the same time, let's take a look at how Game 2 went for the itemization as well. You can see that, based on what SMG is doing as well, once again, Zion Senpai going for a full damage build here to try and shut down Lola. And so far, Team HAQ has been playing around a composition where they expect Lola to be opening up the map in order for them to actually capitalize on the situation. But that didn't go too well in Game 1. Game 2, he tried his best from Lola, but it feels like this Kaja jungle coming from Gary was very unlikely to actually pull it up.
Yeah, I think they ended up forcing Gary into the Kaja jungle because once they saw the final picks from Team SMG, it just wasn't viable to play it as roam anymore. They needed more AoE. And it just felt like Team HAQ were stuck reacting the entire game. Like, look at the items from Lola. He has roam boots. And that means that Lola was so behind that he had to catch roam boots to make sure that they were still getting the buff the entire time. He was getting caught out by the Way of the Dragon every single time. Noir, really, just flexing up on this stage. You would not think that he is a rookie. Only his second season, hasn't even played all that much.
Yeah, it's really, really a big struggle here coming from Team HAQ to actually play that game. But it feels like they're trying to power a level of Panda to get some sort of items to a certain degree. But Panda just couldn't hit those timings here because based on the damage output as well from Team HAQ, they just couldn't set up in time, especially when the Divine Judgment came in from Gary. Man can't seem to finish off with one combo of the Feathered Airstrike because of the fact that Zion Senpai is there to provide the count altars every single time. You can see Subway, he's got 65,000 damage taken so far from Seam. But even him taking this much damage, technically he should be dying a lot. He didn't exactly do so because of the fact of how Zion Senpai positioned himself to provide all this assistance for SMG.
Honestly, Fredrin is a hero that actually gets affected really heavily by the King's Calling because he can no longer build up combo points with his second spell, right? And you saw that Subway actually did get taken out before he could even Appraiser's Wrath at some point. But look at how long it took for Team HAQ to take him down when they were 4v1, he couldn't ult, he couldn't dash. And by the time Subway finally fell, the rest of Team SMG just came in and cleaned up after him. Team HAQ were just put so behind.
Yeah, it was so very difficult here. Even though the win rates here seems a little bit 50-50 for game number 1 here for SMG. And it was indeed 50-50 considering how long the game actually went for 20 minutes of the game. But game 2, Team HAQ, when they choked themselves by picking the Minstar final pick and forcing the Kaja down towards the jungle, there was a huge drop in terms of the overall win rate, and it makes so much sense, right? Team SMG just completely steamrolled the entire fight as well, and every single fight Noah tried to pick, there was nothing Team HAQ could have done to re-engage or actually counter-engage if you think about it.
The main thing that a lineup needs to be able to do to be undefeated, to be champions, is to be adaptable no matter what opponent they come into contact with. In Game 1, the game lasted 20 minutes, with Noir and Zion Senpai coming back up. Seemed like they needed a moment to get used to the stage. They played it slow, played it calculated. But in Game 2, instantly, they put Team HAQ uncomfortable in the draft, and then they took complete control over the game. Noir being able to find all these pickoffs. Cho, we do not see this hero on roam anymore. Maybe we should, but the MVP of the match, you know it, you love him, Zion Senpai making his return to the MPL stage in a grand manner.
Yep, GG, well played coming in from Zion Senpai as he was able to get 8-0-18 full damage all the way through Game 1, Game 2. And this is exactly how you should be playing a mage, man. You gotta take it back to the old school, baby. Old school mages still seems to be the most fun to play as you can potentially one-shot people. In this case, Zion Senpai, he was able to get a lot of damage value points in all these trade-offs here.
Yep. You can honestly see the differences in the way Team SMG plays when they have Zion Senpai up on the stage as compared to Stormy. The difference in aggression, the difference in their control. It's night and day, and yet the success rate on both sides indicates that there is space on the Land of Dawn for different gameplay styles, for different personalities to clash. And in this case, Team SMG, they seem to be building up quite the notable armory of players.
Well, sometimes in order to get what you want to do, you gotta have the carrot and you've gotta have the stick. In this case, it seems like the carrot was the right way to defeat Team HAQ, and that's exactly what SMG did because of the fact that considering how calculated they were as well, they were forcing a lot of awkward positions to begin with, right? And even then, Team HAQ, they were struggling to deal with this Fredrin, and it's a big problem because every single time they're trying to force a fight, Team SMG is very, very quick to respond as well. And I like the fact that Team SMG is taking advantage of Smooth's pick right here. Benedetta may not be meta, but they're taking advantage that every single time they expect the fight, Smooth is going to be able to engage in this fight quicker compared to what Lola is when it comes to rotations in between fights.
And even when Lola is in the fight, he gets picked off so easily, so quickly, so easily separated from the rest of his team. And here Team SMG just completely controlling. You think the fight is all spread out, but it is SMG that are just funneling Team HAQ in, pushing them together into the blender and taking them out one by one to end the game. Only 13 minutes in. What a clean fight here. Team SMG truly on track to potentially gain their second champion title.
Yeah, this is well done for them. But with that being said here, let's take a look at the standings here. Team SMG going to be top here with 23. Guaranteed first place regardless of what happens in the final series so far. 100% first place in the entire regular season. Meanwhile, Team HAQ still tying it with Madness Esports in the bottom.
That's not too good for Team HAQ there, no, because they are tied going into the final week. If neither side is able to get a point on top, we're going to be seeing a tiebreaker between Team HAQ and Madness Esports for a playoffs spot. Probably the most tense tiebreaker we've ever seen. Hopefully, it won't come down to that because they will both have one game left.
Well, for Team HAQ, it is going to be against Red Giants. Meanwhile, for Madness Esports, it is going to be against Team Secret. So, chances of that is going to be very, very tough considering that Team Secret has a 0% win rate. Means if we, based on the stats here, if Madness Esports gets a 2-0 against Secret, means they will have 10 points to tie it with RSG Slate MY as of now, based on the standings. But if Team HAQ gets a 2-0 against Red Giants, well, we are going to be expecting it as well. So, it is tough. Regardless of what happens, they both need 2-0s.
I just can't believe that we are in this position right now. Our defending champions potentially not even making the playoffs. Like, we have a trend here in MPL MY where champions tend to not do too well the next season, but not like this.
Yeah.
Team HAQ has just completely lost the ingredients that made them such a powerful team in Season 10. Hopefully they'll be able to find it, but before the day ends, we have one more series, and I think this is going to be a pretty interesting one as well.
Well, on 4 p.m, we're going to be starting things off with RSG Slate MY going up against Lunatix as well, as they also look to fight for the top 4 positions here to completely skip the play-ins during the playoffs. So this is something that I think a lot of you are excited for as well, because in the middle of the pack, there is also a potential tiebreaker that may happen in the next coming week. So there is so much, I would say, unknown factor that is going to be in play here for this coming season of MPL.
It's honestly unbelievable how many unknown variables the new format of every team being in one group has brought to MPL MY. Goes to show you cannot let your guard down at any point, and a lot of these teams are encountering that right now, and they're having to deal with the consequences. We're gonna go on a short break. When we come back, RSG versus Team Lunatix. We hope to catch all of you guys there.
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
feels what I feel.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, tarik kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
What a jump around as he managed to evade the silence. But then again, he has to get away from Masaram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu outplay yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan.
Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Penjahat.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas, menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan. Tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
feel. Feel what I feel. Huh.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Around as he managed to evade the solid, but then again he has to get away from Masaram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu opli yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan. Wow! Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Penjahat.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoff.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Feel what I feel.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Memang banyak cabaran, tapi semuanya berikan aku pengalaman. Aku kena siap sedia, cari kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Around as he managed to evade the solid, but then again he has to get away from Master Ram as much as possible.
Alamak, satu outplay yang menarik. Bocah mungkin akan dikorbankan. Imperial Justice melarikan diri. Pecahan.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill! I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby.
juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Before the ending of any story must come an interesting climax. And at the end of week 5, competition continues to heat up here in MPL Malaysia Season 11. Welcome back to the English desk. My name is Stafa, joined by Icy Baby 12 aka Terrence for our final game of the day, none other than RSG Slate MY versus Team Lunatix.
Well, this is gonna be a very, very important match between both of these teams here because both are currently fighting for that upper bracket slots in the playoffs, as currently they are in a position where they might be looking for the top 4. In this case, RSG Slate MY needs this W in order to upset the balance in the middle of the pack for this scoreboard. But as of now, although RSG was able to get themselves full points in the previous match, they can't feel themselves a little bit too comfortable here because of the fact that they need at least 4 points to distance themselves from the bottom teams that may take them down.
Yep, RSG Slate MY definitely came into the season not expecting to be in the bottom half of the standings, but the most competitive season of MPL MY yet has surprised many of us so far. With RSG looking to gain those victories, the same could be said for their opponents here, Team Lunatix, currently looking for that top 4 spot. If they're able to win their last 2 games, they actually even stand a good chance of overtaking the Homebois. So you can expect that neither side is letting things up.
Well, that's the thing about Lunatix, right? If you think about it as well, they started this off-season here as the dark horse. Nobody kind of expected much coming from him. But Jome came in and proved themselves that, hey, he is what it takes to be in the top here, to compete with one of the best here in Malaysia. And he's been able to do so really, really well. But when it comes to regular season, consistency is key. And so far, they've showed their strategy, but will it be enough to save their lives in towards the playoffs for a better seeding?
Yep, especially now that they're going to be up against RSG Slate MY as well. Currently, they're looking to be on a bit of a win streak. They already won their past 2 games or so, if I remember correctly. Whereas Team Lunatix just had a pretty surprising loss against Red Esports yesterday, where their strategy of just relying on Jome, funneling it all into that late game, didn't work after Mom rejoined the Red Esports rank. So that's already a weakness that their opponents can take advantage of, and you can expect a lot of mind games to be happening up on that stage.
That's the thing about transfer windows, right? It's so unexpected as well. Some may be hit or miss. Some can be debating that, hey, it's a little bit too soon here. It is the second transfer window. And RSG Slate MY, they may have had their transfer window. We haven't seen them play yet. So I'm curious to see whether or not are they going to be playing. But before that, we are going to be taking a very, very short session here as we throw it over to the stage with Rose to take you through with this journey right here, right now. Rose?
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini dia, last match of the day and of the week. Stadium Juara, are you ready for this matchup? Oh, nampaknya semua orang dah ready. RSG is ready, Lunatix is ready. And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, RSG Slate MY dan Team Lunatix.
RSG Slate MY.
Pasukan berbaju biru oren ini semakin sukar untuk dihentikan. Local lineup mereka menjadi pilihan untuk match hari ini. Adakah prestasi mereka akan terus cemerlang? Dan apakah kunci kemenangan mereka untuk menundukkan the dark horse of MPL Malaysia? Let's watch what they will present for this match.
Team Lunatix.
Pasukan yang sentiasa mencipta kejutan di dalam setiap perlawanan. Line-up yang dipenuhi rookie star player akan diturunkan hari ini. Bagaimanakah mereka menghadapi pasukan yang seteru dengan mereka? Dan apakah yang akan dipersembahkan oleh mereka untuk perlawanan ini? Sama-sama kita saksikan kemampuan mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of RSG Slate MY, nampaknya Coach Kuja hadir bersama analis EGM. Manakala untuk Team Lunatix, Coach Nasty Paulo is here with Amir as the analyst. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Hebe dan Yize. Thank you for your hard work. And with that, the players are seated, the Marshals are in station. But Stadium Juara, are you ready? So, Stadium Juara, korang rasa siapa akan menang match ni? Will it be Team Lunatix? Or will RSG Slate MY take this win? Okay, the audience are ready, the teams are ready, I'm ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The audience is ready, the teams are ready, and I hope all of you watching from home are ready as well for a match that will determine the fates of two teams here in MPL MY Season 11. Like we mentioned, both RSG Slate MY and Team Lunatix are looking to gain any points that they can to rise up in the rankings so far. And when we're talking about these two teams, there's a lot that we can discuss.
Yeah, when it comes to the head-to-head here, we can see based on their percentage as well, Lunatix will be leading in terms of the overall damage dealt department because of their compositions that they're pretty much made as well. The game win rates has been favoring them a little bit more. KDA is going to be favoring a little bit more on RSG Slate MY, but when it comes to those first tower rate and first lot rate here, this is where things get a little bit interesting because of the fact that the priority list comes from both sides. It seems like Lunatix has been able to win a majority of it in their early aggression game plays.
That is true. When we're talking about early game aggression as well, we cannot forget RSG Slate MY. Really strong early game momentum. However, thus far has been a little bit inconsistent, in which each of their players are known to be individually skilled, but not able to show that consistently in every single game. And if they're not able to find a good, strong lead towards the early stages, it becomes very difficult for them to expand that influence to the rest of the game. So this is going to be an important one here because Team Lunatix, they excel at controlling that early momentum to funnel as much space and farm into Jome as possible. Their chances of victory here for RSG Slate is in how well they can disrupt that gameplay.
Well, I'm curious to see how it goes as well, but this is going to be the gold laner stats coming in from Lunatix. Joe, one of the highest rank here in terms of overall total kills with as well as average DPM so far. A prodigy coming from Philippines, and he's been making works here. Arguably one of the best import players coming towards MPL MY since the start of the season. So far, he has not disappointed, and hopefully he will be able to consistently do what he's needed to do from the side of Lunatix, because this Dark Force of team is starting to be a force that people need to start respecting. But the question here is RSG Slate MY in the position to be able to challenge them now, especially with their import players coming in and with Ling Aza joining the ranks recently alongside with Lexia? Things are going to get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, Ling Aza so far been doing his job as a jungler, but we definitely expect a little bit more from this player. The way that he made such a splash in the MPL during his first debut all those seasons ago. Where is that same energy? Where is that same spirit? Hopefully, we will be able to see that alongside the rest of the star players on the side of RSG Slate MY. Things looked pretty good in their previous game, but how will it perform when it's up against the Lunatix? We will find out as the draft for game number 1 of our final match here today will now commence.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit interesting here in terms of the overall priority drafts, because in terms of overall bans here, RSG Slate MY, they do have a leniency to actually ban off the Arlot as well as the Fredrin a little bit more, but the question here is Fanny going to be let through? Because we've talked about how potentially the Minsitar is going to be changing the dynamic in the draft in this coming season. We haven't seen too much success on it yet. That's 1. 2, Fanny also taking a very, very huge drop in terms of win rate over the weeks as well. So I think this is something that Lunatix may consider taking advantage of, because a lot of majority teams don't play it here. But RSG Slate MY, the response here, they're targeting on Uni's Hayabusa, respecting based on his track record in the previous week. They don't even want to play against it at all.
Honestly, that's really weird. Hayabusa as a hero is not usually banned out in the first phase, and while yes, Uni has played it before, I wouldn't really call it a signature hero of his either. So RSG are banning this hero in order to execute on some kind of specific strategy that they want to play. Question is, what is that going to be? Perhaps they want to retain map control, not allow Lunatix to easily spread their influence to create space for Jome.
I think that's the thing about Lunatix, right? Like, Hayabusa may not be a big significant to other teams here, but when in the hands of Uni, it looks really, really good in most of these games here. And I guess RSG Slate MY is trying to limit Uni's options here. But with that being said, Fanny in the pool, something that Uni does play, something that Ling Aza does play as well. We haven't seen a lot of victories on it as well, but it seems like they might need to play a little bit more standard first as a safety net. So that is going to be the Arla for Zeno for Lunatix, while RSG Slate MY, I'm curious to see how Repo fares up against, this is pretty much the first time going up against each other. And so far, Repo doesn't really like this matchup at all.
Yes. This is an interesting one because Repo is a very aggressive EXP laner. Xeno does what needs to be done, not necessarily the ego challenging type. He will participate in team fights where necessary and will do what needs to be done in the lane in order to achieve that. Arlet going to be a very strong option, so that opens up heroes like the Martis, like the Fredrin, like the Faramis, going to be pulled away from the side of RSG Slate alongside the Kaja. Instantly, really strong initiation from RSG Slate MY.
Okay, I like this. This is something that RSG Slate MY can work with. They've got a lot of mobility. They've got a lot of lockdown. The double pull isolation tactics coming from RSG Slate MY is going to help them split the fight a little bit better. At the same time, they do have a decent amount of magical damage. So I'm guessing RSG Slate MY may be falling back a little bit, hoping that Ling Aza might be bringing in the Karina in their favor. So it could be a very, very big possibility there. But Lunatix, they will get the Fredrin as well as the Valentina. So Valentina have two very, very strong ultimates here to actually capitalize on in terms of isolation. But RSG Slate MY, they respond with the glue, so most likely the jungler is going to be a physical one.
The glue, that's interesting right there. Gonna be taken by RSG. Repo, not sure if this is his most comfortable hero overall, but he'll do what needs to be done, which means RSG, I wonder if they'll start banning out what will they start banning out here? Lunatix still looking for their gold lane, as well as their roam position. They're gonna start off by getting rid of that Beatrix, so a bit more focus there.
This is smart. This is smart. Like, RSG Slate MY is just banning off I wouldn't say they're banning off meta heroes. They're respect banning Jome's heroes right now. And so far, Jome has had a lot of huge success with the Beatrix as well. Claude has been a stable performance coming from him. So I guess that's the idea what RSG Slate MY is going for. But the question here is, the next ban that is coming in from RSG Slate MY needs to be taking out the Melissa as well, because that is also a hero that Jome is very, very done really well. And he's one of the very few marksmen that can deal with the Cloud Altar very quickly. So this is something that I think RSG Slate MY might be leaning on in that direction.
Yeah, I think it'll either be the Melissa or the Claude here, and whichever one RSG bans, they probably want to prioritize the other one for the Leals. Right now, their hero picks is a bit too magic focused, so they need their marksmen to be physical damage, so these are probably the best bets. And if they can give a good matchup against Jome, RSG Slate have already won one half of the game, basically. So this is an important choice.
It's weird. It is weird here, but they are hovering on towards banning off potentially the carry, but no, they're actually banning off the Moskov. All right. That's interesting. Maybe they are leaning on picking a Brody, perhaps?
That makes sense, I get. This is weird.
Like, okay, maybe they don't really want to. They want to prioritize the picking a carry for RSG Slate MY to deal with the Fredrin and the Arlot. I guess banning off the Moskov kind of allows that, but at the same time, it already opens up the Claude as well for Lunatix to actually deal with it. And now, immediately, as I call it as well, carry immediately gets shut down. So that means RSG Slate MY has two options now: Melissa or Claude. But no, they go for the Brody instead. Okay.
RSG just being very unpredictable right now. Brody not. I don't think we've seen Lolios play this hero at all this season.
I think going for the Brody, it's okay. You want to win your lane matchup is fine, but in terms of overall team fight against a Fredrin, it's tough. But it does give you a little bit of option here to actually stop the Arlot's combo position momentarily to set up for either Ramis or also the Kaja to play around with, I guess.
This does make sense, I guess, because Brody, they can take advantage of his early game kill pressure by comboing him together with Lexia to try and just cut off Lunatix from being able to zone and control the map. Just pick people off consistently with the Divine Judgment and the Brody damage, and hopefully scale up faster than Jome can in that sense. But they're gonna have to deal with the Claude, one of his signature picks. And
Smart.
Nova Escobar on the Franco.
This is really smart from Lunatix as well. This is a perfect tell coming from RSG Slate MY. They want to play around the Fanny. Is it going to happen? Yes, it is going to be the Fanny as well. They anticipated as well. Great setups, a lot of isolations here. They were limiting all the options that can potentially catch a Fanny, but Franco is one of the very few that Nova Escobar can play really, really well. And I'm liking this. They have a lot of adaptations, but the setups coming from RSG Slate MY looks really, really solid based on this draft. And I'm actually liking how much more flexibility RSG Slate MY can do in all these scenarios. Whereas from the side of Lunatix, they have this S-tier compositions where they need to dodge fights in order to challenge RSG Slate MY. In terms of utility, obviously favoring RSG Slate MY. They've got more room to work with. In terms of CCs, in terms of overall combo, they've got the Faramis to isolate people with those Shadow Stampedes. But for Lunatix, it all comes down to slowing down the tempo long enough, drag it long, where Fanny kind of gets outscaled in the later stage game. So I'm excited to see how both teams play this out.
Early game pickups, early game momentum. Gonna be the name of the game between RSG Slate MY and Team Lunatix as we re-enter the land of Dawn to witness a clash between two giants. Which one will come out victorious at the end of the day?
Well, this is where things get a little bit interesting as well. A lot of pickoff potential coming in from RSG Slate MY. And once those 4 comes in, this is where you can see RSG Slate MY will look to punish these small bigs.
Ouch.
Taking a lot of damage here. And this is what I'm talking about as well. You isolate the target, you pull him back, you are going to get a lot of value harassments coming from RSG Slate MY.
The win condition here for RSG is that early game pressure. They got Link Eza. Man, when was the last time we got to see Link Eza on a Fanny? Going high and dry as well as Lolils with the killing spree. RSG, they know the assignment. Oh, the hook from Nova! Pulls Izanami to the tower. Fakes. He's gonna try and set this up. Izanami, will he be able to get away? He pulls out the regen. Just barely able to escape.
Yep, and as of yet, Team Lunatix, they are trying to set up the tempo. They were able to equalize a little bit down the middle lane. It seems like they are going to be trying to funnel away a lot of the attention towards the gold lanes here, which is something that I think Team Lunatix, they are very aware of, considering how aggressive they are. As long as Jome gets his farm, it's going to be all good for Team Lunatix. Eventually, Jome is going to be able to carry the game for the team, which is something that I think RSG Slate MY, they are very aware of.
Link Eza jumping straight in. He sees, oh, the hook from Nova! Catching Link Eza mid-air somehow, but he's still able to steel cable his way out. Meantime, Izanami trying to gank up top, but not successful.
Oh boy, that was a very, very interesting interaction coming from Team Lunatix with the hooks here. But so far, he does have the experience. He is very confident about this. But with that being said, Link Eza forced in the backseat here. Does he secure his purple buff first? Because he does have it now. Now here comes engagement.
Zeno with Divine Judgment. Final slash going to miss. Cold Ultra comes out to save his life. And Rippo somehow getting the last hit onto the turtle. Link Eza gonna be taunted, dropping low. Nova Escobar with the first blood. He himself will fall right afterwards. And Uni just barely able to not get the Appraiser's Wrath out. RSG Slate trading 1 for 2.
A little bit of mistakes from Link Eza, but despite all the stuffle here, RSG Slate MY was able to go for the 50-50 coin flip, and Reaper was able to secure the turtle for the team. And this is the win condition that RSG Slate MY needs as well. They've got the early aggression. They know they can beat Lunatix in this fight. And if they are able to continue with this momentum, it's going to be all good for them. But from the side of Team Lunatix, on the other hand, they need to stall this long enough before Link Eza gets super crazy. And here's a little bit of fun fact, right? It's no longer called High and Dry.
Oh,
it's called Master Assassin.
Man, I totally forget that.
It's weird, right?
Like, we get so used to High and Dry after all this time. But yes, it is Master Assassin now.
It's a Moonton thing, bro. Like, I'm so used to Heavy Spin, and then boom. Wait, sorry, I'm used to Hurricane Dance. Boom, Heavy Spin from Archive.
Sounds like you're used to Heavy Spin now.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Either way, right now, RSG Slate continuing to control over this early game, but Lunatix still does have a lot of bulk. They're going to be moving over to the Turtle Pit to make sure they can secure this, but it's still going to take quite a while.
Yeah, but at the same time, Izanami, he just got his enchanted talisman, so that means the cooldown time on those count altars is going to be spot on almost every single time they start an engagement. But Lunatix, once again, they're having heavy emphasis on towards the gold lane once again to make sure that Joel gets his farm, and this feels like a repeat of back in the days how Red Esports plays this as well. It feels like a Mao gaming moment right here.
We don't really see that anymore, and funnily enough, it is actually Red Esports who won against Lunatix previously. So, seems like that sort of style not going to be as effective anymore. Lunatix definitely needs to spread their influence over the map a bit more. So right now, they're going to start by working on the turtle. RSG Slate instantly moving in, 4 members strong, even the 5th right behind them, Lolios. Facing out Zeno, he might be jumping too far. Divine Judgment instantly executed. What was he thinking? Cold Altar stolen away as they flicker forward, gets the bloody hunt. Uni securing the turtle away. Link Ezra trying to dive down. Izanami flickers forward. Shadow Stampede pulls 2. Fakes, he has Divine Judgment. Will he go for someone? Iron Hook going to find one. Divine Judgment. Rippo pulled under the tower and sacrificed.
Oh, this is huge coming from Lunatix, but at the same time, RSG Slate MY, they got a very, very good trade here, but at the same time, losing out Repo, who gives a lot of XP to his mid lane, doesn't smell of a good sign. The Valor having a lot of value here, but Joe in the trouble.
Joe blazing duet. Will he survive a 1v3 situation? He's dashing away, but Lolios will get the final hit in. Doesn't matter how far you dodge. He's gonna be able to target him down. Fakes. Wants to see if he can get a bit of evening up, but no dice there as Link Eza now on top of Zeno gets stunned down. Drove dropping real low. Link Eza will choose to back this off.
This feels like a very terrible game for Zeno, but hold that thought for now. Divine Judgment being used from Uni. Not sure what Lexia was thinking. They don't really have the damage. But yeah, as to what we're saying as well, this feels like a very, very bad game for Lunatix here, especially for Zeno on this Arlot. You kind of want this Arlot to be very, very nimble in all this clumped up team fight. But as soon as you clump on the RSG Slate MY, they can punish you with all those Shadow Stampedes here. But top side,
Uni could be in a lot of danger right now. Torn apart memory, finishing him off. Lolios getting a lot of free farm right now. Link Eza, he sees Fakes, he wants Fakes, gets terrified, and Fakes will be picked off as Nova Kobar left in the dust as well. Lolios with the killing spree.
Oh, this is exactly... Ooh, that was close. That was close. Lexia almost cancelling off Nova's recall right there. But meanwhile, this is exactly what RSG Slate MY. They want to dictate the early tempo as well. They've got every early aggression. They've got kills on Lolios. They've got kills on Lexia. I was expecting more kills up on Link Eza for this Fanny, but I thought for now, Uni once again.
Divine Judgment 1v4. No way he's surviving that mega kill for the Brody. Lolios is so farmed right now. Link Eza, he'll be forced to give up the bot tier 2, but his gold lane is looking real strong.
This is a very interesting way of playing the game here from RSG Slate MY. We don't see too much Brody because of the fact it's hard to dish out damage in early game. But if you set it up for Lolios to build up those max stacks and torn apart memories, you can literally one-shot almost anyone. And based on the composition for RSG Slate MY, there's nothing Team Lunatix can actually do. You kind of need a Diggy, you kind of need Purifies for this, but it was a little bit too late. The draft has been spent, the battle spell has been spent as well, but Zeno now, as he goes out, he's dead. Oh no.
Ooh, they catch him out. Are they gonna use it? Final Slash pushes them back. Cold Altar comes out as well. Zeno somehow is... Okay, he gets caught out by the Ghostbusters. Meanwhile, Fakes and Uni coming in from the sideline. They want to get it. Taunt on 2 members. Cold Altar popped down by Fakes as well. Jome, he's coming to join. But RSG Slate MY doing a great job of disengaging this fight. Rippo, will he try and cut this off? There's still 4 members of RSG in the area. Looks like no, they won't take that risk.
There's nothing much they can really do. Team Lunatix, they're throwing bodies for this, but eventually, RSG Slate MY is just so far ahead in terms of economy. They've got the tools to fight back, and even into Lunatix actually drops the count altar for Fakes, which we did see. They're very smart about this as well. If they drop the count altar, we don't have to do this, there's no point fighting, let's just back off. Why do we want to extend this when we can just play this safe, play for the next objective, and eventually Link Eza is going to be able to
the Iron Hook pulls Rippo into the tower. Link Eza comes in, instantly executes Nova X Kobar, and Rippo actually gets out with the split. No dice right there. Praises Wrath.
Oh my god.
HP as a torn apart memory secures the unstoppable streak for Lolios. 5-0-1. The Brody is a threat.
Oh boy. Gold ranking wise, you can see Lolios is so far ahead here. Job is barely keeping up. Beautiful stuff coming from him, but eventually they need more coming from Team Lunatix because Lolios now is starting to get a little bit out of control with his Broly plays. And so far, every single time Team Lunatix wants to play, they have to play around this Iron Hook coming from Nova Escobar. And it's so hard. It's such a hit or miss. And even if you go for the hooks, right, who do you hook? Because regardless of whoever you hook, you are going to get punished here.
Speaking of hooking, Divine Judgment onto Zeno pulls him back, torn apart memory. Monster kill for Lolios as the rest of RSG dives into the backline. Lexia going to be picked up as Nova gets the shutdown onto Lolios. The Brody has been picked off. Mistakes made by RSG Slate.
Oh, this is nice. This is really, really nice as well. A little bit too aggressive here in towards enemy territories. Team Lunatix was able to swap on towards Lolios. And this is a big comeback that Team Lunatix is. If they take down Lolios, boom, job's done. Ling Aza not around, even better, because as soon as they went for that fight, they were able to scout out Ling Aza pushing all the way in the bottom lane, and because of that, they were a little bit more confident to fight that fight compared to before.
My goodness, the way that Link Aza uses those steel cables is scary right there. Lolios, he did end up dying there, but luckily for RSG Slate, the kill did go over to Nova Escobar instead of someone like Fakes or Jome. So they can take consolation in the fact that the shutdown did not go to a Lunatix core. But a lot of their goal lead has been taken out right now. Lunatix, are they going to try and make something happen with this?
This is scary. This is really, really scary times here for both sides. But RSG Slate MY, they're starting to lose out their early aggression here as Team Lunatix finally builds out a little bit more items to fight back here. 10 minutes in the game, Jome is starting to have a little bit more economy to challenge everyone from the side of this here. But now here comes the engagement.
Divine Judgment onto Jome, even though he flickered away. Cold Altar keeps him alive for a while, but not for long as Jome is picked off in exchange for Link Aza, who may have dived a bit too far. Lolios taking the engage. Iron Hook going to miss once again. Nova Escobar providing more frontline, but Lolios just dishing out the DPS. Luckily, no torn apart memory for them. Lunatix, that's all they'll take for now.
Nicely done coming from Fakes as well. He was able to stop Ling Aza with the Divine Judgment catch to isolate the fight, and that's exactly what they need. But at the same time, we have reached towards the later stage of the game. Ling Aza may not necessarily be a big threat here because as of yet, Lolios is going to be the biggest threat from the side of RSG Slate MY. Meanwhile, Team Lunatix, they cannot afford to lose Job just like that. This is something that I think eventually Team Lunatix needs to realize they need to force a fight, but to set it up for Jome to go in for the clean out. That's pretty much the layering of team fights they need in order to win this team fight against RSG Slate MY.
That's very difficult. Ideally, Fakes is able to steal away the Cold Altar because they need that to be able to take the fight against RSG right now. And personally, I don't feel like Link Aza has fallen off yet. He just needs to be more careful with his timing. He cannot be the one initiating the fight. So let Lexia and Rippo go in front first and spend some cooldowns, because otherwise it's so easy for him to get locked down. He still has plenty of damage that he can leverage.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. They've got like, I believe they have got Antique Curas up on Nova Escobar as well. So Uni, a Dreadnought armor on towards Zeno as well. So it feels like Ling Aza won't be able to do too much here in terms of overall damage output. He can try to burst down Fakes, but aside from that, Fakes is going to be focusing on making sure that Lolios doesn't do too much if he goes for the Divine Judgment route. But so far, we haven't seen a lot of Cold Altars yet, and it feels like we've gotten to a stage where he may need to consider dropping those, stealing those Cold Altars in order to win those 50-50 matchups, especially in this first Lord Pit fight.
As for RSG Slate MY, their goal right now gonna mainly be escorting Lolios around. Brody gonna do a lot of structural damage. RSG Slate needs to make sure they don't lose out in terms of macro, as now the Lord is gonna be contested once again. We can see full damage coming from Lolios as well as Link Aza. Rippo gonna be zoning out the members of Lunatix as RSG prepares for a potential ambush. The glue, Split has been popped. Concealed play comes out. Lexia gonna be pushed aside with the final slash. Meanwhile, Split gonna be pulling Uni forward. Cold Altar keeps him alive. Massive chaos in the backline. And
oh my god!
Jome instantly executed as Fakes is gonna follow. Nova Escobar somehow killing 3 onto Lolios again. Lexia dashing over the tower. Still, 3 members alive on the side of Lunatix against 4. Zeno jumps back in, trying to do some damage. Sets up for the Iron Hook. Miss. Taunt from Uni, keeping RSG in place. Ling Aza, does he want to follow up again? Probably not. No purple buff. They're gonna aim for the Lord instead. Lunatix do they still want to contest this? Probably not.
They have to buy time for this year. They do have the 50-50 coin trade. It's just not worth it coming from both sides. But I like the layering coming from RSG Slate MY as well. Ling Aza's sole priority is make sure Jom dies, right? And just because Jom, he was trying to get into the Blaze duet, as soon as he shows himself, Ling Aza shows himself from the flanks, takes him out, and it demolishes him in this fight. And this is a problem for Team Lunatix. But fortunately for him, he just got his Winds of Nature. So I don't think Ling Aza expects this as well. So if they try to make an attempt and if they make a mistake, it's going to be trouble for them.
Yeah, Uni and a lot of danger. Divine Judgment onto the Fredrin. He may be taking too much damage as one. Appraiser's Wrath not in time. Final Slash onto 3 members will not save him. And now Xeno's the one out of position. Immortality popped by the torn apart memory. He's trying to dash back in. He regens some HP, but he gets caught out. Double kill for Lolios as Lexi and Rippo continues zoning out Novak Nova. Iron Hook on the backline. Izanami gonna get bloody hunted, but it's not gonna be enough. Izanami with the shutdown, killing spree, and it's gonna be Jom who gets that shutdown himself. Shutdown, double kill. Jom, triple kill in the backline. Lolios finally shuts him down, but Fakes gets the kill in return. Only one survivor on both sides.
Oh my goodness, what an all-out brawl here. Jom saved the day here for Team Lunatix. Things went so south when they were caught off guard with this pickoff from RSG Slate MY. He was able to equalize the sword with the Winds of Nature, turned the tides, kills off Ling Aza, stretched it out long enough to go 50-50s. And that being said, because of this, RSG Slate MY pretty much loses all their hero power spike because of this one play. But for now, Uni and Team Lunatix, they cannot afford to make a silly mistake of being picked off again because of this play. Because it is going to be the full reset here. The Lord going to be dropping down towards to find the 2 bars.
Both teams have already spawned once again. It's going to be another brawl. Xeno jumping in. Call Altar has been used by Izanami. Xeno flickering out. Rippo dropping real low. Lexia gets the Divine Judgment onto the backline.
Oh my god.
The Lord dropping real low. Lingesa secures it. Fakes gets the kill on the Lexia. Fakes will drop right afterwards. Immortality is going to be popped left and right as Uni finishes Rippo off. Lingesa gonna take Uni alongside him as Xeno finishes him off. And Jom in the backline dismantling them. And double kill onto Izanami before Jom himself falls. A full wipeout onto RSG Slate as Xeno finishes off the wave.
Oh my god, Jom, what an absolute god. They lost the 50-50 trade, but RSG Slate MY, they were all so considered in taking the fight and making sure that this Valentina doesn't drop this count altar. And as soon as they clumped up onto him, Jom was able to get a free blazing duet on the sides and chip away at everyone from the side of RSG Slate MY. And Jom has finally come up online, and this is a big problem because as of now, Team Lunatix, they might need to shift their focus here, especially for Fakes. Does he still go for the Divine Judgment, or does he switch things up and bring in the count altar? Because so far, Team Lunatix, they have been trading 50-50s without this count altar stolen at all.
We're just seeing an absolute brawl right here in the land of Dawn. Both teams not giving an inch. Lingesa trying to go for that split push. Will this final minion get it? Nope, they're gonna keep that alive. Lunatix need as many of their structures as possible. Like you mentioned, they have actually caught up in terms of farm. Their late game scaling gonna be very strong, but right now, they just lack map control.
Yeah, this is a problem for them as well. They need to find a way to stick together, and every single time they try to split off, RSG Slate MY is looking to isolate these fights and then pick apart. And so far, the biggest threat here is going to be killing either Ling Aza or Lolios from the side Team Lunatix, and they need to kill either or. But so far, it's extremely difficult considering how mobile RSG Slate MY is in terms of setting up these fights. They've got 4 flickers. They can jump into it at any time in this fight. Lolios, he just got his Rose Gold meter. I like it, but it's not going to be a big threat considering that the one that's killing him right now has been Jom so far.
But the big threat is the fact that Lolios may be able to survive just that bit longer, and that could be enough for him to get a torn apart memory out just before his death. Right now, being able to deal more DPS is very important as both marksmen already full on their items, the rest of their cores catching up very quickly as well. We are approaching the late game, and both these teams looking pretty even so far.
Yeah, pretty much almost max slotted on every single player here. We do see a fleeting time purchase up on Lixia, so that means he is looking to try and win those fights with those Divine Judgment, but for how long can he prolong it? Because as of yet, RSG Slate MY, they haven't been able to find those really good isolated targets here. So far, a couple ones on Xeno, And now Team Lunatix, they realize that Xeno needs to play around Uni in order to stack up against the Cloud Altar, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Catch as many people as possible from RSG Slate MY, allow Joam to have free reign in terms of war damage, and they will win those fights. Whereas RSG Slate MY, well, they need to play around and make sure that Lolios doesn't get picked off.
Lunatix, they've set up the slow push down bottom side. They're gonna actually force RSG Slate MY back. They're not confident that they can win this fight without losing an inhibitor. And considering the results of previous battles, they're not willing to risk a potential loss at this stage. Team Lunatix gonna instantly jump at this opportunity. Uni gonna be the first one to start aggroing the Lord. This is gonna be a dangerous one.
This is interesting. We do see a Twilight Armor purchase up on Nova X Bar to try and limit some of the burst coming from Leos here. But with this coin 50-50 flip here, it is gonna be tough once again.
Really nice play by Xeno, zoning away Link Eza so that Lunatix can secure the Lord. Will he lose his life for this though? Rebo gonna split on top of him, forces out the flicker from the Arlet. Make sure he's not caught out. Uni with the taunt, but he may have dashed a bit too far. He'll be able to walk away for now. Praises Wrath, pulled him back into the team. Cold Altar comes out to keep RSG Slate alive. Meanwhile, Immortality popped down. Cold Altar coming from Lunatix as well. Lexia with the Divine Judgment pulling Uni back. Iron Hook onto the backline. Who did he get? It's Lolios. Dome gets the pickup. The hook from Nova setting up the enemy goal lane. The Luminous Lord pushing down bottom lane. RSG Slate MY forced to recall. Izanami left alone. He actually takes out Finks before he's pulled away as Linkesa jumps in. Wind of Nature from Dome means that Linkesa, he's got to get out of here. He's able to escape, still keeping his immortality intact. They needed to defend this Lord.
Oh my goodness, what a layering coming from Team Lunatix as well. The amount of patience, the dedication to set up this fight, and the moment Reaper pulled them back, boom, Uni was able to get maximum value out of those immortalities as well as the Cloud Altar, and because of that, Lunatix, they're able to turn the tides, and now RSG Slate MY, they've got the back seat. Lolio is back in 5 seconds left, and this is going to be a tough defense coming in from them.
Lord crashing in, mid and bot inhibitor on the side of RSG have already been taken out. Does Lunatix want to continue this push? Top lane, unfortunately, not synced up. They can't get one more tower. Looks like the choice is going to be to play safe for now.
Well, tough defense. You know, I was expecting Lunatix to put the gas into it here, but it seems like they want to play the safety route here just because of the fact that Fakes is a little bit too far off. They need his Cloud Altar in this stage of the game, and we saw the maximum impact coming in. But of course, with that being said, Joe finally popping off as well. He's got the sprint. This is something that they need to worry about as well. They need to kill off the hook!
He gets the hook! Lolios push them back into the blazing duet! Cold Altar from Izanami, not gonna save his teammate's life! Lexia left by his lonesome. The Divine Judgment stolen! Pulls away Link as a Winter Trunkin will only save him for so long! Uni with a double kill! 2 members of RSG Slate alive against 5. Flicker hook. Nova going to miss on Izanami, but doesn't matter at this point. Final Slash pushing RSG out of the way because they have their eyes set on the Crystal. Lunatix steals away the Game 1 victory.
What a game coming from Team Lunatix here. The hooks, not once, but 2 times in a row. Lolios getting completely shut down by Nova X Bar. What a game coming from Team Lunatix here. The dark horse of the season finally bares their fangs and says, hey, we're not little ponies, we're a goddamn stallion.
What a turnaround here. Team Lunatix showing us what they've got once again. 1 win and 1 game closer to potentially making that top 4 position. RSG Slate MY looked to be in a dominating position early in this game, but weren't able to close it out. And Nova and Jome once again being the star players for Team Lunatix, setting it all up for them. Let's see what they have to say. Take it away to our mic check.
Offense Zeno lah.
Offense Zeno, sorry Zeno.
Kasih tahu ni. Bantai with objective kan. Paramis and Kaljas missing. Pokemon already. Paramis.
Makai. Nice.
Paramis ulti. Nice. Sorry. Penny. Okay, this side. Wuno spell really hard to play bottom.
Yeah, just wait. I know one for Funny.
Fight.
Yeah.
Funny.
Careful.
Nice job. Nice, sir.
Just go straight.
Hey, Brody.
Nice, bro. Just tower, guys.
Go.
Ya, aku tolak doang.
Nah!
Well, they got Brody. Guess what? That was the eye of the prize here, the win condition from side Lunatix, and not once Nova was able to happily scream that he got Brody twice, and that's pretty much a win condition coming from Team Lunatix. But at the same time, all things considered, there's so many variations that Team Lunatix needed to overcome in order to win this game, and they were able to meet those conditions. What was, and that is pretty much waiting for the power spike up on Ling Aza to fall off, and we did see him kind of fall off eventually, which kind of allowed Team Lunatix to bounce back.
Yeah, really disciplined gameplay from the side of Team Lunatix, recognizing that, okay, we need to play for that late game now. Let's go for pickoffs, let's go for teamfight, go for map control, understanding exactly where every single blemish on the map needs to be addressed, just like the blemishes you may find on your face that can be eliminated by championing Extra GG with Garnier Man, where you can fight 99.9% of acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds.
Exactly. Because of Garnier Man, you can actually look good like us most of the time as well. If you think we look good, clip us, you know, use Garnier Man. That's exactly what you're gonna do. But meanwhile, this game comes in towards this fight here. Let's take a look at the items and how they executed in game 1, because this is where things get a little bit spicy here, because pay attention to item builds coming from Team Lunatix. The win condition to slow down Ling Aza's kill threshold potential was pretty much getting up all those anti-Kiras here. Triple anti-Kiras up for Nova Escobar, Uni, S1, Zeno, and even then, Jom was actually in a position where he died to Ling Aza not once but twice now, until he actually got the Winds of Nature, which obviously the moment the Winds of Nature was used, he swapped it out and used an immortality in this fight, which is interesting as well in this game.
Yeah, it's a pretty common strategy by these top players to swap out items while they're in the midst of recalling or respawning, or while they're frozen, to make sure that they can stay alive for that bit longer. And it really made that difference towards that late stages where Team Lunatix were able to extend the fight super long. And that's where Jom is going to come out on top, because in terms of damage consistency, Team Lunatix are going to have way more.
Yeah, this is crazy considering that Jom has had some really fast hands to be swapping items, right? We've seen a lot of Winter Trunken swaps with the immortality, but for Jom, he's going for the Winds of Nature, and I think he's trying to set up for a Winter Trunken later on as well. But eventually, it didn't even need to reach to that stage as well. So let's take a look towards the post-game stats on this fight as well. Izanami obviously going to be hitting one of the most amount of damage here, considering how clumped up Lunatix is doing in the majority of these team fights. But it's not about how much damage you do. It's all about getting the right amount to kill the right targets. In this case, Team Lunatix was able to pick off Loleos not once but twice now in the final moments.
The fact that Nova Escobar was able to find those hooks in those precise situations speaks to the volumes of why this hero, in this player's hands specifically, needs to be feared. How many games has Nova's Franco set up victories for Lunatix? And then of course Jom, even though he was getting so heavily pressured in the early game and Loleos was so many kills, so much farm up, this is still a man you can rely on, and he still has the highest GPM in the game despite going 0-2, 0-3. Doesn't matter to him.
Yep, and at the same time as well, Jom and Nova has been playing really well here. Nova's hooks is really good. I'm curious to see who the MVP is for this game. And of course, it is going to be none other than Nova Escobar with the 2 hooks coming in. I was expecting Jom, but guess what? It is going to be Nova Escobar finding the right target at the right time to secure the comeback for Team Lunatix.
It's understandable why this would be the choice. Nova was the one setting up all the kills towards that early to the mid to the late game. And the whole fact that Team Lunatix were able to remain in the game and keep the competition hot and fiery was because Nova was there to catch people off, to secure the hooks, to threaten the back line on the side of RSG Slate MY, because of the fact that they were just going so deep and playing so aggressive. Nova, all he had to do was wait. He didn't have to be the one to start the fight, but he sure would be the one to finish them.
Yeah, but it's interesting here, considering that based on the goal graph, you can see it was just heavily favoring RSG Slate MY throughout the entirety of that game. They were just dominating here, but it did not exceed towards the snowball mark, which is pretty much usually the 8,000 to 10,000 net worth lead there. But for them, even then, 4.6k, it was a pretty big lead. Lunatix still held on for the right moment. And when it comes to Franco's wall, all you need is that one crucial hook. And that crucial hook came not just once, but twice for Nova Escobar to set the win for Team Lunatix. So nicely done as well. A very, very good big 6,000 gold swing change right before the 19-minute mark, which is pretty much the end game, late game for both teams.
A massive eye for opportunity. Once Nova was able to finally get that first shutdown onto Lolios, you could see RSG Slate start to break down a little bit. They were still trying to approach the fights the same way they were doing in the early stages of the game, which, yes, that works really well when you have the lead, but when Lunatix are prepared to fight back and counter-engage, things start to go wrong.
Oh my god, man. The hooks coming in from Jom. It's not... If you see, one time is a luck. Second time is not, well, you can still count luck, right? Third time, well, I think that's just straight up skill coming in from the man himself here, because there was just a lot of crucial moments where you can see like there is so much pressure up on Ling Aza. He was just so afraid. And I like how Team Lunatix is always making sure that besides Lolios, they always try to pressure Ling Aza as much as they can, alongside with, I think, Fakers taking advantage of the stolen Divine Judgment. We've got the bites coming in from the Franco himself to actually make sure that Ling Aza doesn't feel too comfortable of diving Jom in towards the back lines.
And Zeno being the one to front line, zone people away and create space as well. I think we definitely have to give a shout out to Fakes. He continues to be a little bit of an unsung hero on Team Lunatix because of the flashy plays that Nova and Jom are able to display. But the Valentina staying alive and dishing out consistent DPS make a big difference. And we can see here, this final push, the hook onto Lolios. And then RSG Slate dive in, realize we have no more damage now. All our burst is gone, our marksman is dead. The Twilight armor is purchased by Team Lunatix as well. Just show how scary the opposite side was. Two Blade of the Heptaseas. They just had to respect it.
Yeah, the amount of burst they bring to the table is just a little bit too much to handle. So I like how they were able to adapt to this game. And so far, Team Lunatix seems to be very, very aware on what they need to do in those win conditions here. And I feel like Nova was one of the best additions coming from Lunatix here. He has been a stable name ever since his debut here in MPL, but so far it feels like now he is in the right place here and he looks really, really solid. But the question here is, can they take it all the way? Because Jom has been delivering as well, Nova has been delivering, but the question here is, has Fakes been delivering? That was the question that lumbered throughout the beginning of MPL, but now it feels like they have. He has.
In comparison, RSG Slate MY, they had a good game plan going into that game number 1, but weren't able to close out. They got outplayed towards the mid to late game. Definitely were not expecting the kind of retaliation that Team Lunatix threw at them. So hopefully they'll be able to come back, restabilize for game number 2. Because right now, if Lunatix can get this clean sweep, they are not just looking at a top 4 finish, they're looking at potentially overtaking the Homebois.
Well, it might be a possibility. Dreams may come true, but for now, RSG Slate MY, they are looking to go for the series tie if they want to stand a chance to close out the entire game. They need those points to fight for the top 4 positions here because they are in a very, very unique middle of the pack here for themselves. But for now, RSG Slate MY, they are back in their seats, and I'm curious to see, do they respect the Arlott? Was Arlott a big threat? Because based on the drafts, I feel like it was very, very interesting from them if you go towards a recap itself, because they set up in a way that they want to try and isolate fights in order to allow Lolios to do his job. But eventually, it didn't really hit the mark because of the fact that Ling Aza was a little bit afraid to actually finish off the back lines. And by the time the game dragged on towards later stage of the game, Lolios was pretty much the only main DPS coming from RSG Slate MY.
Yeah, the AoE damage from Jom really did end up playing a big role because RSG Slate MY have a lineup that can really engage and take multiple different angles when they start team fights. And that's what they were hoping to take advantage of here, to distract the front line, take out the back line, and then work on it from there. Lunatix, they just buckled down. They didn't really fall under the pressure. They decided, we're still gonna take team fights 5v5 because that is where we're strongest. That's where we can take advantage of mistakes the most. And it did work out for them because they were able to use their CC properly and get some really skillful hooks.
Yep, and based on what we're seeing so far, Team Lunatix, they are in a position to take the 2-0. But so far, Joam has been delivering on his marksman department, and I want to see whether or not can he continue to do so, because as of yet, we're jumping straight into the drafts here for game number 2 between both Team Lunatix as well as RSG Slate MY, with RSG taking blue side.
Yep, they're gonna be switching sides this time. RSG gonna be first banning the Hayabusa once again, so definitely wary of that in the hands of Uni, interestingly enough, as Joy going to be the ban from the side of Lunatix.
Now, it seems like the Hayabusa ban coming from RSG MY is just straight up respect towards Uni's comfort heroes. And I feel like Uni, he may be able to play Fredrin here, but I feel like RSG MY, they're just a little bit too, I would say, respectful in terms of the ban, rather than sticking towards the comfort bans here. But considering that they switched it up towards blue side, maybe they're trying to set it up that they can actually get the priority on those S tier meta picks for themselves.
It's a good question. Not too certain. Farsa gonna be banned out as well, taking that away from Fake's hero pool. Wonder if they'll show some respect towards the Faramis as well, since it's a hero they themselves picked up previously. Lunatix knowing that the threat of Arlet always going to be present when you're on the red side, so they will choose to get rid of it themselves. Very understandable so far, but I think the Valentina gonna be a big question mark as of the current circumstances. And since RSG are pushed into a corner, I wonder if we'll get to see something like Izanami's Lunox once again.
Well, it might be the case. It might be the case. But for now, let's take a look at drafts here. Seems like they are letting off a couple of S tier picks here. 1-1 completely ignored by RSG Slate MY. They don't want to play with the Faramis for now. But based on the fans here, we're going to see a very happy fan hoping that Lunatix gets a 2-0. Maybe a possibility. But it's not over yet. 1-1 will be banned off. Priority from RSG Slate MY. It is going to be the potential Fredrin. But with the Arla being banned, they don't care. They are going to go for the Valentina first.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the safer choice. Don't allow Fakes to have this hero once again. Give it to Izanami, allow him some scaling potential as well as some flexibility overall. This will definitely put some pressure onto what kind of ultimates Lunatix can draft for themselves. This, of course, leaves Fredrin open once again, as well as Claude, if they want to go for the safe choice.
Yeah, it seems like based on this, I don't think they should go for the Claude first. They definitely need to get some priority first. Fredrin is going to be the must. I think getting a Yve isn't too bad if they want to set it up to deal with the Fredrin. But as of now, they don't really need to pick the Yve. They can pick the Fredrin for themselves. It comes down to preference, I guess, but looks like they don't really want to go for the Fredrin. They're going to go for the Martis, open things up with the Yve, or maybe even the Farsa here. No, wait, Farsa is pretty much banned. I think they want to play around the Yve here. Maybe, yeah. Most likely it's going to be the Yve pickup coming from Lunatix.
Yve is pretty risky though, because it allows for the real world manipulation to be stolen away by Link Eza. Not too sure if that's what Lunatix will go for. Starting with Martis and Lapu Lapu is pretty interesting. You usually don't want to reveal your EXP laner too early on, but Lapu is strong enough that it's pretty safe, but not Fredrin, huh? Lunatix want to go for a bit more early pressure with these two.
Yeah, this is something that I think they have to actually deal with it eventually, but we do. Melissa is something that I think Joel is really comfortable with it. I guess they are going to try and deny it away, maybe. Oh, yep, it is going to be the case coming from RSG Slate MY. And they pick the Kaja once again, but this time they will pick the Melissa, hoping to go in for a chain lock on towards potentially a wall here if they are for an isolation. But nope, the Yve will be picked up from Lunatix, afraid that they may have gone for the Fredrin. But it seems like now is a good time to just ban the Fredrin coming from Lunatix, as well as the Fanny if they want to.
Yeah, looks like you did call it. Lunatix wants to play around the Yve, so the threat of real-world manipulation being stolen away is going to be there. Hopefully, Lunatix have ways of dealing with it. Like you mentioned, the Fredrin definitely should be contemplated as of right now. I'm wondering what else they may not want to worry about. The Franco in the hands of Nova was a threat so far, but is it worth banning from RSG?
I feel like they should. You know, I think Lunatix now, all they gotta do is just wait on what kind of reactions RSG Slate MY is. Because the moment they ban off like heroes like Kufra, they ban off the Franco, this is where things get a little bit interesting, right? Because the moment they show that hand, that means Lunatix has the option to try and ban off the Fanny once again, which is something that I think RSG Slate MY doesn't mind. But the question here is, do you ban the Fredrin or do you ban the Fanny? Because either or, it is going to get let through. But considering that they have the Eve here, banning off the Fanny isn't too bad. But it seems like the bigger threat here is actually the Lancelot and not the Fanny. Or the Fredrin.
That's interesting. The Lancelot ban instead of Fanny or Fredrin means that they're going for a hero that doesn't want to have to deal with iframes coming out from a potential Lancelot pick, and they're actually confident enough that they can handle the Fanny. Looks like RSG thinking they might want the Atlas here since the Lancelot was banned away. Not too certain. Maybe Lunatix wants to play it safe, go for a Ruby.
I think forcing Nova to actually play either Edith or maybe even a Cho here in case they go for the Fanny is the idea that RSG Slate MY is thinking about it here. But I'm not sure about the Atlas, but because that is a little bit weird to my taste here. But yes, they will double down on the Kufra from Nova Escobar as a safety net in case they go for the Fanny. So there's going to be two solutions right there. In case RSG Slate MY goes for the Fanny, and in case they go for the Frederick, you've got the Weave to kind of slow him down in situations here. So safety picks coming from Lunatix to deal with it here. Obviously, Lancelot is going to be a difficult jungler to work with. But the question here is RSG Slate MY going to defer away from these two junglers and pick something else? I don't think it's going to be a Kaja jungle. Please God, no. Not Kaja jungle.
We've already seen that twice. It
didn't go well.
Not work. I'm curious why the Lancelot was banned when they were planning to pick Kufra though. Like, yes, it's still annoying, but bouncing ball is not a... Okay, we might actually be seeing that Kaja jungle.
Esme jungle?
No, if it's not Kaja jungle, it's Valentina jungle. But I don't really think so. This is kind of...
yeah. Wait, yo, dude. Okay, this is a discussion we kind of had behind the scene as well. I think Rose, we had this discussion here. Cartesi, one of the best players in the world, 2-time MWO champion. You know, he played a Kaja jungle. Didn't exactly win the game. Even the best player in the world couldn't win a game with a Kaja jungle at the top tier. How do you expect it here? Even Todak tried it, didn't exactly go too well. So, I don't know, man. This is kind of suspicious, but I want to see who is jungling. Like,
it's Grok!
What? Grok
it's
jungle?
Grok jungle!
Is it really
Unless
a Grok
they're
jungle?
gonna change in the last few moments.
Like, I think Esmeralda jungle seems a little bit easier-ish, I think.
They're not swapping. It's a Grok jungle.
I don't know. It's weird. I want to see. You know, we'll get into the game here and we'll figure out who's going to be the jungling here. But for now, I'm not sure how RSG Slate MY is going to be playing this here. Obviously, having the roaming Kaja does give them a little bit more advantage in this situation to actually set up for fights. Meanwhile, Team Lunatix, they've got a stable roster here. They have the roam liberations to actually stall out the fight. But of course, it all comes down to whether or not can they set the team fight for Job to go in for the cleanup. That's pretty much a win condition coming from Team Lunatix, whereas RSG Slate MY, they're looking for the pick-off potential where they go Divine Judgment and go for the one-shot combo. So, I'm looking forward to see how Game 2 goes between both these teams.
We're going to be re-entering the Land of Dawn right now. Will Team Lunatix be able to secure a position in the top 4 comfortably by taking a clean sweep against their opponents right here? Or will RSG Slate show us why exactly Grok Jungle was the decision for game number 2? A situation where they desperately need a victory.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen this before, but I want to see how it works as well because Ling Ace, I'm pretty sure he's going to be forcing potentially... Oh, no.
Okay, that was close.
Okay.
That was scary.
It's fine. A little bit small minor to said. Oh, no. Okay. It's fine.
Grok Jungle definitely clears a little more differently than we're used to. So that was not a mistake. I'm pretty sure that was calculated, but it sure looks scary from a third-person perspective.
It's funny how we are actually in sync with the BM casters. We're like, okay, that didn't look too right to me. Anyways, okay. So yeah, now I want to see how this works as well. Like, obviously, Grok having an early advantage in terms of damage here is gonna provide a lot of one-shot potential. Uni, even if he jumps in the face, you're not gonna get interrupted by those Ashura as long as you're hugging those walls. And I guess RSG Slate MY, they want to play around the wall lines. And what I mean by wall lines is, well, they want to get Lexia, have this Divine Judgment, set up those teamfights around the wall, which obviously is great for a Grok to set up with the wall charge alongside of a potential go away to stuck players in between. And considering that Team Lunatix don't have those purifies, it feels like RSG Slate MY, if they get those crucial fights in their favor, they are going to kill at least 1 or 2 players.
I get what you're coming from here, but it's still a really weird situation to have to contemplate. Also, is this going to be tank Grok jungle or damage Grok jungle? That's something I'm really interested to find out. As for now, both teams going to be hitting their level 4 spike. Going to be focusing on Turtle right now. I'm really curious how quickly Linkeza will actually clear this. RSG Slate going to be zoning them out. Lolil's taking a lot of damage here, but Inspire keeping him alive as Ribo gets first blood against Novak's Kobar. Zeno going to be pulled forward, but he gets the kill right before he's taken out onto Linkeza of all people. Uni, he's going to be caught out though. 1v3 as Izanami with the Decimate gets the double kill. Chasing down Fakes. He wants a triple. He gets it. The triple Decimate from Izanami.
Wow. Did not expect a stolen Decimate gonna be able to get so much value, but considering that this is the early stage of the game and considering how Lunatix was so aggressive in this play, they actually went all in with this fight. So RSG Slate MY, they got the better hand. Nicely done coming from them. Did not expect this Grok jungler to start to pull it off. Felt a little bit shaky, but Team Lunatix, they are in a position where they need to respect this Valentina.
What I'm just wondering is RSG Slate, their drafting style under Coach Kuja, they don't really bring heroes that they haven't tested and worked in scrims before. Which means that Linkeza has played this Grok jungle against some poor unlucky team. And I'm just wondering who they were. If you're out there, I kind of feel bad for you. This is so weird.
Well, hit or miss, we gotta see how it goes, because as of now, they are dictating tempo here. But for now, here comes the engagement.
Real world manipulation. Not gonna trap Izanami. He flickers out to safety. Lexia, does he want to go for the Divine Judgment? Probably not. No one is nearby enough yet. But he's looking for it now. Gets it onto Jome into the wall charge. They set it up. The double Kathan as Izanami comes in. Real world manipulation trapping them down. Jome, will he escape? Just barely gets out of range of the Guardian barrier with his BMI. The Claude will be safe as RSG just piling on the pressure, not letting Lunatix breathe.
Oh, so close, yes, so far, but at the same time, look at the kill pressure that RSG Slate MY has, right? Based on their drafts here, they've got so much burst coming from the Grok, they've got so much burst coming from the Valentina, as well as the Kaja to isolate the fight. And it feels like Team Lunatix, the only win condition is to stall this game long enough for Jome to be somewhat relevant alongside with Fakes. And this is exactly what they need right now in order to make a comeback. And it feels like this feels like a repeat from game number 1, where they have to play from behind in order to come up on top.
The problem is, in game 1, they had the Valentina as a secondary core scaling to late game. And now RSG Slate, not only do they have the Valentina, who is 3-0, 4 minutes in, Lolilos has been basically uninterrupted the entire time. So even if Lunatix delays for late game, RSG are looking pretty strong at that phase too.
Yep, this is a very, very scary moment here. Repo does have a very, very early lead as well. This Esmeralda starting to create a lot of problems for Team Lunatix now as he tries to make a run.
Ooh, wow, just dodging everything right here. And Ripo jumping to safety with that sprint. Uni coming in, Lexia, Divine Judgment just suppresses him for Linkeza to get a free turtle out. Lunatix, they have to back this up now. Fakes jumping in with real world manipulation, setting up the kill onto Lexia. That's all Lunatix are gonna walk out with as Lolils even destroys the top tier 1.
Yep, but at the same time here, I guess, you know, RSG Slate MY, they just prioritize objective as well. Lexia giving up his life to secure the turtle for Linkeza. It's nice and all, but the question here still remains here. If this is a damage Grok coming from Linkeza, that means he will eventually scale off in terms of the wall charge wombo combos, and it seems like the idea here from RSG Slate MY is to have somebody having the capabilities to somewhat stop the blazing duet if the wall charge connects. I guess that's the idea that RSG Slate MY is thinking here. In case Jome kind of miraculously come back towards the game, they have an alternative that can actually deal with him.
Dome gonna be using Blazing Duet, clear up the way for now. I'm actually starting to understand why this Grok jungle may have been the option here. Having a hero that has a lot of anti-CC to secure objectives against a Martyrs is actually fairly effective, because if he just charges in, uses the wild charge for the final burst of damage, Uni cannot stop him from contesting objectives.
Yeah, this is tough, considering that Fredrin was completely ignored from both sides. I feel like Team Lunatix, they might be expecting a little bit too much from Uni to actually do something about it. Because now,
Link as a wild charge finds Uni, fakes, drops the real world manipulation, but gets countered in return, taken out instantly. Lexia gonna be the target of Bravest Fighter right here as Novak Kobar comes in, gets the knockup onto Link Ezza, but not enough damage to finish them off. Jome, he's a little late to the party, so looks like it's already ended.
yeah, Zeno struggling a little bit more, and Jome needs to make a run for this for now. As RSG Slate MY, they're playing a little bit better into the 5 unit here. They were able to get a lot of kites here, and you have to give props to Izanami because he was able to dodge out of safety when Zeno was coming in for a couple of swings in, and that is a problem here because eventually they need to find a way to kill him off, but Zeno now start things off.
He's already jumped forward. Nova actually going to miss the wild charge onto Link Ezza. Doesn't quite collide. Fakes gets knocked up, but not too much more. Zeno just distracting Lolios. Link Ezza securing the turtle while all this is happening. Lolios somehow getting out with a sliver of HP, but the same can't be said for Link Ezza. He's surrounded 1v4 Lexia. He's trying his best, but there's nothing he can do to save his jungler.
Yeah, they even forced the real world manipulation. This is a problem. They need to run now from Team Lunatix because RSG Slate MY, they can't go for the fight!
With a divine judgment, gives Izanami his mega kill. Lunatix loses their marksman.
Oh, huge catch here. So smart of RSG Slate MY. Link Laser was able to buy so much time, forced out a very low cost value role manipulation out of fakes, and because of that, they know they have the upper advantage to make the jump. And as soon as they saw Jome out of position, they went for it, they went for the kill, and there was absolutely nothing Team Lunatix could have brought to the table to fight that at all. And this is a problem because eventually, they need to find a way to fight back. But despite all this that is happening here, it looks heavily favoring onto his Team RSG Slate MY. I was expecting the lead to be a little bit more, but if you pay attention to how Jome has been prioritizing and shoving those lanes, he is getting value before actually joining these team fights in terms of crosspath plays.
Rippo, he's taking a lot of heat right now. Sprint just barely gets him out. Decimate, unfortunately not the correct range. Lengeza, he might be going too far here. Wild Shot gonna miss entirely as Lexia comes forward. Looking for the Divine Judgment. Tyrant's Rage pushes him back as Zeno zones out Izanami. Lolia's doing a lot of backline damage, forcing out the Blazing Duet, coming out of Jome to keep him alive. Izanami finally gets shut down. Zeno with the killing spree, zoning off the enemy.
So close!
Muddles! Will he be able to get the kill? No! Just a couple hits off of finishing Uni. Lunatix come out on top.
Oh my god, I'm surprised that there were only one death out of these fights, but you can see the priority shifts coming from Lunatix has kind of shifted as well because Zeno has been making sure he's marking either Lolios, but as soon as he realized that he could not threaten Lolios, he made an attempt on Izanami and finally he got the kill. So this difference in approach was a little bit of a small victory for Lunatix, but it's still very shaky considering that they almost lost the remaining members to Lolios themselves. So eventually somebody has to take that responsibility in order to finish off Lolios in order to make a play here for Lunatix.
Look at that, Novak Kobar, first item, Immortality. He wants to survive and set up team fights. Lengeza might be a bit too far forward here, already forced to use his Retribution pretty early. Alexia, he finds the backline, fakes, gonna be pulled backwards, but he's able to get out just for now. Reward manipulation keeps him alive. Lengeza distracting the backline. Zeno 1v5, Rippo finishes off fakes, but he loses his own life in return as Zeno, his job is done. Izanami gets the shutdown. Uni gets the decimate onto Lexia. He's looking for Izanami, finishes him off with a double kill. Novak Kobar jumps forward. He finds Lolios in the bush. He's by himself. Jome blazing to it. He's forced to back out though. Lolios healing heavily thanks to the Inspire Nova. He's taking the damage to let Uni get the mega kill against RSG Slate.
Oh, what a clutch coming from Team Lunatix. This was the opportunity that they have been looking forward to. The disrespect coming from RSG Slate MY might have cost them. They could not fight this at all. They were able to buy so much time, but now here comes the engagement.
Novak Kobar unfortunately caught out by himself with the wild charge to kill. going over to Rippo, their consolation prize.
Oh, the equalizer is at stake. Team Lunatix, they finally have a little bit more damage up on Joel as well. But we saw the outplays coming from Lolios. He tried his best to do it to buy time, but Joel understands that it's not worth taking a fight against a Melissa if you do not have a sure kill. Leave it out to Uni and he'll get the job done, and that's exactly what he's done so far, because pay attention to Lolios' damage. He's got 37,000 coming from RSG Slate MY. They realize that, hey, if we play around Lolios, we're gonna win. But whereas Team Lunatix, if they fight for this split of, like, punishing Lexia is pretty much a win condition. Let's use it, let's go for it.
But the monster this game is actually Zeno. He is second on the DPS charts as a Lapu. In that last fight, 1v4, buying all the time necessary. Novak Scobar jumping forward, Tyrant Race onto Lexia. Muddles comes out, reward manipulation as well. The tower is destroyed, Divine Judgment onto the backline. Jome caught out, but he's able to escape thanks to this disruption coming from Uni and Zeno. Uni, unstoppable streak, kills off Lexia. Zeno still alive for now, but not for long as Rippo cuts off his escape. Team Lunatix will retreat after that.
Oh, that was a mistake coming from Team Lunatix here. Like, they grouped up as 5. They thought they could have man fight against RSG Slate MY. But as soon as they caught Lexia, they realized that, hey, the damage dealing coming from RSG Slate MY is actually Repo, and Repo was able to isolate the back lines. And because of that pickoff onto his Fakers and zoning them out, they couldn't interject with Zeno to actually dive for those Lolios. So this is pretty much back into the favor where RSG Slate MY, they understand that, hey, maybe, just maybe, if Repo is able to zone them out enough, we might be able to finish off this game ourselves.
The game is definitely reaching a bit of a fever pitch right now, though, between these two teams. 12 minutes in. Net worth difference, basically nothing from both sides. You see, though, Jome, he's going really greedy. No Wind of Nature up until this point. He wants to go full damage, expecting that his team will be there to protect him. Who knows if that will cost him in the end. We can see now as well, Link Eza, this is a tank Grok. His goal here is to set up for his team. But Lunatix playing around them very well.
Yeah, very interesting integration as well. He just got his Winds of Nature, he's got the mobility as well. But what's really surprising to me is that from the side of RSG Slate MY, they have not gone for any anti-Curas as well. They're just straight up going for Dominance Eyes to reduce Jome's damage power spike in terms of attack speed. But aside from that, there's nothing to minimize that attack power, which is a big problem coming in from Team Lunatix. So I'm really surprised that this is actually happening from RSG Slate MY. They've only got one Radiant Armor to deal with the real manipulation, which is pretty much Link Asa, but I don't think that's a problem for them.
That is quite greedy as well. I guess that makes sense why Zeno has been doing so much DPS so far. You usually expect something like at least a Dreadnought armor, but RSG don't even have that. Lunatix now gonna be controlling the Lord Pit. RSG, you can see they're positioning down there by the bush, looking for an ambush if possible.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a fun time now. Lunatix, they will have the upper hand. Waves are pretty much shoved in as well, but pay attention to the mini-map here. We do see a flank coming from Lexa all the way back, and like alongside for Izanami. Whoever they catch is gonna get a very nice one-shot. But the question here is, who do they catch? But from what I realized, it feels like if they take down Job, who's known to be very greedy in his split push potential, it's gonna be nice. But seems like Job gonna be not in this fight at all on the flank.
Scobar, he finds Link Eza, but Power of Nature gonna make sure that he's kept alive. Lexia finally makes his appearance. They catch out Zone! It's gonna be Izanami getting the kill in the backline. Zeno buying a lot of time. It's two bravest fighters once against one another. As Uni comes in, Decimate going to miss. He can no longer chain that away. This is the time for RSG Slate. They're pushing forward. Zeno flickering back, but Rippo with the killing spree, and Uni picks up by Lolios. He still has immortality. Will he be able to dash away? No, it's gonna be Rippo with the shutdown. Double kill going over to the Esmeralda while Link Eza secures the Lord.
It's go time for Rippo. It's literally go time, and guess what? It's not over yet at Fakers.
Ooh, Novak Scobar saves Fake's life and even trades out Lexia right now. They need to stay alive. They cannot afford to lose more towers. While Charge jumping in, gets the stun. Novak Scobar loses his immortality because of it. And now RSG Slate are looking for more structures.
Oh, this is close. This is as close as it gets. Jome cannot be afford to be picked off like that. The conceal plays coming from Lexia and Izanami was more than enough to shut him down. And that is going to be a problem eventually. As long as they kill Jome, Team Lunatix will lose all sorts of damage, and RSG Slate MY, they found the secret sauce and they will look to make the comeback here. But based on this play as well, they're throwing bodies for this one a little bit more. Nova, a little bit too scared off, but they will get the small defense, but it eventually comes down to final moments. But Izanami, he just stole the real elimination.
But that was a beautiful defense by Team Lunatix, honestly. The fact that they had that Lord pushing in with all of RSG Slate behind it, and they didn't take any tower damage at all, is massive. Izanami, real manipulation, trying to zone them out. Real manipulation from Fakes in return to chase away RSG Slate. The goal now for Lunatix, keep as many towers alive as possible.
Oh, it is still very, very possible as well. Both teams still very respectful on what they actually force the fight. But with the Winter Trunkin purchase up with Izanami, it's going to keep him alive. But I don't think the biggest threat here is still him staying alive. The biggest threat here from the side of Team Lunatix is keeping Jome alive enough to scare off Repo. Because Repo right now is reached to a stage where this Esmeralda is so difficult to kill off. And Fakes won't be able to challenge him at all. Because as of now, only Jome is enough to take him down as this core slayer.
One thing's for sure, Alexia has been doing God's work. Being able to find the Divine Judgment onto Jome in so many fights has allowed RSG Slate to continue pushing forward. Now they're aiming for the top tier 2. Loliel's gonna be poking it down for now. The rest of RSG Slate very nearby to make sure he's not caught out. Looks like neither team wants to force an engagement. The Lord gonna be spawning very soon.
Interesting enough, Jome swapped off his he's gonna swap his shoes very, very soon. He actually bought a Sea Halberd to deal with Repo's anti-heals and anti-shields in this vicinity. So I feel like it's a little bit unnecessary, but considering that he's pretty much the only guy that can kill off a potential Repo, I think it is very, very called for. But for now, it seems like it is going to be a stalemate coming from both sides. And of course, RSG Slate MY, they are setting up already for another push. And
no
way!
Picked off once again, Lexia doing God's work. But here comes Uni, Decimate going to miss, Wild Charge coming out as Novak Scorba sets up the kill onto Izanami. Rippo, unstoppable streak onto Uni, while the rest of RSG Slate still looking to push their advantage. Lexia going to lose his immortality, trading 1 for 2. This is bad timing. The Lord is available.
Oh, that should not have happened for Jome, and RSG Slate MY, they finally know how to deal with him, and this is a problem. And look at this, Lexia just completely isolating the fight to secure the Lord.
Novak Scorba, he wants to try and steal this if possible. Zeno and Fakes are right by his side, but Linka Esa can just easily retreat it away. And now Lunatix has to make a hasty retreat. Zeno gonna be forced to back off. He still has immortality, but he's surrounded 1v3. Will Jome make it in time? Rippo jumps forward, falling Star Moon beats the kill to Loliels. Lunatix looking for the vengeance right now. Jome jumping forward, placing duet. He knows they don't have the Divine Judgment, but he might be falling to Loliels here eventually. He will back off. The shutdown on Rippo going the Fakes.
Well, seems like it's not over yet for Team Lunatix. They were able to find a couple of pickoffs here, but eventually RSG Slate MY finally respects the power of Jome. As long as Jome dies, they will be able to win this team fight. And despite all these engagements, I'm really surprised that Team Lunatix is able to buy so much of this time in order for him to go for resets. But over time, as the death timer goes on, progresses here, they cannot afford to lose Jome time and time again. Because eventually, those respawn timers are going to hurt them so much that they won't be any relevancy if they respawn back in time to actually do some sort of damage.
Absolutely, and that's why Jome has to be very mindful of his positioning as well. Lexia,
again.
Conceal play. They will spot him out this time though. They know the Claw needs to be kept alive, but this Lord is probably gonna collide. And they're gonna start losing some structural integrity here. Bottom inhibitor falls in favor of RSG Slate. Lunatix will be able to clear up this Lord, but Rippo, he has returned. RSG may be looking for a push.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very, very difficult one considering how RSG Slate MY is forcing the fights here. But now Jome, final item here, sold his shoes, go for a brute force breastplate to keep himself alive. And I don't think it's gonna be enough here. If you get caught by the Divine Judgment, Izanami as well as Rippo is gonna potentially one-shot you. Hopefully it is gonna be enough. But RSG Slate MY, if they realize that he doesn't have the mobility, it's even easier to catch him.
We are now 20 minutes into this game as the back and forth continues. RSG Slate MY maintaining a 3k gold lead, but at this stage of the game, that doesn't actually matter all that much. All that comes down to is who can catch the other first. And so far, Lexia has been outpacing Nova by finding Jome in the backline, taking advantage of his aggressive tendencies. It's time for Team Lunatix to dial back a little bit.
They have to be patient. They have to be very, very patient. Because as we had RSG Slate MY, even Nova Escobar, whenever he tries to set out a fight, it's extremely difficult to punish Lolios because of this go away. And if you think about it here, who can actually kill him off? He's pretty much either Jome or Fakes. But as soon as Fakes gets isolated by Repo, he's forced to pop the real obliteration. And the moment that happens, he's pretty much done and dusted from that fight. And that is going to be something that allow Lolios to get free reign in all these team fights here. As you can see, this item as well is fully max slotted. He's got the Malefic Raw. He's got the Winds of Nature. He's got everything. And at this stage of the game, it doesn't even matter. But what's really surprised is that from inside RSG Slate MY, they're more aware of Jome's position. They're skipping the anti-Kyrios. They're just going for plate armor instead to try and keep Jome's health as low as possible.
That makes sense at this stage. Uni and Xeno already kind of scale off. Lexia looking for a pick off. Uni might be jumping a bit too far forward here. Lexia gonna find the backline. It's gonna be Fake pull into the real world manipulation as Xeno is picked off instantly. The rest of RSG Slate taking a lot of damage. Jome, he's looking for his opportunity to enter as Izanami might have gone a bit too far here. Gonna be picked off instantly by Nova Escobar. But they're continuing to zone Uni off of the Lord Lunatix. They need to secure this by any means possible. But RSG doing such a great job of zoning. Link Esa gonna secure it instantly. Lexia, will he lose his immortality? He actually keeps alive as Jome! He's caught out in the end! Lunatix are without their marksman! Lolios picks off Nova! Rippo is traded off for the killing spree, but Fake forced to pop the real world manipulation. He drops the immortality on the side of Lolios as Lexia gonna lose his as well. With Divine Judgment into the wild charge onto two members. Lolios coming back, healing massively thanks to the Heart's Claws. Link Esa with the shutdown with the killing spree! RSG knows victory is in sight, and they just have to delay Uni from getting home as Lolios, the crystal is open for him. RSG Slate MY evens out the game 1-1.
Oh, what a game coming in from RSG Slate MY. Who would have thought that this would be possible? And they made it happen. What a turn of events, because that was something that Team Lunatix could not have done at all. As RSG Slate MY, they pulled the big W, they pulled off the jungle grok, and they came out on top. Ling Asa was able to secure kills, isolate fights, and get the right ball charge at the right time to stop them in his tracks. What a game coming from RSG Slate MY.
Yep, and of course Lexia once again being able to find Jome every single time, taking advantage of the fact that they know this man, he's gonna jump in, he wants the DPS, he wants the ego challenge. And RSG Slate were able to punish it. A weird draft that worked out for RSG Slate, so let's see what they have to say about it in the mic check.
Ini apa kali ini comeback.
Comeback
Aku akan check.
Okay.
Kita leading lagi.
Ya, kita leading lagi. Kita habiskan lagi ya.
Macam quality. Nice. This unit, this unit. Cocok lagi. Cocok. Mantap, Der. Mantap, Der. Santai, bantai. Dapat cloud. Aku stun dia. Tepang saya. Tak apa, ambil plating. Block dia, ambil plating. Boleh, tagi dulu. Kiting. Kita dalam. Berada all in.
Mana boleh depan?
Lo semua.
Boleh fight, menang.
Macam tu lagi.
Mantap.
Macam tu, santai. Kenapa ni? Inilah.
Well, kiting is the game, and they were able to out-kite Lunatix in game number 2. And with that being said as well, it seems like based on their drafts here, they have so much front lines to be able to do so, and it actually worked out in their favor.
Honestly, this is such a weird lineup coming out of RSG Slate. Not only the Grok jungle, but the Esme EXP lane as well, which is just not meta anymore. But the fact that Rippo had such an amazing score at the end there means that Team Lunatix were just not prepared for this kind of draft in the first place. Got caught off guard. They took advantage of tendencies that they knew their opponents have. And yeah, I think just good game coming out of RSG. Things got a little bit spicy, a bit dicey at certain points, but they came out on top in the end.
hey, if you stick with the mentality as well, triple tank composition is the way to go. Tank junglers is really, really popular, but technically Grok is a tank. Guess what? It worked out eventually, but let's take a look at the items real quick as well. Coming in from RSG Slate MY, Ling Eza went for the Molten Nessus, didn't even bother go for the Cursed Helmet to actually progress in towards this game. In terms of itemization, what really surprises me is that none of the members coming from RSG Slate MY actually opted to go for Dreadnought armor to deal with Xeno. It feels like they're not that worried about Xeno's positioning, but more concerned on whether or not Jom gets his damage across. Because if you think about it, Anti-Cuirass reduces your attack power, but Blade Armor keeps your health low enough in terms of reflecting the damage where Jom needs to be scared off. And I think time and time again here, Jom was put in a position where he drops his spell, he's taking a little bit too much damage, and he will actually be in a threshold where RSG Slate MY is able to kill him off.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Lunatix, seemed like RSG Slate had the late game in mind the entire game. You'd usually get, like you mentioned, a Dreadnought early, but they skipped that entirely, went for Blade Armor because they know in the late game, if Jom is not around, Lunatix actually doesn't have enough damage. They can't just rely on fakes to finish things off. So this ends up becoming a huge problem. The Anti-Cuirass is not necessary because Uni and Xeno just don't scale that well.
Yeah, it's scary. It's really, really scary to see how things happen as well. I'm really happy that RSG Slate MY actually brought in the Esmeralda as well. He's doing a fantastic job just soaking enough damage as well. I wouldn't say Xeno didn't do his job, but more like in terms of sustainability, Xeno, once he drops all his spell, if people kite him around, there's not much he can really do. He doesn't have the mobility to get out compared to an Esmeralda who's got this Frost Moon Shield always active to give him that additional movement speed move to get in and out in sticky situations. So it feels like Esmeralda, maybe somewhat nerfed to a certain degree, has a relevancy because of the fact that it does benefit from shields. In this case, the real manipulation does give him that upper edge in the later stage of the game.
And not just the real-world manipulation, both Xeno and Jom produce shields on their own that Rippo can absorb and deal damage through. So in this particular use case, it actually turned out to be really effective. And that means that the MVP gonna be awarded over to Lolils. His positioning, thanks to all the time that his teammates were able to buy him, allowed him to output massive DPS.
Yeah, there was a very, very good one here coming from Lolils. He played really well in that game as well. Even that one time that he died, he was making it work for Team Lunatix, despite Team Lunatix technically should have won a very, very easy fight against the Lord Pit here. But nevertheless, RSG Slate MY, they stalled it long enough, found the right opportunity, found the priority shift, realizes that Jom is the biggest objective here, and Lexia had to make it work for the team, and Lexia definitely played really well as well in this game.
Yeah, Team Lunatix were definitely caught really off guard by how much discipline RSG were showing in this game. Just the fact that Izanami and Lexia were waiting in that side lane bush for easily like a minute, waiting for someone to come by. They see Xeno walking in front of them a few times, but no, their target is a Jom. And RSG, we need to see this kind of gameplay more often. Strange picks, things they're comfortable with, things they're confident with, and then executing on it properly.
Yeah.
That is what secures them the victory.
Yeah, even in this highlights as well, every single time that RSG Slate MY tries to make a couple of plays here, this early engagements, especially with Izanami getting that very early decimate steal kill, kind of slow down Team Lunatix's aggression, where they are looking for fights rather early. And ever since then, they kind of snowball their way through to actually get kills. And even then, Team Lunatix did a fantastic job on holding and dragging this lane long enough to force RSG in towards this equalizer, which eventually, even though Lunatix was able to hit those timings, RSG just had the tools to better execute and take down Jom in terms of the overall catch potential.
Team Lunatix were comfortable with letting the Kaja through because they already dealt with it in game number 1, but RSG are confident in taking this because they know Jom is gonna push every engagement to his absolute limit. He's gonna wait until the very last moment to back off. And that is a vulnerability that they can use. Once they got to these late games, with Lunatix trying to extend fights to see if they can trade out kills, they know as long as Lolils or Izanami stays alive, that is their win condition, and that is exactly what they push to do.
Exactly, well done coming from RSG Slate MY for tying the series, but all things considered, there is still more games to come to actually figure out whether or not can they overcome game number 3. Because I like the adaptations coming from game 2. a little bit spicy to my taste, but I think Lunatix, they have to rethink here. Could they have gone for the Fredrin instead? Because it feels like they forcefully picked the Mortis, expecting RSG Slate MY to actually go for the Fredrin, and RSG Slate MY realized that if they went for the Fredrin, that Fredrin wouldn't have been able to bring the impact Link Asa is going to be bringing to the table on the Grok when it comes to these team fights. Yes, the taunt comes in, sure, but the problem with the taunt is that Fredrin doesn't necessarily have the mobility to catch up with either a Claude or even get out of the real position, whereas a wall charge from a Grok gets you to point A to point B a little bit quicker compared to Fredrin.
Not to mention the fact that he cannot be CC'd by Martis while he's wild charging, so that he can use that as a final burst of damage to secure objectives in the early to mid game, and then transition over to a secondary tank as well as team fight setter, because they know that Lexia is going to be prioritizing going for the Divine Judgment onto Job. So it's a really smart idea, a really strange one, but you can't argue with the results.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It felt a little bit too close. It feels like it may not be the best way to actually win the game. I don't think it's going to be up there towards a meta tier list, but it's a very smart idea based on the drafts itself, on how they overcome the Eve pickup, which Lunatix tracked in Game 2's draft. So I really like that this adaptation coming in from Lunatix worked in that favor, force them in this spot, and right now, they know this is a possibility. The question is, can they adapt to this unique playstyle from RSG Slate MY, who's known to be quote-unquote textbook in their playstyle and comfort style?
Well, it's not textbook anymore. Team Lunatix definitely have to be realizing now that they cannot 100% rely on Jome to carry out the late game, even on one of his signature picks. As long as the correct counters are drafted by RSG, they will have a clear path to victory, and that's something that they cannot afford to give over to them. So I'm just really excited to see what is going to happen in Game 3. What else have RSG Slate been keeping secret from us this whole time?
Yeah, there is, it's now or never, right? Especially when looking for a top 4 position. You don't really want to play in from the play-ins itself during playoffs. So this is a big worry for them, because eventually they have to figure out what's the right way to win the game. Meta heroes may not necessarily be meta if you're not comfortable with this hero. In this case, I like how RSG Slate MY is pushing them to the limit. Uni, you're not playing the Hayabusa. We don't want to play with the Assassin matchup, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But for now, we have a very interesting segment here as we throw it over to our stage with Rose up on stage to bring you guys a little bit more snippet of what's happening here in Stadium Juara. Rose, take it away.
Hello everybody, it's me again on stage. Tapi kali ini, we have a little bit of a twist. Instead of inviting the audience, we have a few very, very special people. I'm with RSG Slate, but not Malaysia's RSG Slate. I'm with RSG Slate Singapore. Hello boys.
Hi guys.
I want to ask, what are you guys doing here?
We are having boot camp at RSG Malaysia side. Yeah.
Oh, there's a boot camp going on.
Yeah.
I see. How are you enjoying MPL Malaysia so far?
I think the stage here is very lively. There's drums everywhere, and I kind of like the vibe here.
Ah, they like the vibe. Play drum skate. The fans for RSG here is very, very lively every day. Okay, so I want to ask, what are you guys expecting to see from RSG Slate Malaysia's matchup this time around?
I think they're doing pretty well, I would say, because I heard that Lunatix is a very strong team. Yeah.
Yes, they are a very strong team. Okay, so I want to ask, do you think that RSG can win this game?
Definitely, that's why I'm here.
Oh wow, that's why he's here. Okay, that's why they're here. So, since you guys are having a boot camp in Malaysia right now, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys like the food here?
It's a secret, but yes.
Kita kena bagi a trick question, guys, kan? So, what's your favorite Malaysian food? Let's start with you.
What's your favorite Malaysian food?
Nasi lemak and chicken rice.
Oh, nasi lemak and chicken rice. There you
Nasi lemak too. I think I answered this before, like last time. Yeah.
Nasi lemak.
I love the bak kut teh.
Continue.
My one is Indomie. Homemade Indomie.
Macam salah server ni, tapi okay, continue.
Nasi lemak ayam goreng.
Oh, nasi lemak ayam goreng. Okay, from you, what do you want to wish RSG Slate MY before they come back up? What do you want to wish RSG Slate before they come back up? Oh, okay. Okay.
What's the question again?
What do you want to wish RSG Slate MY before they come back up on stage?
I wish they would make the game more exciting for us to watch. Yeah.
All right then. So guys, don't forget to catch the MPL Singapore playoffs this 14th till the 15th of April. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. By the way, I got a message to everybody.
Oh,
here.
okay, yeah, sure, go ahead.
We are having our playoffs at Friday next week. So if you guys are free, please watch it online or something and support us. Yeah.
14th and 15th of April, right?
Yes. From Friday to Sunday.
So 14th to 16th?
Yeah.
All right, guys. So 14th to 16th of April, they will be having the MPL Singapore playoffs. So don't forget to watch and support them. Okay, everybody?
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, RSG. Thank you. All right. And with that, let us kickstart our Game 3. So, since Stadium Juara is ready, I'm ready. Casters, take it away and start the third game of the day.
A little bit of an international exchange program we have going on here in Stadium Juara. Definitely surprised. RSG Slate SG dropping by to show their sister team a bit of love.
You know, it's funny, right? Like, we've always talked about in school, in college here, international schools, they're going to be exchanging here. And guess what? Esports can do the same. And guess what? They've learned a lot as well. But I like how he's putting a little bit of shade as well. Can RSG Slate in Malaysia put off a more interesting game? To be honest, Game 1, Game 2 looked pretty interesting to me because it was as close as it gets, but it all comes down to strategy as well as discipline between both these teams here. Both teams has played in towards their comfort zones, which is pretty much playing around the win condition. To both games so far, Lunatix has played around Joel trying to carry the game in towards the later stage game. But once they hit the late game, Joel was able to do his own thing. RSG Slate MY thought the exact same thing for Game 1. Didn't exactly go well. Game 2, they found a way. You know what? Why not just take him out before it happens as well? Because Game 1, that's exactly what Lolios felt in the hands of Nova. Why not taste a little bit of legs here? And guess what? Both have played really well from a roamer position. I want to see how Game 3 is gonna go because they know that both marksmen coming from both sides is pretty much the win condition for a team in this series itself.
The name of the game definitely seems to be Disruption, and a lot of focus going towards Lolios and Jome, specifically their marksmen on the respective squads. Looking at the draft recap again, it's just so weird, the heroes coming out of RSG Slate. It does not feel like it's the correct meta at all. But they were the ones to come out victorious against a much more standard lineup coming out of Team Lunatix, showing that anything is possible, everything is on the table, and it's now a challenge towards their creativity and innovation, as well as how much knowledge they have about their opponent's styles and personalities, because if that was anyone else besides Jome, it would be a lot more difficult to catch a Claude.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Considering that Fredrin was completely ignored, even though it's one of those heroes that is either first picked, banned, or to a certain degree still picked regardless of the situation. So this was one of the very few games Fredrin completely ignored in the drafts. And if we were to base it off MPL Indonesia's drafting style from all the teams, Fredrin usually makes it into the final pick as well. So I'm really surprised that this is actually happening, coming in from both sides. But eventually, I want to see the adaptations from Game 3. I want to see how Kuja is going to be having installed as well. Are they going to bring in something very similar? But so far, Kaja has been working wonders for RSG Slate MY.
Well, we shall wait and see, because we're about to be rewarded by a draft for game number 3, our final game of the day and of week 5 here in MPL MY Season 11. Team Lunatix gonna be taking first pick, so that means RSG Slate MY will be second pick for this one.
Well, this is where things get a little bit interesting here, because both games so far, I think a majority of the games we've won in today's game series so far has always been on the first pick department. So it feels like, especially in this series as well, Lunatix won on blue side, RSG Slate MY won on blue side as well. It feels like they are going to be dictating tempo for today. And now, seeing how the Melissa has been banned coming from Lolios, Lunatix is going to put it to the test as well. Melissa, very, very popular in all the regions so far as the top marksman pick currently in MPL status. But now, first pick from Lunatix, denying the Kaja away from Lexia, forcing him to play something else. So they are going to respect this, and they are going to put him in a spot.
This instantly puts a lot of pressure towards Lolil specifically because that Divine Judgment is going to be looking for him every single time, and he will no longer have the range advantage of Melissa this game, considering Lunatix already banned it out. But with so many of these heroes removed, that leaves open heroes like Fredrid, like Martis, and looks like Martis gonna be locked in straight away. What's gonna be the follow-up? It's gonna be the Paramis let through the draft.
Oh, that's a problem. That is a very, 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 very big problem now, considering that Lunatix, they were able to win this game against the Paramis composition because they had the Valentina. But this time, with the Valentina banned off, this is a big, big problem because as of now, with the Forza ban, as well as the Valentina, Fix is in a position where what does he do? What kind of hero is going to be able to extend the fight to actually outscale the Cult Altar? It feels like there's just not a lot as well. Going for the Kadita one-shot isn't necessarily great if the Cult Altar is going to be able to survive. Purify, that pretty much is out of the equation for him. But they are going to go with the Eve again.
This is probably the only safe choice they have left since Farsa and Valentina were already banned out. So Lunatix recognize that there are some risks. They're gonna go with the Fredrin, not going to try and challenge anything in that regard. What worries me here is the fact that Kaja doesn't have a lot of AoE disable, and against something like the Cult Altar, that's going to be very important for Lunatix.
Yeah, I get where the Eve is coming from still, right? You can kind of slow down the Cult Altar enough here to try and stop RSG Slate MY in his tracks. But the problem here is that RSG Slate MY, the majority of the time, they are going to group up as 5. You are going to get a lot of value damage in terms of the Eve, but you won't get those finishers to capitalize on compared to how a hero like Valentina or maybe even Lunox once the Divine Judgment comes in, right? So this is something that I think Lunatix will eventually try to minimize by getting an XP laner or maybe even a marksman, which gives you a lot of magic damage. So I feel like the best marksman here from Lunatix to play later on is pretty much bringing in the Harif, which we didn't see too much to deal with the Foremost Cult Altar. But I don't think Lunatix will play it though, if you think about it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if that's something they want to lean towards, especially since they already have 2 sources of magic damage. Would be very easy to itemize against, but RSG Slate feeling confident here. Lolil straight up challenging Jome, as well as Nova saying, we destroyed you in the Kaja versus Claude matchup previously. Now I'm going to show you how it's actually played.
Oh.
We'll see if that works.
Okay, Leslie here for true damage experience. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I guess RSG Slate MY is afraid that maybe Jome is going to be looking towards the Brody or even the Brody or even the Moskov potentially pick up, but I feel like Joe still has the capabilities to still bring the Beatrix, and never mind, it's gone. You know, Beatrix, great way to deal with the Cult Altar. It's completely taken out of equation. No thanks, bye-bye, goodbye marksman.
Yeah, lots of focus towards Jome right now. They're basically forcing Lunatix to say, like, Jome, you may have to play Harif here, because the Beatrix, the Leslie, already gone, Claude has been stolen, 1-1, and Melissa were banned out by Lunatix themselves. We're instantly going to be seeing something new from Jome this game, and hopefully it will be enough. A lot of the marksmen left aren't quite efficient at dealing with the Cult Altar. RSG Slate right now drafting very smartly as the glue is removed from Rippo's hero pool.
Well, now Rippo is going to be in a position here. They might be drafting the Lapu Lapu for him in the comfort here. But interesting enough, it feels like based on the on what Izanami is going to be playing, it's most likely good. Sorry, what Lexia is going to be playing here is going to be a big question here. I don't think this is going to be a support for Aramis. We haven't seen that for quite some time. I feel like for Aramis in this role is going to be a little bit of an awkward position, but hold that thought for now. Wait a minute. This is Rippo playing the Martis. And this is a jungle Lancer from our another. Okay. They're flexing this. They're flexing this to the limits for RSG Slate MY. All right.
Yep. Keeping the roam position until the very end to make sure that they have the best matchup against Lunatix's finalized lineup. I am liking this so far. It's gonna put some pressure onto Xeno in order to perform. Not a lot of heroes match up well into the Martis here. I guess probably Lapu Lapu will have to be the final choice unless they decide, let's take some risks, let's go for the Benedetta in order to have some additional crowd control. Based on the voice line, it is going to be the Lapu, and wow!
Let's go!
Lunatix gonna take the jaunt right now. The Jom Harif going to make its appearance.
You know, this is the best way possible here. Like, they're lacking in terms of magical damage here. Harif is like the best way to capitalize on Divine Judgment, best way to deal with counter. They've got so much early aggression, but the problem here is still, who is going to be the one to stop this landslide? Because I did not expect this at all. And they've got a very, very strong early game pressure coming from Lunatix. But when it comes to late game, well, RSG Slate MY has got a very, very strong late game potential. And this is something that Repo has once upon a time said this before. Late game is RSG's game. And it seems like this might be the case, because now with the final pick here, I'm curious to see what Lexia is going to be playing. Are we going to see a potential Ruby? But no, it is going to be the Franco to try and lock down the Harif. All right.
The direct challenge right there. For a moment, I was kind of wondering, are we going to see a Mincetar roam here to directly counter the Harif? But nope. They're gonna play it safe, go to Franco, go for that bloody hunt. It even provides suppression if they really want to focus onto Fake specifically here. So lots of utility coming out of RSG Slate MY. They really want to move themselves up in the rankings.
I'm really surprised by this pick as well. I'm really, really surprised. I was expecting the Mincetar like you called as well. But based on this draft, Team Lunatix, they are going to try and play around Jom, being extremely aggressive this game. And they are going to be heavily focusing and making sure that Jom is able to close out this game before we hit into his later stage game. Whereas RSG Slate MY's condition, they are going to play around this Cult Altar to extend the fight and drag it into the late game where they come up on top. That pretty much sums up both teams so far.
Land of Dawn, you are a familiar face, my friend, and we are glad to be back. This is going to be the final game of Week 5, Day 3. Team Lunatix on the blue side up against RSG Slate MY on the red side. The score is 1-1. Winner takes all. Let's find out who our final victor for Week 5 will be.
Oh, this is scary. This is gonna be a scary game here. Okay. A little bit too early. Lexia. Chill, calm yourself. But as of now, if he got that early hook here, maybe he would have done the same or what Nova would have done. Apply pressure, force utilities, force battle spells. That's pretty much a very, very good way to start things off. But I'm really surprised that Lexia didn't even bother trying to... Oh no, as soon as I say this!
Fakes pulled back in, Shadow Stampede pulling him even further back, but not enough follow-up damage means that even Lexia gonna be poked pretty heavily in return. So far, mid lane pressure though, definitely in favor of RSG.
You know, it's funny, right? A majority of tier 2 teams from all Southeast Asia, they love playing this composition here where they have some sort of isolation tactics here. So either for Ramis, it's either the Glue, or it's either the Kaja, all this hero, or even the Cho to a certain degree, which kind of forces you in this position where the moment you're out of position, we are going to go for this pickoffs. And RSG Slate MY, they're really sticking to these roots.
They want to try and win out this lane for Lalils as well, because as long as Jom is shut down right from the get-go, Team Lunatix are again in a situation where they actually don't have a lot of late-game scaling. So once that stage of the game comes around, the Lunatix have to be very careful.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether or not how they're playing this year, because based on this aggression that Team Lunatix is playing here, I'm surprised they're not playing around Jom's lane, giving him a little bit more free reign to grow and try and cause havoc on the other side of the map. But the problem is, what value can they get in punishing Repo? This is the Martis XP we're talking about.
Turtle gonna be dropping right now, 50%. RSG are here as well, zoning out the members of Team Lunatix. Xeno jumping in, bravest fighter. Will it be enough? Novak Escobar looking for the catch, but Link as secures the Turtle. Real manipulation comes out, surrounds the battlefield. Meanwhile, Appraiser's Wrath finishes off Izanami. First blood going over to Uni as Xeno able to flicker away from RSG's clutches.
Oh, that is very smart. That is very, very smart here. RSG Slate MY, they forced the fight, great, you know, they forced the fight, they called out hard, they thought they were going to be able to win the fight, but guess what, if you're right in the face of Uni, that means he is going to get free taunts in terms of value. He may have lost the trade here, but they are going to be able to get a couple of kills here. But as long as they're trading 50-50s, it feels like Team Lunatix is winning, but hold that thought for now, the hook coming in.
Lexia not gonna bloody hunt him actually in this situation. It's on cooldown, he used it last fight, so Nova able to dash out to safety, that's important.
Yeah, back to my point as well, it seems like they're trying to play around a condition where if they trade 50-50s, it's all right because eventually late game is going to be RSG game, whereas Team Lunatix, they cannot afford to do this as much as they can. They need to find a way to actually punish Ling Aza in their capabilities, and so far, it's going to be very difficult considering that Nova X Cobra has two decisions: punish Lolios or punish Ling Aza in the early stage of the game.
Speaking of, Linkeza able to steal away the gold crab with that retribution under the nose of Uni right there, keeping RSG ahead slightly. Uni going in, looking for the taunt onto Lexia, but the flicker from the Franco gets him out. Lunatix, their resources wasted here.
Yep, this is going to be a very, very big problem for them. But for now, nothing much is happening from both sides, playing very, very defensively. Lunatix also setting up a couple of ambushes. Likewise can be said from RSG Slate MY. They're just dodging their way through, not making a lot of movements, but they're calling in Lolios a little bit early to try and get a little bit more fights, expecting that Team Lunatix is going to be joining the fight. But guess what? They're not doing it at all. I feel like RSG Slate MY, they're just overthinking this right now.
But for RSG, they're actually really happy with the state of affairs. Lolios is not being disturbed in the gold lane at all. And while that's also beneficial for Jome, since he wins that 1v1, the late game scaling gonna be in RSG's favor, as now they're gonna contest the turtle once again. 4v3 situation. Hook going to miss. Novak Skobar with the blind judgment into the real manipulation. Cold Altar, will it be able to save Ling Eza? It is enough for now, as Izanami somehow gets the turtle. Zeno joining the fight as well, going for the backline. Lolios picks off fakes. Meanwhile, the fight is completely scattered as Rippo finishes off Nova Kobar and chases back the members of Team Lunatix.
Oh, you hate to see it here. Team Lunatix, they wanted to get the kill for Jome. Unfortunately, Izanami Rakarota with the saves allowed Ling Aza to get so much free value charge to dive the backlines and also retribution the turtle, whereas Uni was so preoccupied and fighting at that's a good one as well.
Lexiac, he got the Iron Hook, but not enough damage here to finish them off. They're afraid of Novak Cobra's re-engage. Random execution comes forth. Ling Eza looking for the trade, but all he does is zone away Lunatix from his teammates.
Now, this is a problem now for the side of Team Lunatix. They understand that this Farnram is coming in with the Cloud Altar. They need to find a way to get a pick, because eventually, if they don't start getting kills right now, RSG Slate MY is going to start to pop off a little bit more. They fixed up the lane. They went out for a little bit of switch as well. This time, they're finally playing around Jome into the bottom lane and leave Zeno to deal with the Lolios here.
Yeah, Lexia surprisingly hitting a lot of these hooks, but not following up on it. You can see RSG Slate, they're comfortable with the state of affairs. They don't have to force pick-off. They don't need to force kills. They just got a delay. But Novak Skobar catches out Rippo with the Divine Judgment. Is it going to be enough though? Zaman Force comes out, but they are under the tower. They get the taunt. Cult Altar keeping RSG alive. Uni jumping forward. Fakes. Picks off Rippo. Jome trying to follow up on Ling Eza, but not able to do so as the Iron Hook just barely misses Uni. Meanwhile, Lunatix, they want to force down to tier 1. Lexia force the flicker away. Lunatix, they'll get this tier 1. But in the meantime, Lolios, he may be getting one for himself too up top.
Yep, finally, a little bit more room to work with from the side of Team
Lunatix.
Mid lane! Oh my god, Lingxia actually got the hook on Zeno!
He actually picked him off. What a mistake there. I thought Zeno would be able to walk away just fine, but Lexia finishing in. They're gonna re-engage. The turtle is on the hook again from Lexia, challenging Novak's Kobar, picking him off. Uni somehow still stealing the turtle away despite all of that, but now he may be out of position. Will he get away? Yup, Iron Hook finally misses here.
Yeah, but a little bit of a scary approach, but RSG Slate MY, they're starting to inch a little bit into the later stage of the game. This is not supposed to be going in favor of RSG Slate MY at all. Team Lunatix, they made a little bit of an early shift. Unfortunately enough, it is going to be extremely difficult to actually make a fight now, because considering that Lolios is getting free farm across the map, and he just got his golden staff, and that's a very early one as well for RSG Slate MY, and this is going to allow Lolios to get so much value in all these team fights against Team Lunatix.
Novak Kobar, Divine Judgment, catches out Rippo. Zaman Force pops down, but Rippo flickers away to safety. In the meantime, look at Lexia. He's looking for Jome. He wants the bloody hunt. Nova trying to slow him down, but he gets it onto the Harif. Rippo following up. Novak Kobar not going to be able to save him. Rippo comes in, decimate, gives the kill over to Izanami, and Rippo follows up with a kill onto Nova as well as Fakes is picked up 1v1 mid lane with a blazing duet. RSG Slate MY upping the stakes, upping the momentum.
Beautiful stuff coming from RSG Slate MY. very, very good punish as well. They realize that their draft is, once you come in, you're never getting out. And that's exactly what they're doing here, coming in from RSG Slate MY. Team Lunatix, they have to start respecting this. But for how long? They need to group up as 5 in order to be able to get a couple kills in. But as of now, Repo, he just got his Radiant Armor. And this is a big, major blow in terms of the overall damage output that Team Lunatix is thinking to bring to the table.
The big problem with this Harith pick from Lunatix, a single Radiant Armor, and RSG are able to resist all of the major DPS from Jome and Fakes. Lunatix, they need to be ahead here. Divine Judgment, they catch out Linkeza. Cold Altar comes in to save him. He dashes out to safety. They're not able to catch him out, but Izanami may be a bit too far. He gets taunted backwards. Rippo gonna actually zone beautifully as Jome flickers forward to try and finish him, but cannot do so.
Oh, pesky little Prince of May. That is so frustrating from the side of Team Lunatix. Whereas RSG Slate MY, they're doing a fantastic job at playing their power spikes now. They've got a 4K net worth lead. They've got a pretty decent lane push out on the bottom side. Now's the perfect time to fight this. But at the same time, Izanami, he doesn't have his counter altar yet.
Yep. Oh, they're gonna catch out Zeno. He's way too far. Izanami picks him off. The rest of Lunatix looking for a revenge kill, but Linkeza grouping them all together. He dashes a bit too far. He gets punished by Fakes. Uni delaying Lexia. He catches out the Franco, who's taking a lot of damage. Zone finishes him off, and Rippo flickering forward. He's looking for Nova Escobar, but he's not quite in decimate range yet. Fakes is though, so he picks him off. Killing spree for Rippo as Uni is zoned out by Izanami. Nova Escobar, Divine Judgment. It's only gonna delay the inevitable double kill for Rippo.
Oh my god, Rippo and Izanami just completely destroyed that. No count altar, no problem. Team Lunatix, they forced the fight, but eventually, because of why Rippo is in the midst of all this fight, Team Lunatix may look like they have the numbers advantage, but they just couldn't get the damage across. This Radiant Armor on Rippo just completely set Jome in a situation where they couldn't even do anything, and Izanami was able to get 3 valid hits across this entire fight, and Team Lunatix is put in a very, very tough spot now.
Team Lunatix falling apart like a Lego tower right now. RSG Slate just has so much more utility, so many more resources. Lunatix needs a perfect teamfight execution, and all RSG Slate needs to do is walk at them. 6k net worth lead. Lord pushing down mid lane. Lunatix, will they be able to defend this? It's only elemental. It's not going to crash into the tower, but Lexia going to be looking for any opportunity he can find. Linkeza just being a nuisance right now. The Iron Hook going to find Uni, pulls him forward. Real World Manipulation comes out. Cold Altar as well as Divine Judgment pulling Linkeza back into the base, but he just dashes out. This landslot is so slippery.
Oh my god, they have a big, big problem. And then guess what? Linkeza's got the immortality on top of him, and that's going to be a very difficult one. They don't have the tools, but Nova, he's gonna be in a bit of trouble.
He tried to go for another catch, but he doesn't have his ultimate. Got pushed out of position. In the meantime, they actually do get one turret. All the external towers for Team Lunatix have been taken out by RSG. Oh, Lexia playing with fire. They're flickering forward, missing the hook. That would have been a flex if it hit. But RSG, they're actually still going for it here. They're trying to force the positioning. Lunatix, they're all refreshed up. Bravest Fighter jumps out. They get the catch in. Here comes Rippo disrupting the backline. RSG, they're gonna push them out. They're stacking up real hard though. Zaman force, allowing Jome to just finish off Lexia as the Blazing Duet comes out from Lolios to clean up their act. Cold Altar keeping RSG alive. Lunatix pretty tanky. Oh! Gets the double! Gets the triple! The Prince of Mages proves his superiority as Lunatix are taken apart one by one. Nova Escobar, the only survivor, and Izanami just adding insult to injury. RSG Slate MY with the reversal against Team Lunatix.
It's over. Izanami did him dirty, and now Repo, the King of Taunt, taunting their way through with a 2-0 comeback, taking the series 2-1 against Team Lunatix. And you can see Repo extremely excited. GG, well played, indeed.
The Prince of Mages, the King of Taunting, the royalty that is RSG Slate MY has proven their dominance, their royal power. Team Lunatix didn't know what hit them. they were not prepared for this. A beautiful Game 3 victory.
Oh, what a game coming in from RSG Slate MY. Lunatix, they put up a good fight, but there's only so much they could have done. You can see the celebrations are on its way, and RSG Slate MY put everything on the line to actually take this series.
This is entertainment at its finest right here, and we got more coming up with our hosts as they interview RSG.
The King of Taunt goes once again. And so Ripo, hari ni 2-1. Okay? 2-1 tapi taunting tu lain macam. Macam personal sikit. Asal
Tak, dia macam bawah tak boleh, kena atas.
Oh, bawah tak boleh kena atas. So dengan kemenangan ini, we can see that RSG Slate is securing the playoffs. Higher chances of securing the playoffs. So, Ripo, what are you looking forward to in the playoffs?
I'm looking forward to beat all the team in the playoff.
Because apa Ripo cakap last week? MPL is?
RSG.
Pandai-pandai.
Memang kena bantu. Untuk RSG Slate, thank you for coming here. Because of they coming here, we got some energy. We got
extra motivation.
Bukan, masa diorang kan tengah posisi top 1 lah. So aura dia ada kat kita.
Oh, they rubbed off on you guys. I see. Just now they said also Malaysia food lagi nice.
Lagi nice? Stay Malaysia. Good.
Then you play Singapore?
Yeah.
Swap.
Diablo.
Alright, jap. I nak tanya Izanami. Kat sini. Izanami, sini. Prince of Mage takkan nak malu? Izanami. Hello. I have a lot of question, tapi my one question is that last kill.
Oh.
How did you? I don't know what you were doing, but then you did something. Macam ni, what? Apa yang jadi?
Itu sebab dorang tengah low kan, nyawa dang low. Lepas tu Fagamis ni skill dia akan terlantun-lantun. Jadi saya nampak moment tu just flicker je lah sebab saya rasa memang time tu dorang akan mati lah. Jadi yakin je lah go.
Cuba try test dulu. Ni dia guys, SEA Games representative kita. The Prince of Mage Izanami. Very good. I was screaming dah tadi. I tengah jerit tadi. Okay guys, so who do you think the MVP of the match is? Izanami sekali lagi. Jap. I nak tanya Ripo.
Iris.
Okay, you count. 3. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Ceng. Plot twist. Oh, nak pergi mana?
Tak ada.
Plot twist.
Tadi first game MVP ni lawless. Tak expect pula second game.
Ni third game.
Third game. Sorry. Ingat 2-0 tadi.
So, MVP of the match yang you rasa kena scam juga. How are you feeling ni?
How I feel? Bersyukurlah sebabkan diorang berempat ni jadilah saya.
Wow! King of Taunt pun sayang play teammates dia. Okay, so final words for everybody yang datang sokong RSG Slate today dekat Stadium Juar, and of course the ones yang at home.
Apa? Untuk yang at home
Semua orang lah.
Semua orang. So untuk fans RSG, thank you sebab datang tengok match kita. Kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk ke depan. Week depan kita lawan Todak. So jangan lupa datang support guys.
Sekejap. You mention lawan Todak. Nak cakap apa dekat Todak?
Nak cakap apa? Siap-siap Yum makan coklat di game.
Alright. So now it's time to invite our lucky fan up on stage. Wow. Okay, hello. Dia pun pakai jersey RSG. Alright.
Kenapa korang sedekah 1 point dekat Lunatix?
1 point. Sebab kita ada rasa kesian sikit tu yang bagi 1.
I tak cakap hi pun dia terus go.
Tak apa. Dia sebab dia dah ada soalan. Betul lah.
Okay.
Sebab bulan puasa kan sedekah tu amalan mulia.
Alright, thank you so much. Nak cakap apa tak? Okay, dah. So I'm gonna move to the side untuk bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Closer, boys. Okay, guys. Kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. And don't forget to catch MPL Singapore playoffs next week from the 14th of April until the 16th of April. Thank you. Ripo, one last cheer ke, ton ke? Oh my goodness, interviewing dia tak pernah bosan. Did you guys have fun? You guys have fun? Alright, and with that, mari kita dengar mic check. Game ketiga, match ketiga. Mic check, let us hear you.
Hey guys, korang nak tengok tak muka dorang kena ban Valentina? Macam tengok ada reaction tak?
Biasa je. Dia terus hilang tangan tiba.
Itu. Fokus kita fokus have fun tau. Jangan stress.
Jangan pressure ya.
Nak fokus. Tu ada fokus sikit.
Apa dah lepas ni? Makan dulu lapor.
Dapat. Nice. Target. Mati. Dapat. Sini kamu. Hari dulu. Target. Sini kau. Wah, sini kau. Tusuk. Lagi. Tusuk.
Dia flicker.
Boleh. I think. Kasih. Wah. Langkah aja dia. Boleh. Target tahu.
There's truly no one like Ripo, and there's no one like RSG Slate. What a game!
Yeah, what a game indeed here, because at the same time, that was a game that it was very one-sided in terms of the overall draft. They finally found the mojo to actually punish Lunatix as well. It seems like they've really done their homework and they're not afraid to experiment on how they want to play the drafts. But what's really surprising as well, that the Martyrs pickup, in my eyes, was a jungle Martyrs, but guess what? Didn't exactly go well. It allowed Ripo to do his own thing on his XP lane. He was able to trade 50-50s, and he eventually got a couple of very, very interesting kills as well. And it's no surprise why he's the MVP, because the moment he got his Radiant Armor was pretty much the biggest turning point for RSG Slate MY to actually snowball Team Lunatix into all these teamfights.
Yeah, that's the power of a hero pick like Martis as well. He's S tier not just because he's such a good jungle, but because he can be flexed into these different positions here. And Ripo executed his position perfectly there, just being annoying, being disruptive, getting chain kills off of Decimate. But I think the highlight of that game definitely has to go to that final play. Izanami flickering forward, getting the Ghost Bursters on 3 members of Lunatix and just watching them burn down one by one. Wow, that can't feel good.
Yeah, super underrated hero so far in the current match. If you're grouped up as 5, the skill will hit even harder each time it bounces between players. So this is something that I think a lot of us kind of misconception as well. Faramis is not just a utilitarian, it does deal a decent amount of damage. So in case you missed out on action here, let's take a look towards our headlines to talk about the thing here, which is with added buff from their Singaporean brothers, RSG Slate MY turns the table around to take the win over Team Lunatix. It seems like the aura of their compadres from Singapore is starting to give them a little bit more oomph now.
It's the power of friendship, you know? The power of Nakama. We got the RSG Slate SG coming over, giving some buffs, giving some support. Ripo offering the exchange places with Diablo, you know. Our international exchange program continuing here for RSG.
You know, it's interesting enough, you know, RSG Slate MY, you know, once upon a time, before Slate came in, RSG had 3 regions in the previous MSC. So I want to see whether that's going to be the case as well, because RSG Singapore, they look really good. But of course, if you guys want to watch more MPL MY, be sure to watch us live at Stadium Juara and book a ride on AirAsia Ride and use the code new MPL MY for 5 ringgit off the first time users, or MPL MY code for 3 ringgit off 2 rides if you are an existing user. You can download the AirAsia Super app now to book your ride now when you come over.
Yep, make sure you guys get started on that. We only have 1 week left of the regular season, and then we're going to be moving into the playoffs. Somehow this season feels like it's gone so quickly and so slowly at the same time, when you just imagine everything that has happened, it just feels like we've generated so many new All-Stars this season, just like the brand new All-Star skin.
Yep, the All-Star Team skin Mia Atomic Pop Mia is currently available now with custom action bundles. You can enjoy 30% off from the 5th of April all the way to the 25th of April. Besides that, All-Star promo diamonds can be used for discounts as well. The skin and bundle will be available in shop until, and I mean until, only the 28th of May. So be sure to get it off before it's gone, baby.
Yeah, we gotta make sure that I'm able to catch up on that, because once it's gone, who knows when it'll return, and it's a pretty good looking skin overall. Would be interested to see, are we gonna see it at MPL anytime soon? Only the future can tell. But for now, we know that the future looks bright for RSG Slate MY after an incredible victory there against Team Lunatix. While it doesn't necessarily confirm their presence in the playoffs, it's looking pretty good for them.
Now, we can talk a little bit more into the damage power spike as well here. Early game, Team Lunatix, they needed to find a way to actually close out the game a majority of the time. And every single time they try to start a fight, they wanted to set up with the Kaja getting some sort of damage to pair up with both Fakes as well as Jome to get a kill. But every single time they start a fight, Jome wasn't in there, especially in the early stage of the game. Before pre-6 minute in the game, they needed those items, they needed a snowball hard. Unfortunately, it didn't exactly happen because of the fact that Izanami was able to clutch it on her team. And by the time it went towards the 10-minute mark, look at the items coming from Izanami as well as Lodeos. They're so far ahead into items where this damage coming from Jome is no longer relevant to actually do any sort of damage at all.
And what's interesting is that Radiant Armor is such an effective item against Team Lunatix since it counters Harif, it counters Eve, yet Rippo was the only player that actually built it. So they were pretty confident. And what Izanami, you notice there, he has the dire hit roam boot, so that's certainly adding a lot to his overall DPS. As you can see, the highest DPS output in this game.
Yep, he is definitely the one with the highest damage dealer, but pay attention to the damage taken as well. Even though he's only one, he was in the majority of the fight, tanking all this damage output coming from Lunatix to isolate the fights in their favor. And even then, in a 1v1, there are not a lot of heroes that can actually beat a Martis unless you're an XP laner. Obviously, Zeno is going to be able to match him on the 1v1, but Repo's intention was to shut down Nova Escobar, Jome, as well as Fakes at the same time, because Uni will not be there to stop him because Uni is busy fighting with Izanami.
Yeah, Team Lunatix normally are able to figure out pretty solid drafts for themselves no matter what situations they find themselves in. But here, it seems pretty evident that Coach Kuja got a great read over the situation, not only winning with their strange draft in game number 2, but outright pushing Lunatix into uncomfortable situations here, forcing the Harif pick. This may actually turn out to be a weakness now. Jome, his hero pool, may be called into question.
Yeah, it might be the case as well. It seems like, let's take a look at the predictions as well coming from Game 2. I think Game 2, we can talk a little bit more on towards the team fight potential that Lunatix has, which they did, but they were able to, RSG was able to overcome it because of the fact that they have such a strong pick-off potential, right? So this pretty much wins from the side of RSG Slate MY, but from game number 3, it's a little bit questionable from the side of Lunatix. They should have had a very, very strong early game win rate, but because of their priorities here, they weren't able to do so because Izanami was always there to mirror what Nova Escobar is trying to do as a Kaja.
Yeah, just really good map awareness overall by RSG Slate MY, having Izanami as well as Lexia keeping a close eye. Lexia definitely popping off in game 3 as well, trying to show Nova, you're not the only one that can hit those hooks. But, of course, MVP of the match once again going over to Rippo this game. Esme in game 2, Martis in game 3. His skill in setting up and creating space for RSG is definitely notable.
Yeah, definitely a well-deserved one as well, especially when it came to game 2. Lunatix was having so much problems with Repo, and the only one that can actually deal with him is none other than Jome. And the moment Jome is pretty much taken out of equation, we can see this Esmeralda just popping off time and time again in game number 2. Likewise can be said for game number 3 on Martis as well. And the moment he got those kill thresholds into his vicinity, you do see those decimation all the way through, getting kills after kills after kills. So well done to his Repo, a well-deserved one.
Let's have a look at the highlights to relive the excellent moments of RSG Slate in game number 3, where even from the very beginning, it seemed like they were operating on a different tempo, a different speed. They knew what they wanted, they knew what they were going for. Link Eza really popping off on this landslot as well. It looked like every single fight started with him getting caught out, yet he's able to escape miraculously with Izanami's assistance every single time, and that really puts a wrench in the plans of Lunatix.
Yeah, it's just very fortunate that the first turtle onwards, it actually favored onto its XP lane that kind of allowed RSG Slate MY, right? Because based on the draft, they do win on those XP lane exchanges. But if it wasn't a gold lane where Jome is able to join the fight, things would be a little bit different for Lunatix. But unfortunately, say this didn't exactly work out for Team Lunatix. Divine Judgment came in, could not get kills from Vix, and it was just not able to actually take advantage of what the MR decrease came in with the Divine Judgment and all. But RSG Slate MY, they're able to scale into his later stage game and take the W. So well done towards them, because as of now, I'm curious to see how the standings are going to be looking like.
As of right now, Team Lunatix still going to be maintaining their position, but they're going to be tied up now with Red Esports, meaning that their question of moving on into the top 4 are in question. And RSG Slate MY very comfortable in 6th place, overcoming Red Giants Esports.
Well, this is going to be a very, very awkward position, because we are going to be expecting potential tiebreakers next week if this goes on. Lunatix and Red Esports currently in 4th place, and of course, Madness and Team HAQ currently in 8th place here. So we are going to be expecting potential tiebreakers for the final week of the regular seasons.
Well, we have to note, remember, all of these teams are going to have one more game remaining, and all of that is going to be happening next week for the final few days of the Season 11 regular season. Everything will come to a close, and the standings will be finalized to determine who will be the 8 teams moving on to duke it out upon the playoff stage.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very exciting one, especially in the final moments here. Who is going to stay and who is going to be on top and who is going to be out and of the entire MPL for Season 11, because next week is going to be the final moments coming in. But all things considered here, I'm extremely excited how this new format has put and pushed every single team to the limits to fight for their tournament lives, because there is just so much variation as well. And even with the tiebreakers, it's not over yet. Like compared to before, head-to-head comes in the factor, blah, 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 yada, yada. Now, no. If you have the same points, means we are going to be expecting a showdown of a potentially getting a better slot or getting kicked out for next week on the final moments.
Yeah, the revolution that has been brought to MPL MY Season 11 has just shaken things up, perhaps for the better here. Lots of pressure for the players, more entertainment for us, and better competition for the MY region. And speaking of competition, we already mentioned it, Week 6, the final few games are going to be coming next week, and it's going to be starting on Saturday, not Friday. Make sure you guys keep that on your calendars.
Yeah, it's one of the very few. It's the final regular seasons here. We're not going to be starting things on Friday. We're going to complete everything on a weekend, so you guys can enjoy the final moments to cheer for your teams potentially being eliminated or support them while it lasts. Because next week, starting things off, is going to be SMG going up against Lunatix for the first match, and then the highlight of the match of the day is going to be RSG Slate MY again, but this time against Todak. So that is going to be a very, very scary moment for RSG Slate MY. Can they knock Todak down from the upper bracket? And to close things off and towards the next Saturday, it's going to be Homebois as well as Red Esports.
Remember, every single team has completed 8 out of their 9 matches this regular season. And with 5 matches to look forward to in Week 6, that is going to be the final conclusion. It's going to be the last time you see these teams competing in the regular season stage. So, an occasion that all of you will not want to miss. But that's going to be the end of Week 5. My name's Staffa. This is Icy Baby, aka Terrence, from the English cast. Thanks for joining us. We will see all of you next week.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star. kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu benda.